Chapter 1001. Defeating the enemy with a single move was a very impressive performance. Although Jiang Qin had used the Azure Dragon 5 steps, he had used the spatial shift to change the trajectory of his steps. Even those who had seen this move before wouldn't be able to see through it. Plus, he was now Gu Qin, so most people wouldn't associate him with Jiang Qin. Sang Ba's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and stared at Jiang Qin viciously. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. Ever since he cultivated the Great Devil Curse, he had never suffered such a serious injury, especially when he was severely injured by a fourth-grade Great Saint. To him, this was an incomparably shameful thing. It hurt his self-esteem too much. "What's your name?" Sang Ba stabilized his chi and asked. He wanted to know who could be so sharp as to inflict such a serious injury on him. Gu Qin of Gu Palace. Jiang Qin revealed his name. His combat intent was unparalleled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that although Sang Ba was severely injured by the Azure Dragon 5 steps, it wouldn't affect his combat strength much. The real terror of Sang Ba was the Great Devil Curse. "Good, Gu Qin. Good. Gu Qin, you can be considered as the #1 genius of the young generation of Saint Origin Palace. Possessing such terrifying combat strength at the 4th grade Great Saint is something that I, Sang Ba, have never seen in my life. If our cultivation base is the same, I certainly won't be a match for you. Although you have hurt me, don't be complacent. You haven't experienced my power yet. Under my Great Devil Curse, all of your means will be useless. Your ending will be the same as the other two in Saint Origin Palace." Sang Ba said in an incomparably arrogant tone. "Cut the crap. You have killed Gu Shuangtan, which means that your ending is already determined. I will avenge his death myself," Jiang Qin said lightly. Although he wasn't close to Gu Shuangtan, the impression that Gu Shuangtan gave him wasn't bad at all. Plus, Gu Shuangtan had once helped him and stood up for him. Today, Gu Shuangtan had died tragically for the glory of Gu Palace. Jiang Qin had to avenge his death. "Come at me then. Although your battle prowess is strong, you won't be able to handle the Great Devil Curse. I'd like to see how you're going to break my Great Devil Curse." Sang Ba's aura fluctuated as devil waves surged up to the sky once again. Casting the Great Devil Curse, countless devil runes transformed into rippling waves, instantly forming a devil domain that enveloped Jiang Qin. "Look, Sang Ba is using the Great Devil Curse again. I wonder if Gu Qin can deal with it. I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult. The Great Devil Curse is too terrifying. The little monk only managed to tie with it because he has the supreme dermic seal of Buddhism. Although Gu Qin is strong, if he's affected by the Great Devil Curse, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let's wait and see. I think Gu Qin is very confident. He might really have a way to resist the Great Devil Curse." Seeing Sang Ba using the Great Devil Curse once again, many people became nervous, especially the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Each and every one of them had their hearts in their throats. They had personally witnessed Gu Shuangtan's tragic death because he was affected by the Great Devil Curse. That demonic domain had already become an illusory realm of nothingness. Anyone who fell into it would be affected by the illusory realm. Hua la la. Countless devil curses fluttered in the void like spiritual snakes. Black devil wind rustled and swirled around Jiang Qin. These devil curses could penetrate into the depths of a person's mind and devour their soul, causing them to lose consciousness for a short period of time. Eventually, they would die under the Great Devil Curse. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars reverberated in the air. Jiang Qin exerted the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Pure yang qi waves collided with the devil curses. Coupled with the profound Great Soul derivation technique, the Great Devil Curse wasn't affected at all. You want to deal with me with a mere illusory realm? In that case, I'll let you have a taste of my illusory realm. Let's see who will be affected by it. Jiang Chen's aura began to change. Water-like waves began to drift in all directions with him as the center. The Great Illusion Realm was instantly formed and merged with the demonic domain formed by the Great Devil Curse. It was as if Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm was exerted by the dragon transformation skill, which had a great restraining effect on the devil race. Clang clang clang, the two illusory realms collided with each other, creating a clanging sound and a large amount of sparks. The collision was not as intense as the collision of battle skills, but only the people involved knew how dangerous it was. What? It's also an illusory realm. Upon seeing this, Sangba couldn't help but exclaim once more. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would use such a method to resist his Great Devil Curse. What shocked him the most was that he could clearly feel the scariness of Jiang Chen's illusory realm. He had already been slightly affected by it, causing his mind to feel muddled, as if he had fallen into a dream. The Great Illusion Realm was the most terrifying type of illusory realm. Everyone had dreams. The Illusion Heart Sutra used this weakness of the enemy to affect them, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from it. From the perspective of illusory realms, the Great Illusion Realm itself was even more terrifying than the Great Devil Curse. On the battlefield, the two energies of light and darkness intertwined with each other. The two completely different illusory realms also intertwined with each other, forming a brand new illusory realm. In this illusory realm, both Jiang Chen and Sangba wanted to seize the initiative and use it to influence each other before killing each other. At this moment, the two of them were standing in the illusory realm without any movements. However, such a battle was 100 times more dangerous than a direct battle. What's going on? Why isn't the stalemate going on? Amazing! Gu Chen has also used a mysterious illusory technique to create an illusory realm. This illusory realm looks even more terrifying than the Great Devil Curse. In addition, Gu Chen seems to have cultivated some kind of extreme yang cultivation method, which can restrain the devil race's cultivation method. Using an illusory realm against an illusory realm, this is the first time I've seen such a method. Good. Sure enough, Gu Chen didn't disappoint our Gu Palace. I didn't expect him to have such a trump card. This is the best way to deal with Sangba's Great Devil Curse. However, this battle is also extremely dangerous. A little carelessness and you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Now that the two illusory realms have intertwined with each other, whoever obtains the control of the illusory realm first will be able to influence each other and kill each other. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Gu Chen would use another trump card at this critical moment. Illusory technique was the rarest existence in this world because the cultivation of illusory technique had a great impact on one's body. Once one couldn't influence others, one would be affected. The Great Devil Curse wasn't just an illusory technique. Illusory technique was only one of the terrifying abilities of the Great Devil Curse. However, Jiang Chen had used the Illusion Heart Sutra to fight against the Great Devil Curse. On the other side, Han Yan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It seemed like he had almost comprehended the Great Devil Curse. It was imaginable that after the battle between Jiang Chen and Sangba, Han Yan would be able to completely comprehend and control the Great Devil Curse by relying on his powerful Gu Tianma bloodline. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen looked calm and composed. However, Sangba seemed to be straining himself more and more. Sweat was already dripping down his face. This kid's soul power is actually so strong. He isn't affected by the Great Devil Curse at all. He's like a towering mountain, standing there motionlessly. No matter how hard the wind or the rain hits him, it doesn't affect him at all. However, his illusory realm is able to make me fall into a trance. If this continues, I might not be his match. Sangba was shocked to the extreme. However, there was no way for him to withdraw from the current situation. He could only persevere. Sangba, this great devil curse is too weak to compete with me in illusory techniques. My great illusion realm is a true illusory technique. Die. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. His laughter carried traces of sound waves that invisibly attacked Sangba's soul. At the same time, he operated the great soul derivation technique to the extreme. An invisible soul power shot out like a sharp sword and heavily struck Sangba's forehead. Dong! Sangba's soul felt as though it was being struck by a heavy hammer. It felt as though it was about to be torn apart. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Arg! Suddenly, Sangba let out a pained howl. In this illusory realm confrontation, he was ultimately defeated by Jiang Chen's attack. The domain of the great devil curse quickly receded like the tide. The entire battlefield was restored to its original state. It had completely turned into the great illusion realm. Sangba's soul defense had been broken. He was deeply affected by the great illusion realm. His entire body had fallen into his own dreamland and entered a state of madness. Rumble. Sangba kept attacking with tyrannical devil wave attacks. However, from the outside, Sangba's attacks were completely in the air. His target was not Jiang Chen at all. It seemed as though he was attacking someone else. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was calmly standing there and watching the show. Look, Sangba's domain has disappeared. He seems to have been affected by Gu Chen's illusory realm and is attacking indiscriminately. Good. Sangba is finished. He has been completely affected by the illusory realm. He has now fallen into his own world. I don't know who he is fighting against. Everyone, stay alert. Pay attention to the experts of the devil race. We can't let them rescue Sangba. The people of the Great Lane Temple were excited, especially the people of Gu Palace. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. Gu Firmament spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to the movements of the experts of the devil race. As long as the experts of the devil race wanted to rescue Sangba at the critical moment, he would stop them without hesitation. Chapter 1002. In the Great Illusion Realm, Sangba had gone completely crazy. He was completely immersed in his own dream, unable to extricate himself. Instead, he was sinking deeper and deeper. Now, there was a new enemy in front of him. Unfortunately, his enemy was just an illusion. His real enemy was leisurely watching him from afar, as if he was a monkey. It's about time. Let's stop here. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Sangba with a swoosh. A terrifying longsword surged out and slashed at Sangba. This slash was a sure kill slash. Given Sangba's current condition, it was impossible for him to dodge it. Stop! At this time, a loud shout came from the direction of the devil world. Then, a black devil pillar soared into the sky and turned into a black-clothed man. He seemed to be in his 40s. His endless devil flames showed his profound cultivation base and unshakable status in the devil race. This was a powerful 9th-grade devil saint, a super devil saint of the devil race. Sangba was a rare genius of the devil race, the inheritor of the great devil curse. He carried the future of the devil race and must not be lost. Sangba's importance to the devil race was the same as Jiang Chen's importance to the ancient people. However, as soon as this 9th-grade devil saint appeared, Gu Firmament appeared in front of him. He was paying close attention to the movements of the devil experts. He wouldn't give them a chance to attack. Are the experts of the devil race going to join in the battle between the young generation? Gu Firmament had a cold smile on his face. He was incomparably proud of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen killing Sangba had earned him and the entire Gu Palace a lot of face. Arg! Below, a shrill scream was heard. Sangba's head was cut off by Jiang Chen's sword. The 9th grade devil saint of the devil race was stopped by Gu Firmament for a moment. Sangba's fate was already decided. This was an irreversible ending. Bastard! The 9th grade devil saint was infuriated and immediately launched a terrifying attack at Jiang Chen. However, Gu Firmament wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to watch the expert of the devil race kill Jiang Chen. The two experts immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Chen didn't care about the battle between them. He was very interested in Sangba's corpse. Since Sangba had eaten Narongyu and Gu Shuangtan before, he would use the same method to exchange for them. The invisible Zulong Tower tore a hole and swallowed Sangba in an instant. As a 6th grade great saint, the essence and energy in Sangba's body was comparable to a peak 7th grade great saint expert. Plus, Sangba's innate talent made him a lot stronger. After the Zulong Tower had completely refined Sangba, the 4th level was fully condensed and the 5th level began to condense. It stopped at 1/3 of the original level. The 99 floors of the Zulong Tower became stronger as it reached the end. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the 4.5 floors of the Zulong Tower was much stronger than the previous one, be it in terms of sturdiness or other aspects. After refining Sangba, not only had the Zulong Tower been condensed, but also Jiang Chen himself had gained a lot of benefits. The number of dragon marks had increased to 100 and his combat strength had improved. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily kill a 7th grade great saint. It wouldn't be impossible for him to kill an 8th grade great saint in his half-dragon form. After refining Sangba in an incomparably stealthy and ingenious manner, Jiang Chen swayed his body and came to the side of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, standing together with the people of Gu Palace. He didn't go to Tyrant and Han Yen, as he had to draw a clear line with them at this moment. He couldn't let the 6 major palaces find out about this. On the battlefield in the distance, the devil expert and Gu Firmament had been fighting for a while. When they saw that Sangba had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen using some unknown method, they were infuriated. However, they also knew that it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen and take revenge. "Brat, I have already locked your chi. I will kill you sooner or later." The devil expert spoke viciously to Jiang Chen, then turned into a gust of devil wind and vanished. He didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Firmament. In the face of such a threat, Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't put it in his heart. His appetite was very big now. Not to mention Sangba, the entire devil race was within the scope of his plan. The entire devil race was the nourishment for his advancement and the energy to condense the Zulong Tower. He predicted that the world was going to be in chaos soon and Desolate Palace would make a big move very soon. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his cultivation grade to a terrifying level. The turmoil of the devil race was the best and only chance for him to do so. Gu Firmament's chi was unparalleled. He turned around and came to Jiang Chen. In front of everyone, he nodded and praised, "Jiang Chen, you have done a good job today. By killing Sangba, not only have you restored the dignity of the human race, but you have also greatly enhanced the chi of the human race and defeated the arrogance of the devil race. Here are 2 immortal pills as your reward." In front of all the higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace, Gu Firmament took out 2 immortal pills and handed them to Jiang Chen. He was indescribably happy now. Today, Jiang Chen had greatly increased the prestige of Gu Palace and raised the status of Gu Palace in Saint Origin Palace. The 2 immortal pills wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. If they were refined by Jiang Chen, they would be in their own pockets. Furthermore, Gu Firmament was very clear about the power and benefits of these 2 immortal pills. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade, his cultivation grade would certainly advance further, and advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Palace Master. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't be courteous. Immediately, he received the 2 immortal pills. This was an unexpected harvest. He didn't know that there would be such a reward when he made his move. Now, he was anxious to improve his cultivation base. Undoubtedly, these immortal pills were too good. A few days ago, he had refined Desolate Changfeng's immortal Yang pill and advanced to the 4th grade Great Saint. Although the effect of refining the immortal Yang pill wouldn't be as good as the first time, he was confident that he could advance to the 5th grade Great Saint with the help of 2 immortal Yang pills. You don't have to thank me. This is what you deserve. I have said before that whoever can kill Sang Ba will get 2 immortal pills as a reward. Gu Firmament said. In the eyes of the others, this scene was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. 2 immortal elixirs, how valuable was that? Gu Firmament was naturally very happy to personally give the immortal elixirs to his own people, but he did not consider the feelings of others. Of course, the ones who were the most envious were the young geniuses of the peak 6th grade Great Saint. Their eyes were filled with fiery passion when they saw the 2 immortal pills in Jiang Chen's hand. That kind of feeling could no longer be described as jealousy. Motherfucker. 2 immortal pills. This bastard is really lucky. If I get these pills, my cultivation grade will certainly advance further and I will have no problem advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint. What a pity. Pity my ass. Can you kill Sang Ba? Gu Qin can. He deserves it. But this Gu Qin is really abnormal. He has such a powerful combat strength despite only being a 4th grade Great Saint. He killed Desolate Changfeng and we are no match for him. Now, he has obtained 2 immortal pills. If there are no accidents, he will have no problem breaking through to the 5th grade Great Saint. At that time, he will become the #1 genius of the young generation of Saint Origin Palace. We have been completely left behind by him. I won't accept this. I will definitely work hard. In this war against the demon race, I will improve myself on the battlefield and increase my cultivation base. That's right. Gu Chen has killed Sang Ba. Now, he has been noticed by the true experts of the devil race. The battlefield in Western Domain will be extremely dangerous. This isn't necessarily a good thing. The geniuses felt uncomfortable. All of them were incomparably arrogant people. No one was willing to admit defeat. Now that they were defeated by a newcomer, they naturally felt incomparably uncomfortable. However, the geniuses of Gu Palace were different. Ever since Jiang Qin caused havoc in Gu Palace had become harmonious and united. There was no longer any distinction between the inner palace and the outer palace. Gu Chen's status in Gu Palace had also become a first-class existence, almost surpassing the prestigious elders. Today, Gu Chen had killed Sang Ba and won supreme glory for Gu Palace. As the geniuses of Gu Palace, they naturally had to hold their heads high. The people of Desolate Palace were the most depressed ones, especially Desolate Wuling. He felt that his blood and qi were not flowing smoothly, as if he was going to spurt out blood. He had never thought that given his status and identity, he would have to scheme to get rid of a junior. Furthermore, he had failed several times. This time, he was the one who proposed to let Gu Chen deal with Sang Ba. Now that he had helped Jiang Qin, he couldn't even say a word. Damn it. This bastard has obtained 2 immortal pills. His cultivation grade must have advanced further. At that time, he will be even more difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. It seems like I have to find a way to deal with him. I can't let him continue to grow. Desolate Wuling clenched his teeth. Don't worry. The great killing weapon that Desolate Palace has been secretly cultivating is about to make his appearance. It's not easy to be the #1 genius of the younger generation. At that time, he will see what a true genius is. Desolate Emperor sneered. Those peerless geniuses that Desolate Palace had been secretly cultivating had never shown themselves. No one knew how terrifying they were. They had been cleansed by immortal chi for many years and had been enlightened by the immortals. It could be said that they were personally nurtured by the immortals. It was imaginable how terrifying they were. Jiang Chen glanced at Desolate Wuling and swallowed the 2 immortal pills in front of him, refining them on the spot. Hong. Chapter 1003. The scene of advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint on the spot was undoubtedly a psychological blow to those geniuses. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. These 2 immortal pills were an unexpected harvest. It could be said that advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint was also an unexpected harvest. When Jiang Chen was still a 4th grade Great Saint, he could kill a 7th grade Great Saint. In his dragon form, he could even kill an 8th grade Great Saint like Desolate Wuling. Now that he had advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, he could easily kill an 8th grade Great Saint without using his dragon form. In other words, except for those super powerful 9th grade Great Saints, none of the higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace was a match for Jiang Chen. If he used his dragon form, killing an 8th grade Great Saint would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Although he could kill an 8th grade Great Saint casually, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for a powerful 9th grade Great Saint, even if he used his dragon form. The gap between the 8th grade Great Saint and the 9th grade Great Saint was also the biggest. 9th grade Great Saint was also known as Super Great Saint. The word super was enough to explain everything. No matter how powerful an 8th grade Great Saint was, he would still be an ant in front of a 9th grade Great Saint. Only a 9th grade Great Saint could be considered as a true superior figure in the heavens and earth, a true Great Saint. Even if Jiang Chen was a monstrous genius, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill a super Great Saint. Under the condition of his dragon form, Jiang Chen would need to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint at least to be able to kill a super Great Saint like Desolate Emperor. If he didn't use his dragon form, he would need to at least reach the 7th grade Great Saint. The current Jiang Chen was at most the strongest person below the 9th grade Great Saint. He still needed to work hard to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint. Only then would he have the ability to kill a super Great Saint. At that time, Jiang Chen's identity wouldn't need to be concealed anymore. After advancing to the 6th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen would no longer put Narong Palace and the other palaces in his eyes. At that time, his only enemy would be Desolate Palace. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Gu Qin, their identities wouldn't be a problem. Okay. A flower-like smile bloomed on Gu Zhang's face. Seeing that Gu Qin was getting stronger and stronger, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone in Gu Palace was overjoyed. Such an extraordinary talent had appeared in Gu Palace, which had greatly established the status of Gu Palace. This was a supreme glory. Everyone, now that Gu Qin has killed Sang Ba, it has greatly raised the morale of our human race. Let's discuss how we should fight next. Gu Firmament looked at the crowd. There was no need for them to return to the main hall of the Tempest Temple. They could start the discussion right here. Isn't that obvious? In my opinion, we should take advantage of their weakness and strike them dead. While the morale of the devils is low, we should launch an attack. Although it's impossible to annihilate the entire devil race, we should at least force them into the devil realm. That's right. That's exactly what we should do. Since Saint Origin Palace has decided to take action, we have to show the imposing manner of Saint Origin Palace. We have to get rid of the devil race in one go and establish the supreme prestige of Saint Origin Palace in the hearts of the people. Since that's the case, taking advantage of the fact that the devil race's morale is low, it's the best time to exterminate them. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Most of them suggested to launch an attack on the devil race immediately. Everyone knew that striking the iron while it was hot was a must. In any case, sooner or later, a bloody battle would break out between the devil race and the devil race. It had already been several days since the truce. In any case, they had to give the devil race a thunderous blow and drive them back to the devil world. Otherwise, if the devil race continued to occupy half of the western region, it would be a great blow to the morale of the human race. What do you think, Gu Qin? Gu Firmament looked at Jiang Qin. In my opinion, we don't have to rush to attack. Jiang Qin said. Are you kidding me? We have already gained the upper hand. How can we not attack? Narang Yunhe sneered. When I said don't have to rush, it's not that we don't want to fight. It's just that the devil race will take the initiative to attack us. If my prediction is correct, the devil race will launch an all-out attack in half an hour at most. Jiang Qin said. Don't talk big. How do you know that the devil race will attack? The devil race's morale is low now. It's impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. Desolate Wuling snorted coldly. He felt extremely uncomfortable just looking at Jiang Qin, let alone hearing Jiang Chen's words. The devil race is different from us humans. They are an extremely ferocious race. The death of Sangba will not lower the devil race's morale in a short period of time. It will only make them crazy. Their genius is dead, and the great devil curse will disappear. Many devil race will go crazy. Therefore, in the next short period of time, the devil race's morale will not be lowered. On the contrary, it will be the time when the devil race's morale is at its highest. Therefore, I conclude that the devil race's army will attack us in half an hour at most. We just need to be prepared now, Jiang Qin said in a very firm tone. His words were as confident as ever. It was a mistake for these people to judge the behavior of the devil race with the thinking of the human race. How do you know so clearly? I think it's just a guess. Someone said. Rumble. However, as soon as this man's voice faded away, a huge hole suddenly burst open in the void of the devil realm. Then, incomparably tyrannical devil waves surged out and appeared high up in the sky. There were several huge auras of super devil saints. The monstrous devil waves swept across half of the western region. It seems that we don't have to wait for half an hour. The attack of the devil race is about to begin. This time, there are super devil saints personally taking action. This is a decisive battle. I'm afraid that the situation will be much more tragic than before. Jiang Chen looked at the distant sky and said lightly. It seems that Gu Qin is right. Not only has the devil race's morale not weakened, but it is also at its highest. However, our current morale is not weak either. We must face the devil race head-on. This time, we must not let the flames of war spread to the western region. Gu Firmament said. His words were full of praise for Jiang Qin. Even they couldn't analyze the situation of the battle with the devil race. Only Jiang Qin was able to predict the outcome of the battle with the devil race. This was enough to show that Jiang Qin was a brave and astute man. He wasn't just a boorish man who only knew how to fight. The way Desolate Emperor and Desolate Wuling looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Their vigilance and killing intent towards Jiang Qin had risen to the peak. They could already see that this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and unparalleled combat strength, he was also full of wisdom. Such a person was the scariest. He would certainly become a great figure in the future, and the threat he posed to them would be even greater. Desolate Palace had their own ambitions and plans. If it wasn't for the interference of the devil race, they were afraid that their plans would have already been carried out. Roar! 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 The devil sound was vast and mighty. Monstrous devil chi covered the sky in an instant. A large number of devils began to emerge. More than a dozen tyrannical super devil saints launched their attacks. All ninth grade great saints will attack together to fight against the experts of the devil race. The others will temporarily listen to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng's identity will represent me. After Gu Firmament finished speaking, he was the first to fly towards those super devil saints. At the same time, the other ninth grade great saints also launched their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, all the super great saints of Great Lightning Tune Temple had left, leaving behind only an 8th grade great saint. Gu Zheng was the same as Desolate Wuling, a peak 8th grade great saint. Adding the fact that Law Enforcement Palace was under the control of Gu Palace, it wasn't unusual for Gu Zheng to temporarily give orders on behalf of Gu Firmament. Hong Long. The devil race and the super great saints of Saint Origin Palace clashed fiercely, opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. It seemed that the outcome of the battle wouldn't be decided in a short period of time. Naturally, there were more 9th grade great saints in Saint Origin Palace. If all of them appeared, the devil race wouldn't stand a chance against them. However, this battle was also a kind of training for Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace had been living like a prince for 100 years. It needed such training, especially for the subordinates. Gu Chen, how do you think we should fight the next battle? Gu Zheng looked over at Jiang Qin. Now that Gu Firmament had handed over the authority to him, it seemed like he was going to hand over the authority to Jiang Qin. We will definitely fight. The next battle will be incomparably fierce. In my opinion, the cultivators of Western Domain have already suffered a great loss in the previous battle. Now, we can let them rest. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple should be the vanguard. Jiang Chen looked over at the abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple. He didn't have the slightest favorable impression of this temple. Benefactor Gu Chen, the devil race is now ferocious and their combat strength is tyrannical. Our Buddhist sect can no longer resist them. It will be a great loss for us to take the vanguard. The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple said. Humph. Abbot Master, your Buddhist sect has always been the main force in stopping the devil race. Who in Western Domain doesn't know the prestige of your Great Lightning Tune Temple? It's fine that you can't suppress the devil race, but in this battle, your Great Lightning Tune Temple has sought help from Saint Origin Palace. You've holed up in your Great Lightning Tune Temple and never stood up for the cultivators of Western Domain. In the previous battle, you didn't even care about their life or death. Now, I'm asking you to take the lead, but you're still cowering. You don't look like the Orthodox Buddhist sect at all. I'm not asking you to take the lead, I want all the monks of your Great Lightning Tune Temple to take the lead. I'm not asking you to take the vanguard. I want all the monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple to fight against the devil race. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He hated Great Lightning Tune Temple to the extreme. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to punish them. What did you say? You're just sending us to our deaths. We won't listen to your orders and you don't have the right to order us around. This battle should be fought by all of us. You can't let us fight alone. That's right. The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple looked extremely annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qin had killed Sangba and made a great contribution to Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would have turned hostile immediately. Jiang Qin wasn't asking them to fight a battle, but to die. Let me tell you, old man, it's not your turn to say no. If you don't agree, I will help you change the abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple. Chapter 1004. Hua. His words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin. Even Gu Jing didn't expect that Jiang Qin would choose to deal with the Great Lightning Tune Temple when the Devil Army was about to arrive. They were supposed to be united as one. One should know that even though Buddha's sect had declined, Great Lightning Tune Temple was still the symbol of Buddha's sect. Even Saint Origin Palace had to give them some face. Gu Firmament and Desolate Emperor wouldn't dare to say something like exchanging the abbot so blatantly. Gu Chen, don't go too far. You have no right to give orders here. Great Lightning Tune Temple is the representative of Buddha's sect. How can you change the abbot so easily? An eminent monk of Great Lightning Tune Temple was infuriated on the spot. He pointed at Jiang Qin and shouted. I'm sorry, I have the final say here today. My words represent Gu Palace's words. Now that we are facing a formidable enemy, everyone has to obey my words absolutely. Jiang Chen's attitude was extremely overbearing. Great Lightning Tune Temple had always wanted to deal with Green Lotus Mountain. Now was the perfect opportunity to get rid of Great Lightning Tune Temple so that Western Domain Buddhism would be completely controlled by Green Lotus Mountain. He believed that Tyrant would restore the glory of Buddha's sect one day. What if I say no? The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple was infuriated. The dignified Great Lightning Tune Temple was an important place of Buddha's sect in Western Domain. Since when did a junior have the right to give orders here? You have no right to say no. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the abbot. His palm had already grabbed the abbot's neck at lightning speed. During this process, the peak 7th grade Great Saint Abbot didn't even have the chance to resist. He was firmly under Jiang Chen's control. What are you doing? The abbot's facial expression changed dramatically. He could feel the strength of this young man. If they were to fight, he would be on a completely different level from this young man. It would only take a thought for this young man to kill him. However, the abbot didn't believe that Jiang Qin would dare to kill him at this moment. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, the Buddhist sect could still contribute a lot of their strength. Gu Chen, don't be too presumptuous. We, Saint Origin Palace, have never participated in the affairs of Buddhist sect. The Devil Army is coming soon. Can you bear the responsibility of having an internal strife at this time? Desolate Wuling shouted. Jiang Chen's action had infuriated many people in Saint Origin Palace. They had no idea why Jiang Qin would attack Great Lightning Tune Temple at this critical moment. This was a taboo in war. With Jiang Chen's intelligence, it was impossible that he didn't know about it. The people of Gu Palace were also perplexed. They had no idea what Jiang Qin was trying to do, but Gu Jing didn't say anything because he knew that Jiang Qin wasn't a reckless man. He had his own principles. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already said that his words represented Gu Palace. If he were to stop Jiang Qin at this moment, it wouldn't be giving Jiang Qin any face and also denying Jiang Chen's position in Gu Palace. Responsibility. I'm thinking for the sake of Buddhist sect. Today's Buddhist sect is no longer the Buddhist sect that delivered all sentient beings from suffering. Great Lightning Tune Temple has become greedy and their Buddha nature is getting weaker. They are just a group of bald mortals now. The reason why Great Lightning Tune Temple has fallen to such a state is because of these higher-ups. Today's war with the devil race is the best opportunity for Buddhist sect to transform. I'm changing the abbot now to help the rise of Buddhist sect. Jiang Qin spoke righteously. Then, he exerted his strength with his palm. With a cracking sound, the abbot's head was crushed by Jiang Qin. A tremendous force rushed into the abbot's body, cutting off all his vitality. Hua! The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Now that the enemy was right in front of them and the war had yet to start, Jiang Qin had actually killed the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Looking at Jiang Chen's attitude, it was as if he was looking down on the whole world. Killing the abbot in front of the Great Lightning Temple was the first time in the history of the Buddhist sect. Jiang Qin was probably the only one who had the courage to do such a thing under the heavens. Abbot! Several senior monks roared. One of them glared at Jiang Qin with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Jiang Qin, you're a demon. You're even more ferocious than the devil race. You killed the abbot of our Great Lightning Tune Temple in front of our enemy. You've severely damaged our morale. Buddhist sect and you are irreconcilable." Irreconcilable? You think you're worthy? You're just a stubborn fool. Let's die together. Without saying a word, Jiang Qin slashed out with his palm, directly chopping the neck of that senior monk, killing him on the spot. Jiang Qin either didn't do it or did it swiftly and decisively, using tyrannical means to suppress the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Since the Great Lightning Tune Temple had offended him, such an ending was inevitable. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? I, Gu Chen, will reorganize the Great Lightning Tune Temple today. Those who aren't convinced, stand out. I'll kill every single one of you. Even if I kill all of you, I won't be lenient. I can still resist the devil race. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a knife as it swept across those senior monks. Each and every one of them was trembling with anger, but they didn't dare to speak out. This little demon king was too ferocious and overbearing. The moment he appeared, he killed them without giving them any face. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. If they stood out and opposed him at this moment, their ending would probably be the same. Gu Chen, what are you doing? Palace Master and the others have left. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Now that the leader is Gu Jing, it's not your turn to show off your strength. You killed the abbot and senior monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple and confused people's hearts. What's the difference between you and the devil race? Desolate Wuling was fuming with rage. Many people in St. Origin Palace couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't this Gu Chen too insolent? Old dog, who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in the affairs of Gu Palace. Do you believe that I won't kill you too? Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Wuling. Naturally, his words didn't leave any face for Desolate Wuling. He had just advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, so killing Desolate Wuling wasn't a problem for him. This was a typical example of a monkey proclaiming himself as the king when there was no tiger in the mountain. As soon as Gu Firmament and the other 9th grade Great Saints left, Jiang Chen flew into a rage. To Jiang Chen, this was indeed a great opportunity. No one here was a match for him. It was the right time for him to show his might. How arrogant you are! I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Desolate Wuling was infuriated. Immediately, he stretched out a big palm and lunged at Jiang Chen. Gu Jing wanted to stop him, but found that Jiang Chen had also moved. Paw! An incomparably clear slap was heard. Everyone saw that Desolate Wuling was pushed back a dozen meters. There was an incomparably clear palm print on his face. Hiss! Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. All of them had discerning eyes. Naturally, they knew what had happened just now. Desolate Wuling, an 8th grade Great Saint, took the initiative to attack. Not only did he fail to cause any harm to Jiang Chen, he was also slapped by Jiang Chen. This was a kind of humiliation. But from another perspective, Jiang Chen was too strong. Not even Desolate Wuling was a match for him. Naturally, he had the right to be arrogant. Now that all the 9th grade Great Saints had left, there was no one here who could suppress Gu Chen. Chapter 1005. Damn it! How did he become so strong? Desolate Wuling's face turned incomparably unsightly. It wasn't only because he was slapped by Jiang Qin, but also because of the shock in his heart. He had always wanted to get rid of Jiang Qin, but he had never put a junior in his eyes. Today, he found out that he was no longer a match for Jiang Qin. That kind of psychological blow wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Old dog, if you dare to stop me again, I will be the first to kill you. Jiang Qin glared at Desolate Wuling fiercely. Initially, he wanted to kill Desolate Wuling, but Desolate Wuling was after all a peak 8th grade Great Saint expert. Jiang Qin had just advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint. It would take him a lot of effort to kill Desolate Wuling without using his dragon transformation. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, it wasn't the right time to start a war with their own people. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to let Desolate Wuling live a little longer. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill Desolate Wuling. Desolate Wuling was infuriated. Given his status and identity, he had never been scolded by a junior like this before. However, he was very shrewd. He endured the humiliation because he knew very well that Jiang Qin had grown into an incomparably ferocious figure. He had even killed the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If he really wanted to kill Jiang Qin, he was afraid that his death would be in vain. As for getting rid of Jiang Qin, he would have to think of another way in the future. The people of Gu Palace were pleasantly surprised. Jiang Qin's growth was too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react to it. However, Jiang Qin slapping Desolate Wuling just now was an incomparably gratifying thing for Gu Palace. Gu Zheng had a faint smile on his face and chose to stop talking. This was a world where strength was the most important. Whoever was the most powerful would have the right to give orders. Although Gu Firmament had given the real authority to Gu Zheng had now tacitly accepted Jiang Qin as his replacement. The other people of Gu Palace also stopped talking. Even Desolate Wuling was slapped in the face by Jiang Qin. It was better for them not to offend Jiang Qin at this time. There was no one who wasn't afraid of this rising genius of the younger generation. It didn't matter if a person's cultivation was strong or not, but his way of doing things could make people fearful. Take Jiang Qin for example. People's impression of him wasn't only because of his tyrannical strength, but also because of his ferocious way of doing things and means. He would kill as he pleased regardless of the occasion and who the other party was. He would kill according to his own whims. Such a person was the most terrifying and the most difficult to deal with. This was an absolute deterrent force. Seeing that no one dared to speak anymore, Jiang Qin looked at Tyrant and the others and said loudly, "Little monk, let's talk over here." Upon hearing this, Tyrant, Great Master Ran Feng, Han Yan and Yan Chenyu immediately flew over. They had seen everything clearly, but they had already gotten used to Jiang Qin's overbearing manner. Killing the abbot and the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple and slapping the Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace was an incomparably satisfying thing, especially to Tyrant. He had long disliked the Great Lightning Tune Temple and wanted to teach them a lesson. Han Yan had fully comprehended the Great Devil Curse. He believed that it wouldn't take him more than 2 days to break through to the 6th grade Great Saint. Both he and Tyrant had shown a rising trend. There was no one in the younger generation of Saint Origin world who could be their match. "Little monk, are you interested in controlling the Great Lightning Tune Temple?" Jiang Qin asked with a smile, as if the Great Lightning Tune Temple was already in his hands and he could control it whenever he wanted. He didn't need to discuss with the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. "What ability do I have to control the Great Lightning Tune Temple?" Tyrant said, showing a little modesty. "There's no need to be modest, little monk. Your current strength is enough to be called the #1 expert in Buddha sect. Plus, you are the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Everyone knows about Ancestor Green Lotus's prestige in Buddha sect. It's the best choice to let you control the Western Domain Buddhist sect. I hope that Buddhist sect will flourish in your hands and regain its glory in the past. Jiang Qin said. Since that's the case, then this poor monk will accept it. Tyrant didn't refuse. Green Lotus Mountain had been oppressed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple all these years. Now that the day to turn the situation around had arrived, Tyrant naturally wouldn't be polite. Ever since the decline of Buddhist sect, it had been declining year by year. As a genius of Buddhist sect, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent feat if he could bring Buddhist sect back to its former glory. The eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. God made fools of people. All these years, Green Lotus Mountain had been under their surveillance and control. Now that little monk had become the master of Great Lightning Tune Temple, they didn't know how he would treat them. However, no one would say anything about letting little monk become the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. First of all, it was useless to say anything. Secondly, just like what Jiang Qin said, the descendant of ancestor Green Lotus naturally had the right to control Buddhist sect. Furthermore, little monk had already shown his incredible strength. Even those 7th grade great saint eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't a match for him. Roar! 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 The devil waves were monstrous. The devil army had already launched their attack. They weren't far away from the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The war would break out at any moment. Little monk, you will lead the Great Lightning Tune Temple to take the lead. Buddhist sect needs to transform itself in battle. Jiang Qin said. All right. Tyrant's combat intent was monstrous. He was in high spirits when fighting the devil army. Plus, Buddhist sect really needed to transform. All the people of Great Lightning Tune Temple, listen up. Follow me to eliminate the devils and raise the prestige of Buddhist sect. Tyrant roared at the Great Lightning Tune Temple and took the lead to rush towards the devil army. Han Yan and Yan Qinyu followed suit. This was Han Yan's main battlefield. He wouldn't miss any chance to improve himself. The others of Saint Origin Palace, follow me and kill our way into the devil army. Today, they won't be able to return to the devil world. Jiang Chen's body was filled with domineering qi. His body was shrouded in golden light, making him look like a peerless god of war. Through the iron-blooded means just now, no one in Saint Origin Palace dared to disobey his command. Plus, the devil army had already launched their attack. Everyone had to join the battlefield. Desolate Wuling looked at the back of Jiang Qin, doubting Jiang Chen's identity even more. That little monk and the other two are Jiang Chen's friends. Gu Qin didn't hesitate to kill the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for the little monk. Their relationship must be unusual. Plus, Jiang Qin didn't show up in the war in Western Domain. These two people are probably the same person. We must find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. I will send a message to Desolate Palace now, asking the hidden peerless geniuses of Desolate Palace to come to Western Domain and eliminate this man. Cold light flickered in Desolate Wuling's eyes. He was more certain about the identity of Jiang Qin and Gu Qin. In order to get rid of Jiang Qin, the hidden peerless geniuses of Desolate Palace had to take action. The 9th grade great saint was distracted by the super devil saint of the devil race. No one else was a match for Jiang Qin. If he allowed Jiang Qin to continue growing, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 1006. Roar! Roar! Just like what Jiang Qin had expected, Sang Ba's death didn't dampen their morale. Instead, it aroused their fury and brutality, making them even more ferocious in the battle. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Half of the Western Domain, including the Great Lightning Tune Temple and the Devil World, had been plunged into the battlefield. Devil waves billowed up to the sky. Tyrant led the monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple and took the lead. The three supreme Dharma seals blasted everything in their path, sweeping away everything in their path. The monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple followed Tyrant into the battlefield. Gradually, they felt the feeling of the golden age of Buddha's sect. In the golden age of Buddha's sect, they were the nemesis of the devil race, suppressing them to death. Buddha's sect alone was enough to suppress the entire devil world. But now, as soon as the devil race was stirred up, they had to immediately seek help from Saint Origin Palace. As disciples of Buddha's sect, they felt extremely humiliated. Tyrant's strength had allowed them to see the demeanor of Buddha's sect once again. They could see the hope and future of Buddha's sect from the little monk. Gradually, they walked out from the shadow of the death of their abbot. Their combat strength began to soar. Buddha light soared into the sky, truly suppressing the devil race. Everything that Jiang Qin did had its own reasons. Killing the abbot in front of the enemy wouldn't bring any negative impact to the human race. Only in the hands of Tyrant could Buddha's sect truly flourish. Only by experiencing the baptism of life and death could the disciples of Buddha's sect truly transform and rise. This war would be the key to the transformation of Buddha's sect. Western Domain was the symbol of Buddha's sect. Not only Jiang Qin, but many monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple also began to believe that under the leadership of Tyrant, Buddha's sect would certainly return to its former peak. Moreover, Tyrant had an even more convincing identity, the successor of Ancestor Green Lotus. Although Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, his status and influence in Buddha's sect couldn't be replaced by others. Jiang Chen's ferocity was unimaginable. He rushed into the army of the devil race alone and created a storm with a wave of his hand. As the storm swept across, countless devils died tragically and turned into powder. Even the powerful 6th grade and 7th grade devil saints couldn't withstand the storm attack of Jiang Qin. Their huge bodies were crushed on the spot. The Zulong Tower was hidden in Jiang Chen's body, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. All the devils that were killed were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. With the continuous absorption of energy, the 5th floor of the Zulong Tower gradually condensed. Jiang Qin himself had also gained a lot of benefits. New dragon marks began to form on his body. With each new dragon mark, Jiang Chen's combat strength would increase. To put it bluntly, the process of Jiang Chen's battle was a process of constantly improving himself. Such a speed of growth was unimaginable and incomparable to others. Lord Devil Venerable, this is the man who killed Sang Ba. In the sky above the camp of the devil race, someone pointed at Jiang Qin, who was rushing back and forth on the battlefield, and said while gritting his teeth. The devil who was addressed as Devil Venerable was a bald middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His chi was incomparably strong. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 8th grade devil saint. This man is really arrogant. How dare he intrude into the hinterland of the devil race alone? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He killed Sang Ba. Let's join forces and kill this man to avenge Sang Ba. It will be a great blow to the human race to lose such a genius. There was another 8th grade devil saint standing beside the Devil Venerable. His black eyes were flickering with cold light. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Jiang Qin at all. Kill this man, the Venerable said with an expressionless face. Swoosh. As soon as his voice faded, the 8th grade devil saint vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of Jiang Qin. Terrifying devil pressure rippled out like a vast ocean, enshrouding Jiang Qin instantly. Arrogant human brat. How dare you come to this place alone? You are really courting death. Since you killed Sang Ba, I would like to see what kind of ability you have. The 8th grade devil saint transformed back to his true form. He opened his huge mouth that was 3 meters wide, setting off a stinky storm. Then, he pounced at Jiang Qin, as if he wanted to swallow Jiang Qin whole. You want to eat me? I'm afraid your teeth aren't strong enough. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. Given his current strength, dealing with an 8th grade devil saint was a piece of cake. Because of the inherent restraint between them, killing an 8th grade devil saint was much easier than killing desolate Wuling. Clang! The heavenly saint sword turned into a blood-red dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn apart. The sword light was extremely fast. Countless sword qi interweaved into a sword net of the purest yang qi. The purest yang qi alone was enough to restrain the devil. Under such restraint, even a mighty 8th grade devil saint wouldn't be able to exert his full power. Pu qi. Many devils in the surroundings were looking at the sword light that seemed to have come from hell. They initially thought that this human brat would surely die when facing their 8th grade devil saint, but they didn't expect that the scene would turn out like this. The 8th grade devil saint who had opened his mouth was slashed into 2 halves by the heavenly saint sword. Devil blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a foul stench. Roar! The 8th grade devil saint roared angrily. He didn't die even after suffering such a serious injury. After all, he was a mighty 8th grade devil saint. He wouldn't be killed so easily. However, his fate was basically sealed when facing Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wouldn't give him a chance to live. The heavenly saint sword rippled once more. This time, it was even more violent than before. How could the 8th grade devil saint, who was already seriously injured, resist this strike? He was killed on the spot. The terrifying essence qi was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Buzz! The Zulong Tower that was hidden in Jiang Chen's body buzzed and vibrated violently. After devouring and refining an 8th grade devil saint, the 5th level of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed. Awesome! Jiang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Although he hadn't fully unearthed the secrets and uses of the Zulong Tower, he was very clear that the more levels of the Zulong Tower were condensed, the greater the benefits. Now that the 5th level was completely condensed, Jiang Chen had also obtained great benefits. The number of dragon marks he had condensed was more than 100. His essence, qi, and soul had also experienced a slight sublimation, and his cultivation base had become more stable. Chapter 1007. Hua. The surrounding devils were in an uproar. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They naturally knew that this young human was very terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Sang Ba. However, they had never thought that Jiang Qin would be this powerful. Even their 8th grade devil saint was killed in an instant. How could this be possible? As a matter of fact, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to kill an 8th grade great saint unless he transformed into a dragon. However, it was a completely different story when it came to dealing with the devils. The natural restraint of the devils gave Jiang Qin a great advantage. This advantage was unparalleled. The devils were destined to suffer a great loss when they encountered Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. Terrifying waves of qi struck at the surrounding devils. He was like a flood dragon in the vast ocean, wreaking havoc in everything with a casual move. No one was a match for him and no one could withstand his sharpness. Wails lingered in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. A large number of devils died tragically without any resistance. This was a one-sided massacre. Jiang Chen had turned into a peerless war god. If this continued, no matter how many devils there were, they wouldn't be enough for Jiang Chen to kill. Lord Devil Venerable, this man is too powerful. The cultivation technique he cultivates seems to be specially used to restrain the devil race. It's even more powerful than the Buddha sect. The faces of the higher-ups of the devil race changed. Let's attack together and kill this man. The Devil Venerable's facial expression changed as well. However, he had a noble bloodline and a powerful cultivation base. So, he wasn't afraid. Besides, they had so many experts now. He didn't believe that they couldn't kill a human brat. The Devil Venerable attacked. A black devil weapon rushed out from his head. It was a wolf-tooth mace that was full of saw teeth. It was glowing with dark light and covered with complex devil marks. It looked incomparably ghastly and terrifying. The Devil Venerable raised the wolf-tooth mace high. The powerful devil weapon locked onto Jiang Chen's chi and lunged at him. At the same time, the other two 8th grade devil saints launched a pincer attack at Jiang Chen from 3 different directions. Good, all of you, become my nourishment. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with rays of 7-colored light. In the face of 3 powerful 8th grade devil saints, not only was there no trace of fear on his face, but he was also incomparably excited. To him, these powerful devil saints were the top-grade nourishment for him to condense the Zulong Tower. Among the 3 8th grade devil saints, except for the leading Devil Venerable, the other 2 weren't worth mentioning. Jiang Chen could kill them easily. The leading Devil Venerable was slightly stronger. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Devil Saint, only a step away from 9th grade Devil Saint. Furthermore, his bloodline was nobler than the others. In the devil race, the nobler the bloodline was, the more powerful he was. Of course, no matter how strong the bloodline of the devil race was, it would still be restrained by Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill, True Dragon Fire and True Thunder Fire. No matter how powerful an 8th grade devil saint was, there was only one ending for him when he met Jiang Chen, death. Hong Long. The super-spiked mace slammed down. The terrifying devil wave was like a mountain. The mountain was filled with an evil aura that could shake one's soul. Jiang Chen didn't use his dragon transformation, nor did he fight the Devil Venerable head-on. He used the spatial shift and the flaming wings appeared on his back. With the help of these 2 factors, he disappeared with a swoosh, escaping from the target of the super-spiked mace. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of another 8th grade devil saint. Due to his incredible speed, the 8th grade devil saint didn't have the time to react, but Jiang Chen was faster. The heavenly saint sword slashed down, cutting off the head of the 8th grade devil saint with a sound of pu chi. The ancestral dragon pagoda then tore open a hole and devoured the 8th grade devil saint. What? Upon seeing this, the other 8th grade devil saint couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, he turned his spear and charged at Jiang Chen. The same goes for you. You can't even withstand a single strike from me. Jiang Chen didn't put it in his heart. The heavenly saint sword was covered with reddish golden flames. With a slash, the devil weapon in the hand of the 8th grade devil saint was sent flying away. Then, with lightning speed, the sword pierced through the head of the 8th grade devil saint. Bang! A destructive force burst out from the long sword. The huge head of the devil saint exploded with a bang, turning into a mist of blood. The whole scene was extremely bloody and brutal. All the essence of the dead 8th grade devil saint was absorbed by the Zulong Tower in an instant. Damn it! This bastard is merely a 5th grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? The Venerable with the spiked mace finally changed his facial expression. He knew that he had underestimated this human brat from the very beginning. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, 2 of them had already been killed by Jiang Chen. Looking at the ferocious look on Jiang Chen's face, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen even if he attacked him. Swoosh! The Venerable wasn't an idiot. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, so he decided to flee. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The 5 elemental spheres spread out instantly, enshrouding the Devil Venerable before he could escape from the void. At this point, Jiang Qin couldn't care less anymore. He casted out all kinds of techniques. He didn't care about being recognized. The current him didn't care that much about his identity. Plus, the battlefield was in chaos. He had killed his way to the center of the devil race. Even if he casted out some powerful techniques, he wouldn't be discovered. What a powerful domain power. To think that it could actually imprison my main body. After being trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, the devil venerable felt a strong sense of danger. Under the influence of this chi, his mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. You have already attacked. Do you still want to escape? Jiang Chen stood in front of the devil venerable with a long sword in his hand. His whole body was filled with intense killing intent. Devil breaks the army of 10,000. The devil venerable didn't waste any time talking. He immediately went berserk. The mace in his hand danced in the air. Violent devil chi filled up the entire 5 elemental sphere. Within the black devil wave, it was as if there were 10,000 terrifying devils roaring at the same time. Just such a scene and the horrifying screams were enough to make one feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Jiang Chen wasn't affected at all. He slashed out with the heavenly saint sword, tearing the darkness into 2. The devil army collapsed instantly. The devil venerable was forced back by the sword. A huge hole appeared on his chest, and devil blood gushed out. No! I won't die so easily. I have the bloodline of an ancient devil. The devil venerable started going berserk. However, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the lively Jiang Qin, he no longer had any strength to fight back. Die! Jiang Chen moved once more. He became one with the sword, turning into a bright lightning. After rushing past, the head of the devil venerable disappeared. Taking the opportunity, a hole appeared on the Zulong Tower, swallowing the devil venerable whole. Wang Wang. Chapter 1008. The 5 elemental spheres retreated into Jiang Chen's body like a receding tide. With Jiang Chen as the center, there was not a single devil left within 100 miles radius. To the devil race, Jiang Chen was a malignant star. He could easily kill an 8th grade devil saint without any resistance. Unless a 9th grade devil saint personally intervened, anyone who encountered him would end up dead. Currently, most of the 9th grade devil saints of the devil race had been blocked by the experts of Saint Origin Palace. In this battlefield, Jiang Chen was the real overlord. He was like a fish in the water, invincible, and could do whatever he wanted. Another level of the Zulong Tower has been condensed. My combat strength has improved again, but this time, I've only condensed 1 level of the Zulong Tower after devouring 3 8th grade devil saints. It will be even more difficult to condense the 7th level. This thing is like a leech, but with the Zulong Tower, it will be greatly beneficial to me. I can use the Zulong Tower to absorb unlimited energy from the devils and condense dragon marks without affecting my foundation. This is much better than refining the devil soul. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The real secret of the Zulong Tower had to be slowly excavated in the future. For now, the Zulong Tower could play the role of a carrier. It could help Jiang Chen refine the devils from the middle, allowing Jiang Chen to obtain energy without worrying about affecting his foundation. Devil smoke billowed. The flames of war had spread across the entire western domain. Jiang Chen wasn't idling. He was like a ghost on the battlefield, disappearing in a blink and heading to another battlefield. Wherever he went, he would definitely set off a reign of terror. This was an ancient war, the ultimate battle between humans and devils. The battlefield was too wide and the number of devils was too huge. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to end this war in a short period of time. It was normal for a war like this to last for a month. Jiang Qin, Han Yan and Tyrant were the biggest beneficiaries of this war. After Han Yan obtained the Great Devil Curse, he had already advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint during the battle with the devils. Due to the influence of Gu Tianma's bloodline, he was able to restrain most of the devils. Saint Origin Palace, Desolate Palace. There was another spatial zone inside the spatial zone of Desolate Palace. It was rich in immortal qi. It was a true treasure land for cultivation. At this time, a youth in blue combat armor walked out of the spatial zone. He had a head full of blue hair, a high nose bridge and a pair of blue eyes, which made him look somewhat demonic. However, he wasn't from the demon race. The qi he exuded was the qi of a human. The blue-haired youth came to the main hall of Desolate Palace. A white-bearded elder seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Judging from his cultivation grade, he wasn't weaker than Desolate Emperor and Gu Firmament. He was a mighty 9th grade Great Saint. 9th grade Great Saint was the peak of Great Saint, the pinnacle of this world, the existence at the top of the pyramid of Saint Origin world. Supreme Elder. The blue-haired youth bowed respectfully to the elder. Chang Yun, the family has been secretly cultivating you for so long. Now, it's time for you to serve us. The western domain of Saint Origin world is in chaos and the devil race is wreaking havoc. Go and kill a man now. The elder said. Is it someone from the devil race? Asked the blue-haired youth. No, it's a human. This is the information about him. The elder sent out a divine sense, telling everything about Jiang Qin to the blue-haired youth. A puny 5th grade Great Saint actually needs me to kill him personally. The blue-haired youth frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Don't underestimate this man. He is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Your brother, Desolate Changfeng, has been killed by him. The elder said. What? The blue-haired youth was shocked. His face was instantly filled with unconcealable anger. His name was Desolate Changyun, the elder brother of Desolate Changfeng. Naturally, he was infuriated when he heard the news of his brother's death. I'm going to kill him now to avenge my brother. Desolate Changyun clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Without saying anything, he entered the spatial passageway. To him, it was no longer important whether Jiang Qin was a genius or how powerful he was. What was important was that Jiang Qin had killed his brother. He must avenge his brother. Desolate Changyun was one of the supreme geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated. He was now at the peak of 7th grade Great Saint. His body had been cleansed by the immortal qi all year round. Once a peerless genius like him was born, he would surely shake the heavens and earth. He was powerful enough to kill any powerful 8th grade Great Saint. Only a 9th grade Great Saint could suppress him. In the battlefield of Western Domain, the sky was blotted out. The mountains and rivers were broken. Jiang Chen had just killed a large number of devils when he suddenly frowned. A sense of danger rose in his heart. Then, he felt a destructive energy suddenly attacking him from behind. Someone was sneaking up on him. The Great Soul Derivation technique had given him a strong perception. How could he be ambushed by others? Even the assassins of Dark Shadow had failed to assassinate Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin turned abruptly and slashed at the incoming energy with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Hong Long. The unparalleled impact caused a large area of the void to be filled with sparks. The spatial zone was smashed on the spot. Countless waves of the void wreaked havoc in a radius of a few hundred miles. Dang dang dang. Under the impact of this extremely powerful energy, Jiang Qin was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could regain his balance. He raised his head and saw a young man in blue armor standing in front of him. The young man's emotionless eyes were staring at Jiang Qin like a venomous snake, making Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. 7th grade Great Saint. Has the hidden weapon of Desolate Palace finally made its move? Jiang Chen's pupil shrank. If a 7th grade Great Saint could force him back, then it wasn't hard to guess the identity of the opponent. Except for the hidden weapon of Desolate Palace, he couldn't think of any other person who could force him back with just a 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base. After knowing the identity of the opponent, not only did Jiang Chen not feel the slightest fear, but a strong combat intent was aroused. According to Ancestor Green Lotus, each of these geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated was an outstanding genius. They were the true favored sons of the heavens. They had been cleansed by immortal qi all year round and had even been enlightened by immortals. Jiang Chen had long wanted to meet them. Today, he finally had the chance. Jiang Chen could also guess that the arrival of this person must be the work of Desolate Wuling. Sure enough, you have some skills. You are able to stand here unscathed after blocking my attack. I never thought that Gu Palace would have such a genius. Chapter 1009. Facing a formidable enemy, the supreme genius of Desolate Palace, instead of exterminating the devil, you came to deal with me. The way your Desolate Palace does things is really unflattering. Jiang Chen's words were filled with sarcasm. I, Desolate Chongyun, will kill whoever I want. The common people of the world have nothing to do with me. Gu Chen, you have killed my brother, which means that there is an irreconcilable hatred between us. Today, I will personally kill you. You should be proud to die in my hands. Desolate Chongyun said arrogantly. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all because of the absolute suppression of his cultivation base. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. He, Desolate Chongyun, had to eliminate his enemy and display the imposing manner of a genius of Desolate Palace. There were many people like you and said the same words as you, but they all died in the end. So, your ending is the same. Your brother is a good example. Jiang Chen moved his body casually. The tremor didn't affect him at all. After figuring out his opponent's identity, Jiang Chen also understood that today's battle was inevitable. Desolate Chongyun was Desolate Chongfeng's elder brother. Now that he wanted to avenge his brother, there was nothing more to say. In that case, he might as well go all out and fight. Jiang Chen also wanted to have a showdown with the hidden supreme genius of Desolate Palace. Arrogant fool. Desolate Chongyun raised his arm and gently drew a line in the void, directly isolating the void within a radius of hundreds of miles, turning it into a separate battlefield. The battlefield was completely separated from the outside world. Not even the devil qi drifting outside could seep in. This was a closed battlefield. At the same time, Desolate Chongyun had also completely controlled the void here. He had completely locked onto Jiang Chen's qi, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. Gu Chen, that was just a probing attack. You're not a match for me at all. If you surrender now, I might be merciful enough to let you die a quick death. Desolate Chongyun shouted at Jiang Chen. His body was steaming with qi waves. Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death. Jiang Chen also released his powerful aura and immediately transformed into his dragon form. At this point, he felt that there was no longer a need to hide. Even if his identity was exposed, he could still be like a fish in water on this battlefield. More importantly, he had already sensed Desolate Chongyun's strength. Without transforming into his half-dragon form, he was no match for Desolate Chongyun. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his half-dragon form to kill Desolate Chongyun. There's actually such a transformation skill in the world. Xiao Chongyun's expression changed. He could clearly sense that Jiang Chen's battle strength had increased by 10 times after his dragon transformation. Under such circumstances, the gap between him and Jiang Qin had been bridged. Rumble, after Jiang Qin transformed, he immediately launched an attack. He unleashed a tyrannical true dragon palm. Now, he was no longer restrained. He could fight to his heart's content. The huge blood-colored dragon claw was dozens of feet long, and it enveloped Xiao Chongyun. Very powerful. Xiao Chongyun was startled. In a battle between experts, one could see the opponent's true ability with just one move. Just like now, the true dragon palm of Jiang Qin in his dragon transformation actually made Xiao Chongyun feel a trace of pressure. This was unimaginable. Xiao Chongyun had never thought that he would feel pressured by a fifth-grade great saint. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Xiao Chongyun bellowed. The heaven-splitting divine claw was unleashed. This was the unique combat skill of the Desolate family. Many people in the family knew how to use it, but the power and destructive power were different. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Qin had clashed with the heaven-splitting divine claw of the Desolate family, but the heaven-splitting divine claw in Xiao Chongyun's hand was undoubtedly the most powerful one among all the experts he had ever met. Hong Long. The true dragon palm fiercely collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw. The collision was not fancy at all, but it immediately set off thousands of ripples. The battlefield within a radius of hundreds of miles was filled with destructive energy waves, and a large area of the void was completely destroyed. Although the battlefield had been isolated, the powerful shockwaves still spread out, attracting the attention of many people. There is a very powerful energy wave over there. There are at least 8th-grade great saints fighting, but why do I feel that it is a fight between two humans? That's right. Now that the war between humans and devils is going on, what's the point of fighting among ourselves? Many of them noticed the situation of the battle. The devil chi here was extremely sparse. There wasn't any chi of the devil race being emitted from the battlefield. Obviously, it was a fight between two humans. It wasn't supposed to be a fight between humans in a battlefield like the Western Domain. Many of them felt puzzled. On the other side of the battlefield, Desolate Wuling was fighting with an expert of the devil race. After sensing the powerful ripples, his face revealed a hint of joy. They are fighting. Let's go and have a look. Immediately, Desolate Wuling got rid of the expert of the devil race and flew towards the battlefield of Jiang Qin and Desolate Chongyun. When Desolate Wuling arrived, he saw Desolate Chongyun and Jiang Qin fighting fiercely. When he saw Jiang Qin's dragon form, he immediately became excited. Sure enough, just as I expected. Gu Chen is Jiang Qin. He was originally a human. I should have killed this little bastard long ago to allow him to grow to this level. Desolate Wuling's eyes turned red. He had long suspected the identity of Jiang Qin, but he didn't have any evidence. In order to find the evidence, he even sacrificed Desolate Chongfeng's life. Now that he had confirmed the identity of Jiang Qin, he couldn't wait to rush forward and tear Jiang Qin into pieces. At this time, many experts of Saint Origin Palace had also noticed the battle. Many of them couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Jiang Qin in his dragon form. That's Jiang Qin. He has finally appeared. Who is fighting him? It seems to be one of the geniuses of Desolate Palace. I never thought that Desolate Palace would have such a heaven-defying genius. Both of them are fighting. That's Gu Qin. It turns out that Gu Qin is Jiang Qin. Both of them are the same person. My God! This is a big secret. Jiang Qin has killed so many experts of the 6 major families and exchanged them for Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Qin's identity had been exposed. Someone had recognized that Gu Qin was Jiang Qin. This news would spread very quickly. When the experts of the 6 major palaces learned about it, all of them would gnash their teeth in hatred towards Jiang Qin. However, they had no way to seek revenge from Jiang Qin. The war with the devil race was incomparably fierce. No one had the time to deal with Jiang Qin. Furthermore, the human race shouldn't have internal strife at this time. Chapter 10:10. The already chaotic battlefield became even more chaotic because of the battle between Jiang Qin and Desolate Chongyun. This was supposed to be a war between humans and devils, but now, two human geniuses were fighting each other. This was a good thing for the devil race. On the human side, no one stopped the battle between the two. Jiang Chen's identity was already very sensitive. Plus, if the genius of Desolate Palace wanted to take revenge, no one could stop him. Even Gu Firmament had said that he wouldn't participate in the battle between the young generation. However, the fact that Gu Qin was Jiang Qin had a great impact on the 6 major palaces. Many of them hated Jiang Qin to the core, regretting that they had missed the best opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. If they knew that Gu Qin was Jiang Qin, they wouldn't have let him walk out of Saint Origin Palace alive. Jiang Chen's identity was shocking, and so was Desolate Chongyun's appearance. It even made the other 7 palaces feel uncomfortable. Given the current situation of Saint Origin Palace, the strongest among the young generation was only a peak 6th grade Great Saint. There wasn't a young 7th grade Great Saint genius in Saint Origin Palace. This Desolate Chongyun was obviously a hidden genius of Desolate Palace. He didn't even show up when Sangba challenged him. For the past 100 years, the strength of Desolate Palace had been constantly increasing. Now that they had hidden a genius, they couldn't help but wonder what their purpose was. Desolate Palace had Desolate Chongyun, they might have even more terrifying geniuses. In the battlefield, Jiang Qin and Desolate Chongyun had fought for dozens of rounds. Under Jiang Chen's frenzied bombardment, Desolate Chongyun was forced to retreat again and again. He was almost pushed to the edge of the battlefield. Jiang Qin in his dragon form wasn't someone that Desolate Chongyun could deal with. Damn it! How can this bastard be so terrifying? How can such a heaven-defying bastard grow to such an extent? Desolate Chongyun yelled in anger. Given his current cultivation grade, he was almost invincible to anyone below the 9th grade Great Saint. Even a peak 8th grade Great Saint like Desolate Wuling would die if he encountered him. Therefore, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes from the beginning. Now, he was being suppressed by a 5th grade Great Saint, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Such a scene wasn't something that he had ever dreamt of. All these years, he had obtained a lot of high-grade cultivation resources in Desolate Palace. It was his first time fighting a 5th grade Great Saint, but he couldn't defeat a 5th grade Great Saint. This was a humiliation to him. I don't believe that I can't defeat a 5th grade Great Saint. Thunderbolt Immortal Slash. Xiao Chongyun was completely enraged. He took out his long sword. It was a domineering big sword that was full of immortal marks. Obviously, it had been enchanted by an immortal, which made it extremely powerful. An ordinary Great Saint weapon wouldn't be able to contend against it. Hong Long. The terrifying huge sword tore the entire battlefield into 2 halves, slashing at Jiang Chen's head with rolling thunderbolts. This strike had exerted all of Desolate Chongyun's combat strength to the extreme. The chi that was released was enough to deter anyone from 100 miles away from the battlefield. Whether it was the human race or the devil race, no one dared to get close to this terrifying battlefield. Of course, everyone was fighting their own battles. No one would enter the battlefield. Even the experts of the 6 major palaces would only observe the battlefield from the corner of their eyes. This strike is not bad, but it's far from enough to deal with me. I'm not going to let you go. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated crazily. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, intertwining with his dragon wings. With a gentle flap, Jiang Qin vanished from where he stood. At this moment, over 80,000 dragon marks in his body were roaring. Inexhaustible energy was instilled into the Heavenly Saint Sword. At the same time, Jiang Qin and the Heavenly Saint Sword merged into one. The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a 300 meters blood dragon while Jiang Qin turned into a dragon tail, rippling waves like a heavenly river, rushing at desolate Changyun's huge sword. Hong Long. Two earth-shattering huge swords collided with each other with the most powerful qi. This strike almost carried the most powerful strike of Jiang Qin and desolate Changyun. The power that was created was enough to be described as appalling. The battlefield within a radius of several hundred miles collapsed in an instant, turning into a chaotic zone. Thick smoke rolled and covered everything. Many people looked over, and their faces turned ugly when they felt the terrifying qi and waves on the battlefield. Desolate Wuling had been paying attention to the situation here. His face turned stiff when he saw the fight between Jiang Qin and desolate Changyun. With his eyesight, he could tell that even if he was brought into the battlefield, he would die without a doubt. In other words, if Jiang Qin wanted to kill him outside the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it would be a piece of cake. Jiang Qin had become so powerful that desolate Wuling felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He once had a chance to kill Jiang Qin regardless of everything, but he missed it. Now, it was impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin again. This was truly a tragedy for him. This man is too big of a threat. Desolate Wuling couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't get rid of a freak like Jiang Qin as soon as possible, he would become a big threat sooner or later. One day, the entire desolate palace would fall into the hands of this man. That was an unimaginable scene. Barf. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, desolate Changyun spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blue battle armor on his body was cracked. Blood kept flowing out from the wounds on his body. He looked incomparably miserable. Compared to the beginning, his condition was completely different. He had suffered a great shock from the collision just now. His injuries were extremely serious. Although he wasn't at the end of his tether, it was impossible for him to continue fighting against Jiang Qin. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Changyun's body swayed and he chose to escape. Today's battle was the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. However, humiliation was better than losing his life. If he could temporarily keep his life, he could take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to escape, Jiang Qin would never give him the chance to do so. Up until now, none of the enemies who were severely injured by Jiang Qin had been able to escape from him. It's too late to run now. Jiang Qin's voice was transmitted to desolate Changyun's ears like a ghost. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that the void around him had been completely confined. The battlefield had turned into a cage. He raised his head and saw Jiang Qin appearing in front of him. Jiang Qin's speed was too fast for him to react. The ice-cold long sword was right in between his eyebrows. Although the sword hadn't pierced through, desolate Changyun could already feel the ice-cold killing intent from the long sword. It was the taste of death. Don't kill me. Chapter 10-11. Damn it. Desolate Wuling, who had been watching the battle from afar, almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time desolate Changyun fought with Jiang Qin, so he didn't know much about Jiang Qin's character. However, he knew Jiang Qin too well. Jiang Qin was a cruel and merciless man who killed without blinking an eye. It was useless to beg for mercy in front of him. Desolate Changyun's fate had basically been decided after falling into the hands of Jiang Qin. Death was the only thing that awaited him. Pu Qi, just as desolate Wuling had predicted, Jiang Qin's sword pierced through desolate Changyun's head without any hesitation, killing him. Desolate Wuling was so angry that he wanted to jump up after witnessing the tragic death of Desolate Chongyun in Jiang Chen's hands, but there was nothing he could do. When Jiang Chen killed Desolate Chongyun, he was the first one to rush to the scene, ready to avenge Jiang Chen's death. But now, he didn't even have the courage to do so, because he knew very well that if he rushed to the scene now, it would be no different from courting death. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. A lot of people saw how Jiang Chen killed Desolate Chongyun. Even the higher-ups of the 6 major palaces couldn't help showing a trace of fear. They had never seen such a terrifying figure before. The hidden 7th grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace has been killed by Jiang Chen just like that. This is the true #1 genius of the young generation. This Jiang Chen is too scary. A mere 5th grade great saint could easily kill a 7th grade great saint genius. That also means that an 8th grade great saint would die without a doubt. Such combat strength is truly terrifying. He is almost invincible to anyone below the 9th grade great saint. This man has truly grown. If we can't get rid of him as soon as possible, the 6 major palaces will never be able to avenge him. Don't worry. Given the foundation of the 6 major palaces, it won't be a problem to kill him. Although Jiang Chen is strong, a 9th grade great saint can still kill him. Plus, there are some supreme experts hidden in the 6 major palaces who are half-step into the immortal realm. Jiang Chen is overestimating himself if he wants to fight the 6 major palaces alone. However, this man has grown too fast. We can't let him continue to grow. Putting aside the 5 major palaces, Desolate Palace alone will never let him go. No one wasn't shocked. The last time there was a devil incarnate in Saint Origin World was the greatest saint over 100 years ago. Today's Jiang Chen was obviously many times stronger than that greatest saint. His abnormal strength had gone far beyond people's understanding and imagination. Jiang Chen ignored those shocked gazes. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He didn't even bother to retract his dragon form. He grabbed Desolate Chongyun's corpse and threw it down from the sky. Then, he took the long sword in his hand. This sword is engraved with immortal marks. I'm afraid that only Desolate Palace could have such a treasure. It's a rare treasure. I'll give it to Xiaoyu later. I'm sure it won't be bad. Jiang Chen kept the long sword slowly. He wouldn't let go of such a spoil of war. Swoosh. Then, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned to a spot in the void. A cold current overflowed from his body. Old dog, you have been watching for so long. Now, it's your turn. The flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped. He drifted along the edge of the spatial turbulence and appeared beside Desolate Wuling in the blink of an eye. Currently, Desolate Wuling was facing a powerful devil, an 8th grade devil saint. Both of them were fighting fiercely, but the devil saint's facial expression changed when he saw an uninvited guest. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. Whether it was the human race or the devil race, Jiang Chen was a star of calamity. After witnessing the terror of Jiang Chen, the devil saint didn't dare to have any thoughts of fighting him. Seeing that the 8th grade devil saint was fleeing, Jiang Chen struck out the True Dragon Palm. True Dragon Fire and True Thunder Fire rolled out from the giant dragon claw, enshrouding the 8th grade devil saint in an instant. Arg! The 8th grade devil saint let out a blood-curdling scream and was burned to ashes in an instant. Jiang Chen could easily kill an 8th grade devil saint in his true form, let alone in his dragon form. Killing an 8th grade devil saint was as easy as killing a chicken, as effortless as blowing off dust. After killing the 8th grade devil saint, Jiang Chen turned to Desolate Wuling. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. The first thing he wanted to do was to kill this old man. This man had been plotting against him all the time. Jiang Chen had long wanted to get rid of him. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Desolate Wuling's face turned pale. He could feel the cold killing intent overflowing from Jiang Chen's body. Fear rose in his heart. What am I doing? You are so smart. Can't you see it? Old man, you have always been going against me. You have tried your best to figure out my identity and put me to death. Now, you know who I am. I am Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen is me. I will give you the chance to kill me now. Make your move first. Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes glinted with cold light. It was so cold that it didn't carry any emotion. Jiang Chen, we are now facing a formidable enemy. Instead of killing the devil, you came to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Saint Origin Palace? Desolate Wuling said. Ha! Bullshit Saint Origin Palace. Let me tell you, I, Jiang Chen, only have myself in my eyes. Nothing can suppress me. The devil race is my enemy and so is your desolate palace. You, Desolate Wuling, are the first one I want to kill. Since you aren't going to make your move, I will. Jiang Chen's heroic spirit soared up to the sky. He was extremely domineering. The terrifying true dragon palm was unleashed once again. It turned into a cage as big as a mountain and fell down from the sky, completely trapping Desolate Wuling within it. Desolate Wuling's expression became extremely ugly. He immediately unleashed all his skills, unleashing all the energy in his body in an attempt to break Jiang Chen's cage. However, he found out that the dragon claw was indestructible, and he couldn't break it at all. Jiang Chen, you are a heartless beast. Desolate Palace will never let you go if you kill me. You will suffer so much pain that you will wish you were dead. You will die miserably. Desolate Wuling roared crazily. He knew that he was going to die today. There was no chance for him to survive. Desolate Palace is nothing. Sooner or later, I will annihilate every single one of you. I might as well tell you that I already know all the secrets of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is going to die. Those monstrous geniuses that you have been hiding will also be killed by me. Those immortals that didn't ascend will eventually become ghosts in my hands. Unfortunately, you won't be able to witness such a scene. Jiang Chen's dragon aura was vast and mighty like a peerless devil god. Every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Desolate Wuling's body. You, how did you know all these? Desolate Wuling widened his eyes. This time, he was truly terrified. It was impossible for outsiders to know the secrets of Desolate Palace, but Jiang Chen knew all of them. How could he not be shocked? Go to hell. Chapter 10-12. After killing Desolate Wuling, Jiang Chen returned to his human form and vanished without leaving a trace. He rushed into the battlefield again. His identity had been completely exposed and there was no need for him to hide anymore. In this vast battlefield of Western Domain, apart from the ancient people and the demon race, everyone else was his enemy. He would still try his best to kill the devils, but if any of the experts from the 6 major palaces dared to find trouble with him, they would end up like Desolate Wuling and Desolate Chongyun. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to them. Furthermore, Jiang Chen knew very well that the monstrous geniuses of Desolate Palace weren't just Desolate Chongyun. He was afraid that Desolate Chongyun was the weakest among them. The true monstrous geniuses hadn't appeared yet. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them. He was looking forward to meeting the monstrous geniuses of Desolate Palace. Clashing with such geniuses would only make his blood boil and make him feel more interested. The news that Gu Qin was Jiang Chen spread like a storm. The news of the death of Desolate Wuling and Desolate Chongyun spread like wildfire. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread across the entire battlefield of Western Domain, and all the experts of the 8 major palaces would know about it. However, it was useless even if they knew about it. Desolate Wuling was already dead. Who among the 6 major palaces would dare to deal with Jiang Qin, unless a 9th-grade great saint took action personally? However, all the 9th-grade great saints that came from Saint Origin Palace were fighting against the super devil saints of the devil race. They had opened up the extraterritorial battlefield and couldn't pay attention to what was happening here. In other words, in this vast battlefield where there were no 9th-grade great saints, Jiang Qin was the absolute king, the strongest existence. No one from the devil race or the human race was a match for him. Anyone who wanted to kill him would only end up with one ending, death. Damn! He's too ruthless. Desolate Wuling has been killed by him. This Jiang Qin has completely grown up. Only a 9th-grade great saint can kill him. We shouldn't defend him now. Otherwise, this man will be ruthless. He won't care about the war with the devil race. He will still kill us. Everyone in Dan Palace, listen up. Stay away from that crazy devil, Jiang Qin. He is 100 times more dangerous than the devils of the devil race. We have missed the best time for revenge. After the war with the devil race is over, the first thing we have to do is to kill this man. We can't let him grow any further. He's just too scary. He can easily kill an 8th-grade great saint while he's only a 5th-grade great saint. If he reaches the 6th-grade great saint, won't he be able to fight a 9th-grade great saint? If he continues to grow, I'm afraid that Shur Palace will fall in his hands. Kill. We must kill this man. After this battle is over, we must gather all the 9th-grade great saints to eliminate this little monstrous genius. The higher-ups of the 6 major palaces felt a trace of fear. The existence of Jiang Qin was just too scary. He was a serious threat to the 6 major palaces. In this battlefield, there was no one who could fight against Jiang Qin. The scariness of Jiang Qin wasn't only because of his heaven-defying combat strength, but also his heaven-defying speed of growth. It was so fast that they couldn't react to it. The higher-ups of the 6 major palaces weren't fools. They knew very well that if such a monstrous genius was allowed to grow any further, it would only be a matter of time before the end of the 6 major palaces would come. The flames of war spread across the prairie. The entire void of the Western Domain had been covered by destructive energy. Layers of void battlefields were formed. The spatial zone was broken layer by layer, touching the world barrier of Saint Origin World. Such a fierce battle wouldn't happen even once in 1,000 years. Such a battle was extremely tragic. People were dying all the time. However, such a battle was a rare life and death experience for both the human race and the devil race. Everything in the world, whether it was the human race, the demon race, the monster race, or any other species, had the same characteristic, that was, if a race really wanted to be strong and grow, it had to experience the battlefield of life and death. Only by experiencing the baptism of blood could a powerful race be created. After a day and a night in the violent battlefield, Jiang Qin's cultivation had advanced to the peak of 5th-grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the 6th-grade Great Saint. In such a battle, he could reap great benefits at all times. More than half of the 7th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. It seemed that the 7th floor would be completely condensed in another half a day. Corpses and bones were piled up. Every battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the extraterritorial battlefield, 9th-grade Great Saint of the Devil race had fallen. Of course, the human race had also suffered some losses. There were also 9th-grade Great Saints who were almost killed. The 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace had suffered a great loss, but there were also a lot of benefits in this war. Tyrant and Han Yen were undoubtedly the ones who had benefited the most in this war besides Jiang Qin. Tyrant had edified 3 8th-grade great saints, basically sweeping the battlefield. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-grade great saint, only a step away from the 7th-grade great saint. Han Yen, on the other hand, was truly terrifying. After acquiring the Great Devil Curse and adding the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he had become the real nemesis of the devil race. After absorbing countless devil souls, his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the 6th-grade great saint. Just like Tyrant, he was only a step away from the 7th-grade great saint. De Huang Dog was slightly inferior to Han Yen, but he was still incomparably terrifying. As he wandered around different battlefields, the devil's souls had become his biggest supplement. He could digest anything and everything. No one knew how many powerful devil souls he had consumed, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the 5th-grade great saint. It seemed that even if he didn't consume any more devil souls, he would only need to digest the energy in his body to advance to the 6th-grade great saint in a day. The existence of Jiang Qin, Tyrant and Han Yen had killed a large number of experts of the devil race, causing the devil race to show signs of collapse. The battlefield was constantly moving towards the devil world. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the devil race to retreat. Roar! Roar! And right at this time, a devilish roar suddenly came from the direction of the devil realm. This voice was ancient and gloomy, making people feel incomparably uncomfortable. This voice seemed to be some kind of summon, an order issued by the highest echelon of the devil realm. The instant this voice rang out, the devil race army that had been fighting desperately actually retreated like a receding tide. Their speed was extremely fast, and in just 10 minutes, they had all retreated into the devil realm. Not only the devils below, but also the 9th-grade devil saints in the extraterritorial battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock and some excitement. Immediately, they left the experts of Saint Origin Palace behind and entered the devil world in the blink of an eye, completely closing the gate of the devil world. Chapter 10-13. What's going on? Why did the devil race suddenly retreat? Narong Yunho was puzzled. Something might have happened inside the devil realm. I sensed some unusual movements inside the devil realm just now. However, these movements were concealed by some experts. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why the devil race retreated so quickly should be related to these movements. Otherwise, with the devil race's ferocious nature, they wouldn't have retreated so quickly. One must know that although the devil race was at a disadvantage in the previous battles, they were still far from being completely defeated. Gu Firmament said. His eyes were looking at the direction of the devil world, trying to guess what had happened inside. In my opinion, we should invade the devil world directly. Sure, Palace Master's chi shook the sky. As soon as his voice faded, he had already flown to the entrance of the devil world and was about to tear it apart with his bare hands. Hong Long. The void of the devil world was smashed in an instant, but the entrance wasn't completely opened. Inside the devil world, a dozen super devil saints had jointly laid out a seal. The devil race had actually sealed all of them inside the devil world in a very short period of time. It seemed like they were going to end the war once and for all. Something must have happened inside the devil world. Brother Gu, what should we do now? Should we join hands to break the seal? The palace master of Dan Palace looked at Gu Firmament. The eyes of the others also fell upon Gu Firmament. Now that Gu Firmament was the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace, he was the leader of Saint Origin Palace. Only he could make the decision on such a big matter. No, the devil world is different from the Western domain. It's the hinterland of the devil race. Due to the influence of the environment, our combat strength will be suppressed when we enter the devil world. Moreover, we don't know what has happened inside the devil race. If we force our way into the devil world, we will definitely suffer a crazy counterattack from the devil race, which won't do us any good. Gu Firmament shook his head and said. After recuperating for so long, the devil race's foundation was already very strong. The western region was the hinterland of Buddhism, but it was already so difficult for them to fight a war here. If they entered the devil realm, they would be affected by the environment and the human race would not be able to gain any advantage. Brother Gu is right. We won't be able to gain any advantage even if we attack the devil world. Since the devil race has retreated, I think they won't come out in a short period of time. In my opinion, we should return to St. Origin Palace for the time being. This time, the preparation for this trip was done in a hurry. We can go back and make more preparations. We can mobilize the higher-ups of the devil race to be ready for war. As long as the devil race dares to appear again, we will give them a heavy blow. Desolate Emperor suggested. Looks like that's the only way. Nayland Yunhe nodded in agreement with Desolate Emperor's words. All right. Go and inform your people. Tell St. Origin Palace to withdraw temporarily and prepare for the battle. Gu Firmament nodded. Thick smoke billowed across the battlefield. The 8 palace lords issued the order to retreat to their respective clans. The experts of the various clans gathered in their own camps. At this time, Jiang Chen and Han Yan gathered together. Little Chenzi, what should we do now? Your identity has been exposed. I'm afraid that the 6 major palaces won't let you go. Han Yan said. Damn it. I have no idea what happened to the devil race that made them retreat in advance. This has completely disrupted my plan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. His original plan was to continue this war until the end. In that case, he would be able to improve his cultivation grade in this war. As long as he advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint, he would be able to deal with a 9th grade Great Saint. At that time, he wouldn't need to be afraid of the 5 major palaces and would only need to focus on dealing with Desolate Palace. He didn't expect that the devil race would retreat all of a sudden, disrupting all his plans. Now that his identity had been exposed, those 9th grade Great Saints in the extraterritorial battlefield still didn't know his identity. Once they knew, they would definitely unite to kill him. Given the deep hatred between them, not even the alliance of Gu Palace and Demon Palace could protect him. This wasn't the situation he wanted to see. It wouldn't do Jiang Chen any good to fall out with them now. Instead, it would bring a threat to Gu Palace and Demon Palace. In my opinion, we should enter the devil world directly. Firstly, we can temporarily avoid the revenge of the 6 major palaces. Secondly, we can also find out what happened in the devil world. Perhaps, we might even get some benefits. Don't forget that Yan has the bloodline of Gu Tianmo. Now that he has obtained the Great Devil Curse, he is the true orthodox descendant of the devil race. He will be like a fish in water when he enters the devil world. Both of Big Yellow's eyes were glowing. He was looking forward to entering the devil realm, a dangerous place like this. But the gateway of the devil world has been sealed by the Super Devil Saint. How are we going to get in? Yan Chenyu asked doubtfully. Jia. Xiao Yu, this isn't Master Dog's strong point. With the few of us working together with Yan's Gu Tianmo bloodline, it will be a piece of cake for us to pass through the seal. Even the Super Devil Saint won't be able to find us. The Huang Dog revealed a complacent smile. As someone who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations, there was no seal in this heaven and earth that couldn't be broken. Alright, let's go to the devil world. Jiang Chen said. He was never one to drag his feet. Given the current situation, entering the devil world was the best choice. Otherwise, there would be no place for him in the entire Saint Origin world. Once he came out of the devil world, it would be difficult for the 6 major palaces to deal with him. Ha! It must be quite dangerous for us to enter the demon realm at this time. Something big must have happened in the demon realm. Right now, everyone is on full alert. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Grandpa Monk, count me in. Tyrant burst into laughter. How could he miss out on such an exciting event? It had been a long time since he and his brothers fought side by side. Just like what Tyrant said, entering the devil world at this time was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But as the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. With the current cultivation base of Jiang Chen and his brothers, any one of them would be able to take charge. Plus, they had the means to restrain the devil race. Therefore, they wouldn't be afraid even if they encountered any danger. In this heaven and earth, they were probably the only ones who dared to enter the devil world at this time. Chen Gij, I won't be going. I will meet up with the ancient people later. You guys have to be careful in the devil world. Yan Chenyu looked at Jiang Qin. Her eyes were filled with concern and love. Little you have to take care of yourself. Also, you have to protect the people of the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen placed his hand on Yan Chenyu's cheek. A rare trace of gentleness appeared on his face. Yan Chenyu's thoughtfulness made his heart ache. Yan Chenyu knew very well that the fewer people in the devil world at this time, the better. Although her cultivation base wasn't weak, among them, only her 9-yin physique couldn't truly restrain the devil race. Therefore, Yan Chenyu was considerate enough to not follow them. She was afraid that Jiang Chen and the others would be distracted because of her. Don't worry, Chen Gij. I won't let any harm come to my family. Yan Chenyu nodded her head vigorously. After that, she turned around and disappeared, heading toward the ancient people's camp. Let's go now before the experts of the 6 palaces react. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. De Huang Dog urged. Without wasting any time, the 3 men and the dog turned into 4 blurs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With their speed, when they reappeared, they were already in front of the gate of the devil world. Buzz, even though they were still far away from the gate, they could clearly feel the trembling sound of the seal coming from behind the gate. The sound carried a trace of eerie feeling, causing one's soul to tremble. This seal is very simple. It can stop any living beings apart from the devil race, but it won't stop the devil race. Therefore, we don't have to waste any effort. Ah Yen, use your Gu Tianma bloodline to envelop the 3 of us. It's best if you put us inside your domain. De Huang, Tyrant, the 3 of us will conceal our auras. Jiang Chen was able to see through this seal at first glance. It was a seal that was specially set up to stop humans from entering, but it had no effect on the devils of the devil race. It was impossible for ordinary people to pass through this seal as they would definitely suffer the backlash of the seal. However, this powerful seal had no effect on Jiang Chen and the others. With Han Yan's bloodline, he could easily pass through this seal. All right. Han Yan nodded his head, then enveloped Jiang Chen and the other 2 with his domain. The 3 of them concealed all their qi, and even held their breaths, not letting any of it leak out. Han Yan strode forward and entered the gate of the devil world. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, such a seal had no effect on him. On the other side, the experts of the 8 major palaces had gathered together. The identity of Jiang Chen had also been spread to the 9th grade great saints of the 8 major palaces. Not good. How could this brat be so careless? He has exposed his identity so quickly. Gu Firmament frowned. He could guess the reaction of the 6 major palaces almost without thinking. Jiang Chen had killed all the patriarchs of their pure land and a large number of elders and geniuses. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Now that his identity had been exposed, even if the Gu Palace and Demon Palace joined forces, they wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Qin. What? That Gu Chen is Jiang Qin. Damn it. Where is this little bastard? I must kill him. Jiang Qin was furious. Damn it. I should have thought of this earlier. How could there be two heaven-defying geniuses in this world? Moreover, both of them are related to the ancient people. It turns out that they are the same person. Where is he? We must kill him now. We can't let him grow any further. This man is too big of a threat. Find him, help me find him. Find Jiang Qin immediately. There's no place for him in the entire Saint Origin realm, he must be killed by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 10:14. The people of the 6 major palaces were infuriated. For a long time, their biggest enemy, the enemy that they wanted to get rid of, was right under their noses. However, they had lost the opportunity to kill Jiang Qin again and again, giving Jiang Qin unlimited space to grow. This was an incomparably detestable thing. Desolate Emperor was the angriest one. Ever since Jiang Qin transformed into Gu Qin, Desolate Palace had suffered the most serious loss compared to the other 5 major palaces. Not to mention the fact that a few of their geniuses had been killed, even their great elder, Desolate Wuling, was killed by Jiang Qin. If this wasn't enough to infuriate them, then the tragic death of Desolate Changyun was enough to make Desolate Emperor cough out blood. These were the supreme geniuses that they had secretly cultivated. Each of them had spent a lot of energy, time and resources on them. Now, they were all killed by Jiang Qin. How could he not feel sad? More importantly, the fact that there were hidden geniuses in Desolate Palace had been exposed. Fortunately, Desolate Changyun was just a 7th grade great saint, which could be explained as a genius of Desolate Palace who had just advanced. Even so, the appearance of Desolate Changyun had aroused the dissatisfaction and suspicion of the other major palaces. This made Desolate Emperor secretly make a decision. It seemed like the plan of Desolate Palace could be carried out in advance. Their anger soared to the sky. The 9th grade great saints of the 6 major palaces began to release their terrifying divine sense, scanning everywhere, not only the Western domain, but also the entire divine continent. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin, not even a trace of his qi. Damn it. This bastard must have escaped. I have no idea where this little bastard has gone to. We can't even find a trace of him. It's as if he has completely vanished from the heavens and earth. This man is too dangerous and his way of doing things is too cunning and vicious. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a big problem. This man is only a 5th grade great saint, but he has been able to escape from the joint search of so many experts. This is unbelievable. The experts of the 6 major palaces deeply felt the huge potential threat of Jiang Qin. As powerful 9th grade great saints, they hadn't felt threatened for a long time. They were the existences at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. As a matter of fact, although Jiang Qin's means were brilliant, it hadn't reached the level that they had imagined. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they wouldn't have thought that Jiang Qin had already entered the devil world. One should know that the master of Shi Palace had personally attacked the gateway of the devil world, which proved that the gateway of the devil world had been completely sealed by the devil experts. Even a 9th grade great saint wouldn't be able to enter the devil world without a trace, let alone Jiang Qin. The sudden disappearance of Jiang Qin made the people of Gu Palace heave a sigh of relief. No matter how much the 6 major palaces wanted to kill Jiang Qin, they couldn't do anything now that Jiang Qin wasn't here. Given the current situation, even if Jiang Qin was here, the alliance of Gu Palace and Demon Palace wouldn't be able to protect him. The 6 major palaces certainly wouldn't compromise, but since Jiang Qin wasn't here, there was no need for Gu Palace and Demon Palace to protect him. Even if the 6 major palaces had the strength, they wouldn't be able to do so. Good boy, you are very shrewd. Gu Firmament revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He admired Jiang Qin even more. He had long known about Jiang Chen's identity, but he didn't expect that it would be exposed so soon. Now, it seemed that Jiang Qin had already anticipated the situation, which was why he had escaped in advance. What shocked Gu Firmament was the same as the experts of the 6 major palaces. He was shocked by the means of Jiang Chen's escape. A 5th-grade great saint was able to escape from so many 9th-grade great saints. After all, it had only been a short time since Jiang Chen's identity was exposed. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to escape under the eyes of so many 9th-grade great saints. However, the reality was that Jiang Qin had completely disappeared without a trace. Gu Firmament, it must be you who hid Jiang Qin. Otherwise, how could a puny 5th-grade great saint escape so fast? Desolate Emperor turned his spear and pointed it at Gu Firmament. That's right, Gu Firmament. Don't tell me that you don't know Jiang Chen's identity. Gu Palace is going against the 6 major palaces by shielding him. I advise you to hand over Jiang Qin immediately. This man has killed so many of our people. He must be punished. Narong Yunhe spoke aloud. The 6 major palaces had the same stance on the issue of Jiang Qin. The other 4 palace masters also stepped forward, pressuring Gu Firmament. As a matter of fact, they knew very well that Gu Firmament had been with them all this time. There was no chance for him to hide Jiang Qin from them, but they couldn't swallow their frustration. It's really funny. All of you are the masters of a palace. Why are your words so childish? We have been fighting against the super devil saint of the devil race. What ability do I, Gu Firmament, have to hide a living man in front of all of you? Besides, I have just learned about Jiang Chen's identity just like all of you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gu Firmament flicked his sleeve. Now that the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace was no longer useful, he might as well act shamelessly. Anyway, Jiang Qin wasn't here. All of you want to kill Jiang Qin, but you have to pay attention to your own identity and status. Brother Gu has been with us all this time. Given your ability, if Brother Gu wants to hide Jiang Qin, it's impossible that none of you will notice it. Heavenly Peking said loudly. At this moment, he was absolutely on Gu Firmament's side unconditionally. Heavenly Peking also valued Jiang Chen's potential, plus the relationship between De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. It was destined that Demon Palace and Gu Palace would be bound together. For a moment, Desolate Emperor and the others were speechless. Although they knew very well that Gu Firmament, as the Palace Master of Gu Palace, must know the identity of Jiang Qin, but now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, there was no point in continuing to pester him. Furthermore, Heavenly Peking was right. Everyone present was a top-notch expert in Saint Origin World. Any one of them was no weaker than Gu Firmament. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Firmament to hide Jiang Qin in front of them. Gu Firmament, since you said that you didn't know the identity of Jiang Qin, fine. From now on, the 6 palaces will send supreme experts to search for Jiang Qin and kill him. Gu Palace is not allowed to help us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the wrath of the 6 palaces isn't something that Gu Palace and Demon Palace can bear. Desolate Emperor said sternly. Not getting rid of Jiang Qin earlier had caused Desolate Palace to suffer such a heavy loss. This made him extremely angry and depressed. If he had killed Jiang Qin earlier, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Let's talk about it after you find him. Gu Firmament shrugged, showing an indifferent face. He was now very confident in Jiang Qin. Firstly, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was very strong. Secondly, Jiang Chen was brave and resourceful. He had predicted the current situation in advance and made a plan to deal with it. This showed that if Jiang Chen wanted to hide, not even the 9th grade great saints of the 6 palaces would be able to find him. Let's go. Desolate Emperor didn't want to waste any more time. He turned and led the people of Desolate Palace towards the Desolate family of Pure Land. If they wanted to return to Saint Origin Palace, they had to pass through the spatial passageway of the Desolate family. Desolate Emperor's face looked gloomy. After returning to Saint Origin Palace, Desolate Palace would have to carry out their grand plan that they had been hiding for 100 years. Devil World. Rolling devil waves were rolling everywhere. The entire devil world seemed to have fallen into another kind of chaos. After Jiang Chen and the others came in, they still didn't dare to release their qi. The whole devil world was filled with devils. The security was extremely tight. Plus, each of the devils had a special signaling talisman in their hands. If there was any accident, they would be able to spread the news at the first instance. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? I feel like I can't even move an inch. Asked Han Yen. Get close to a devil saint that has a similar cultivation base. I will edify him with the edifying light and ask him about what happened in the devil world. Jiang Chen said in Han Yan's domain. All right. Han Yan scanned with his divine sense and locked onto a 2nd grade devil saint not far away. There was no one around this 2nd grade devil saint. He was the target. Since he wanted to ask about the situation, he had to find a devil with a certain status. A powerful devil saint was the one with the highest status. If it was an ordinary devil, he was afraid that he wouldn't be qualified to know what happened. Han Yan's entire body was shrouded in devil qi, completely fusing with the aura of the devil realm. Therefore, no one would suspect that he was actually a human when he walked in the devil realm. When the 2nd grade devil saint saw Han Yan walking towards him, he couldn't help but frown. This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. The devil race was too big. It was normal for there to be a devil saint that he had never seen before. However, if it was a young 6th grade devil saint, he must have seen him before, or at least heard of him. Such a genius had reached the 6th grade devil saint at such a young age. Even if he couldn't be compared to Sang Ba who died a tragic death, his name would definitely spread across the devil race. It was a little strange that he, a powerful 2nd grade devil saint, had never seen him before. Who are you? The 2nd grade devil saint asked. Han Yan didn't say anything. He just grinned. Instantly, the 2nd grade devil saint had a bad premonition. However, before he could react, a ray of light that represented light appeared in front of his face like lightning and entered his mind. The 2nd grade devil saint's body shook. He hastily bowed respectfully towards Han Yan's domain. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, edifying a 2nd grade devil saint with the edifying light was an incomparably easy task. He could make the opponent unable to resist at all. Let me ask you, what happened in the devil world? Jiang Chen asked. Master, there is a commotion in the Devil Mountain. It seems that a supreme treasure of the devil race that had disappeared for a long time is about to appear. Chapter 10:15. Upon hearing the word supreme treasure, the eyes of Jiang Chen and the others lit up. They didn't know what kind of place the Devil Mountain was, but they were sure that it was an important place of the devil race. A supreme treasure that could attract the attention of all the higher-ups of the devil race and make them give up on attacking the Western domain must be extraordinary. Where is the Devil Mountain? Asked Jiang Chen. It's at the center of the devil world. Most of the higher-ups of the devil race have gathered at the Devil Mountain, waiting for the birth of the supreme treasure. The security is very tight, said the second-grade devil saint truthfully. The second-grade devil saint spoke truthfully. After being edified, he only recognized Jiang Chen as his master. He wouldn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's orders and questions. In fact, to the people of the devil race, being edified by Jiang Chen was actually a good thing. At least, up until now, those who were edified by Jiang Chen were still alive and well. None of them died. Those who weren't edified were basically killed when they met Jiang Chen. Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. Don't tell anyone about how we came here, or else I'll kill you instantly. Jiang Chen said in a dignified tone. I dare not. Master, please be careful. The second-grade devil saint was instantly filled with fear and trepidation. Then, following the guidance of the second-grade devil saint, Han Yen quickly headed towards the Devil Mountain. With the protection of Gu Tianmo, they were like fish in water when they entered the heavily guarded devil world. Basically, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Little Chen, this move of yours is just too amazing. It's simply the nemesis of the devil race. You can make the unruly devil saint listen to you in an instant, not daring to disobey you. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Although it was not the first time he had seen Jiang Chen perform the edifying light, he was still shocked. For those who did not understand the essence of the edifying light, it was indeed unbelievable and incomprehensible. The edifying light is the essence of Buddhism. It is said to be the most important part of the Great Compassion Mantra. It is the nemesis of the demon clan. However, the power of the edifying light depends on the user's strength. If it is used on someone who is much stronger than the user will be harmed. It is a pity that I can't obtain the complete Great Compassion Mantra. I wonder how powerful this secret scripture of Buddhism will be. Tyrant explained. When he thought of the Great Compassion Mantra of the Buddhist path, he was filled with yearning. As a member of the Buddhist path, there was no one who did not yearn for the Great Compassion Mantra. Let's not talk about this first. A supreme treasure of the devil race is about to appear. This is a big event. A supreme treasure that can make the upper echelons of the devil race give up on the war must be extraordinary. I'm afraid such a grand event of the devil race only appears once in thousands of years. This time, we've made it. Jiang Chen said. That's right. Ah Yen, I'm afraid this is also a rare opportunity for you in thousands of years. The Huang dog looked at Han Yen. What does it have to do with me? Han Yen was stunned. How could it not matter? It matters a lot. I'm afraid your bloodline is the noblest in the devil race. Moreover, you're also proficient in the great devil curse. The supreme treasures of the devil race are generally spiritual. If you can obtain it, the benefits will be boundless. Jiang Chen smiled. It depends on my luck. Han Yen shrugged. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were right. For him, this was indeed a rare opportunity. However, we can't be impatient. The Demon Mountain is the most dangerous place right now. We must maintain a basic level of calmness. No matter what we do, we must not expose ourselves. Once we are exposed, we will be doomed eternally. At that time, even the gods will not be able to save us. Jiang Chen's tone became solemn. Han Yen and Tyrant nodded. They were not fools. They knew very well that Jiang Chen's words were not just to scare them. They had trespassed into the hinterland of the devil race. Once their identities were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Nether Devil Mountain was located at the center of the eerie devil world. It was not a mountain range, but a solitary mountain peak. It was a black mountain that was more than 1,000 zhang tall. Thick smoke billowed on its surface, and dense devil chi filled the air. At this moment, with the Devil Mountain as the center, the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with devils. They were divided according to their ranks and cultivation base. All the devils were looking at the peak of the devil world with a solemn expression. The scene was too quiet, so quiet that it was hard to breathe. At the place closest to the devil world, a dozen super devil saints stood solemnly. Even with their high status, they still showed respect when facing the towering Devil Mountain. Jiang Chen and the others might not know that the Devil Mountain had the same position in the hearts of the devil race as the suspended tower was in the hearts of the devil race. It was a mountain that had existed for a long time and was a symbol of the devil race. The inside of the Devil Mountain was a self-proclaimed space. Over the years, many inheritances had appeared in it, which had cultivated many experts and geniuses for the devil race. The number one genius of the devil race, Sangba, was one of them. Sangba had obtained the great devil curse in the devil race. Today, there was an unusual movement in the Devil Mountain. A supreme treasure was about to be born. This was a major event for the entire devil race. It was similar to the time when the 9th level of the suspended tower lit up in the demon race. All of them were looking forward to the birth of a supreme treasure. This treasure might be the biggest bargaining chip to change the fate of the devil race. It might be a great opportunity to revitalize the devil race. It might be the greatest reliance for the devil race to break out of the devil world and dominate the entire Saint Origin world. Therefore, everyone in the devil race was incomparably excited. They were all looking forward to the birth of the supreme treasure. Han Yen silently came to the periphery of the Devil Mountain without arousing the slightest suspicion of the devil race. This was very normal. After all, Han Yan's body was emitting the qi of the devil race. Moreover, all of the devil race's attention was focused on the Devil Mountain. There were thousands of devils gathered here. Who would pay attention to a single one of them? Hong Long. The peak of the Demon Mountain shook once again, causing the entire mountain to shake. Seeing this, countless people from the demon clan became excited once again. This was the 5th time that the Demon Mountain had shaken, and the frequency of each tremble was getting faster and faster. In other words, the time for the supreme treasure to be born wasn't far away. Jiang Chen and the others saw traces of black light at the peak of the lofty Devil Mountain. Even though it was shrouded by layers of black devil qi, it still couldn't stop the flickering of the light, allowing them to see it clearly. My God, this scene is too spectacular. So many devils have gathered together. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. Little Chenzi, when do you think the supreme treasure will be born? Asked Tyrant. It's hard to say. The movement of the Devil Mountain isn't that big. I'm afraid it will take some time, maybe even a few days. Jiang Chen looked at the Devil Mountain and said faintly. A few days. So long. Master Dog can't wait any longer. The Huang Dog's face was gloomy. Damn dog, you have to wait even if you can't wait. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen glared at the Huang Dog. This dog was the most impatient one. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford to cause any trouble. Saint Origin Palace. After the experts of the 6 major palaces returned, they immediately prepared to deal with Jiang Chen. Each major palace sent out a 9th grade great saint to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. At this time, they couldn't care less about their reputation because no one in the younger generation was a match for Jiang Chen. Attacking him would only be courting death. Desolate Wuling was already dead. An 8th grade great saint would be courting death if they fought Jiang Chen. Only the powerful 9th grade great saints would be able to deal with Jiang Chen personally. Narang Palace. In the depths of a spatial zone, a few powerful 9th grade great saints gathered together. Each of them was exuding a noble qi. Among them, there were 3 elders who were the strongest. There were traces of immortal qi floating around their bodies. Their cultivation had exceeded the 9th grade great saint and had reached the half-step human immortal realm. The human immortal realm was the first realm after advancing from the saint realm to the immortal realm. However, a half-step human immortal wasn't a true human immortal after all. Fundamentally speaking, they hadn't truly broken away from the mortal realm. They were the three mighty supreme elders of Narang Palace, supreme experts of half-step human immortal realm. Even the palace master, Narang Yunha, had to be respectful when he saw these three powerful old ancestors. These three people wouldn't show up normally. Given their cultivation base, they wouldn't care about anything. They would only show up when Narang Palace was in a life-and-death situation. Their only wish was to break through to the human immortal realm and ascend to the legendary immortal world. I already know about that brat Jiang Qin you were talking about. He's just a 5th grade great saint. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he still needs a certain amount of time to grow. He won't cause any harm to our family. Besides, the 6 major palaces have sent their experts to hunt him down. I think he won't be able to live for long. Narang Yunha, you are getting worse and worse as a palace master. An elder who was sitting in the middle glanced at Narang Yunha. He was the first ancestor of the 3 Narang ancestors. He was the most powerful and had the highest status in Narang Palace. The ones sitting beside him were the 2nd ancestor and 3rd ancestor. Narang Yunha's facial expression changed. Immediately, he bowed, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Old ancestor, if it's just Jiang Qin, I won't bother the 3 of you, but I have another matter to report. Narang Yunha said. What is it? First ancestor asked. It's about Desolate Palace. During the war with the Devil Race, the strongest among the young generation of the 8 major palaces was only a peak 6th grade great saint. However, when we were dealing with Jiang Qin, a 7th grade great saint genius appeared in Desolate Palace. It's impossible for us not to know about such a genius. This shows that this genius is a hidden genius of Desolate Palace. Chapter 10:16. The fact that Narang Yunha was able to rule Narang Palace showed how shrewd he was. The appearance of Desolate Changyun was like a thorn that pierced his heart, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Oh. The 3 ancestors knitted their brows at the same time. 3 ancestors, think about it. Desolate Palace has been developing rapidly all these years and has become the number 1 palace among the 8 major palaces. They must be plotting something. This can be seen from their hidden geniuses. I can conclude that Desolate Changyun has never appeared before. It's impossible for him to be a genius who has recently advanced to the 7th grade great saint. Even if he is, it's impossible for him to advance to the peak of 7th grade great saint. Plus, Desolate Emperor didn't release him when they were dealing with Sangba of the Devil Race. This shows that Desolate Emperor has realized the threat of Jiang Qin, which is why he sent his hidden genius out. Unfortunately, he was killed by Jiang Qin in the end. Narang Yunha paused for a moment and continued. So, I have reason to guess that Desolate Changyun isn't the only hidden genius of Desolate Palace. Perhaps, there are even more powerful geniuses. Desolate Palace is ambitious and has a big plan. No one knows how much strength they have hidden in the dark. So, I'm telling this to the 3 ancestors to see if we should make some preparations in advance. All of a sudden, the 3 ancestors fell into contemplation. Those who could cultivate to their level were no ordinary people. They understood Narang Yunha's words very well. They also knew the situation of Saint Origin Palace very well. The 6 major palaces were on the same side when it came to dealing with Jiang Qin. After all, they were still competing with each other. If there was a chance, Desolate Palace would never miss the opportunity to annex the other major palaces. Putting aside Desolate Palace, even Narong Palace wouldn't let go of the opportunity to become the overlord of Saint Origin Palace. First Ancestor, Yunha's words aren't unreasonable. Desolate Palace might have more hidden geniuses. All these years, Desolate Palace has been growing rapidly. They have been in charge of the Law Enforcement Palace and have won a lot of cultivation resources for Desolate Palace. It's impossible to say that Desolate Palace doesn't have any ambition. Their surface strength has already overwhelmed the other 7 major palaces. Now that they have revealed their hidden strength, we have to make preparations as soon as possible. Second Ancestor said. You are right. Regardless of whether Desolate Palace is ambitious or not, we have to make some preparations. First Ancestor nodded. No matter what, there was nothing wrong with making some preparations in advance. The same scene was happening in Gu Palace, Demon Palace, Stone Palace, Dan Palace, Bin Palace, and Hua Palace. The higher-ups of the 8 major palaces weren't fools. The appearance of Desolate Chongyun had raised their vigilance against Desolate Palace. No matter what, they had to be prepared in advance. If Desolate Palace were to launch a sudden attack, they wouldn't be flustered. Desolate Palace. It was the same deep space, but this space was much more powerful than the one in Narong Palace. The void was filled with immortal chi. Standing here, just breathing could make people grow. This was an excellent place for cultivation. In front of the space, there was a golden throne with an old man in his 50s sitting on it. The old man was a bit thin with a beard on his chin. He seemed to be in high spirits, but he gave off an illusory feeling. If one were to use their divine sense to scan him, they would find that there was nothing there at all. There were a dozen powerful experts kneeling in front of the elder. Each of them was a powerful 9th-grade great saint. Among them, there were 4 half-step human immortals. Desolate Emperor was one of them. However, even though he was a half-step human immortal, he still had to prostrate himself on the ground in front of the elder. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly because it would be disrespectful to the elder. The reason for that was because this old man was no longer an ordinary human. He had completely surpassed the realm of mortals. He was a bona fide human immortal, an exalted existence that mortals could only look up to. Old Ancestor, please speculate the whereabouts of that Jiang Qin. Desolate Emperor raised his head and said with his fists clasped. I have already gotten the information about the man you are talking about. That Jiang Qin is now in the Devil World. The human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace said. What? Devil World? That's impossible. The gateway of the Devil World has been completely closed and a powerful seal has been set up. Not even a 9th-grade great saint can enter easily. Desolate Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. Desolate Emperor, are you doubting me? The old ancestor gave Desolate Emperor a casual glance. Desolate Emperor shivered, as if his soul was about to be stripped away. A human immortal was just too scary. Desolate Emperor had a feeling that even though he was a powerful 9th-grade great saint, the old ancestor would only need a glance to kill him. I dare not. Desolate Emperor was filled with fear and trepidation. He had never thought that Jiang Qin had entered the Devil World. What made him even more doubtful was how did Jiang Qin enter the Devil World. Besides, once Jiang Qin entered the Devil World, they had completely lost the way to kill him. The Devil World was currently in a closed state. Obviously, something major was going to happen. Even if they sent a 9th-grade great saint into the Devil World, they were afraid that they would be besieged by the super devil saints before they could even see Jiang Qin. Unless they sent a human immortal old ancestor, they could wipe out the entire devil race in minutes, let alone a mere Jiang Qin. However, this was obviously unrealistic. Firstly, the old ancestor would disdain to deal with a nobody. Secondly, the fact that there was a human immortal in Desolate Palace had always been a secret. He's just a nobody. There's no need to worry about him. Besides, that Jiang Chen is also in a dangerous situation after entering the devil world. The old ancestor said. That's true. In order to escape the pursuit of the 6 major palaces, he didn't hesitate to enter the devil world. However, he doesn't know that the devil world is the most dangerous place right now. Once he is discovered, he will die for sure. Desolate Emperor nodded. Let's not talk about a nobody like Jiang Qin. The exposure of desolate Chongyun has aroused the suspicion of the other 7 major palaces. However, after so many years of hard work, the geniuses that Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated have taken shape. There's no need to delay any longer. It's time for Desolate Palace to carry out their plan. The old ancestor's eyes flickered. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Desolate Emperor and the others sparkled. They had been waiting for this day for too long. All these years, they had been dreaming of Desolate Palace unifying the world and taking complete control of Saint Origin Palace. Old ancestor, we have been waiting for this day for a long time, but the 7 major palaces aren't easy to deal with. There are a lot of half-step human immortals among them. I'm afraid that we will suffer a great loss if we really fight them. Desolate Emperor said. That's nothing. Do you think that we, the few human immortals, have been doing nothing all these years? We have selected geniuses and secretly cultivated a large number of powerful geniuses for Desolate Palace. Now, come out. The corner of the old ancestor's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He waved his hand and clawed a crack in the void. Then, more than 20 powerful chi were released. More than 20 young men appeared at the same time. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. Their cultivation base was either 7th or 8th grade Great Saint. Each of these people can fight those who are higher grade than them. 8th grade Great Saints can be compared to 9th grade Great Saints. Of course, this is only the weakest of them. They are the truly powerful ones. The old ancestor clawed at the void again. Another group of people descended. There were a total of 12 of them. 10 men and 2 women. They had been hiding for many years. Today, they had finally revealed themselves. The sudden appearance of these 12 people had solidified the air in the spatial zone. The chi that each of them casually exuded was terrifying. Desolate Emperor was a mighty peak 9th grade Great Saint, but he still felt tremendous pressure when facing these 12 people. All of them are 9th grade Great Saints. Desolate Emperor was shocked, so were the other higher-ups. The few half-step human immortals gaped in astonishment. They only knew that the old ancestor had been secretly cultivating peerless geniuses for Desolate Palace all these years, but they had never thought that they would be so powerful that they could cultivate such a large number of 9th grade Great Saints. If this news was spread out, no one would believe it. Any one of them was enough to shake the heavens and earth. If it wasn't Desolate Chongyun but one of these 12 people who went to deal with Jiang Qin would have turned into ashes. These are the true geniuses that we have cultivated all these years. They no longer have their original names. They are now the 13 Guardians. Any one of them can fight a half-step human immortal. The most powerful one is the 2nd Guardian. Not even a half-step human immortal is a match for him. The old ancestor said with incomparable pride. Hiss. The higher-ups of Desolate Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Desolate Palace had so many half-step human immortals all of a sudden. Once they were released, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to eliminate any one of the 7 major palaces. Old ancestor, why are there only 12 of the 13 guardians? Asked Desolate Emperor. Because Great Guardian is breaking through to the half-step human immortal realm. I don't mind telling you this. Once he advances to the half-step human immortal realm, given his talent, he will be equivalent to an early human immortal expert. He will be able to move unhindered across the world. His attacks won't be affected by the laws of the immortal world. It won't take long before he successfully breaks through to the half-step human immortal realm," said the old ancestor. The arrogance on his face intensified when he mentioned Great Guardian. That was the true killing weapon that they had secretly cultivated. Once it was released, no one in the entire Saint Origin world would be able to resist it. Ha! Great! This is great! Given the current foundation of Desolate Palace, we can easily annihilate any major power. The day when Desolate Palace rules Saint Origin world has finally arrived. That's right. No one in the entire Saint Origin world will be able to compete with the 13 Guardians. They are the true peerless geniuses that only Desolate Palace can cultivate. That Jiang Chen is nothing but an ant compared to the 13 Guardians. Let's start the war. I can't wait to see which family we will start with. The higher-ups of Desolate Palace were excited, as if they could already see the day when Desolate Palace would rule the entire world. Chapter 10:17. One had to admit that the foundation of Desolate Palace was just too strong. Putting aside the few human immortal old ancestors that were hiding in the dark, their combat strength alone was enough to make any major power look up to them. Who in the heavens and earth could compete with the 13 Guardians? With such a powerful combat strength, it wouldn't take them more than a day to annihilate any one of the 7 major palaces. It was no wonder that Desolate Emperor and the others didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes anymore. After seeing the 13 Guardians, no one in the heavens and earth could compare to them. As a matter of fact, the 5th grade Great Saint Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of the 13 Guardians. Any one of them could easily pinch Jiang Chen to death with a raise of their hand. In fact, it would eventually prove that giving up on Jiang Chen was the biggest mistake of Desolate Palace. No one knew how much regret the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace would have when Desolate Palace was annihilated. Of course, this was a story for the future. 13 Guardians, from now on, all of you will listen to the arrangement of Desolate Emperor. 3 days later, prepare to strike. I hope that all of you will show the mightiness and momentum of Desolate Palace and rule the entire Saint Origin Palace in the shortest time possible. The human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace said to the 13 Guardians. Yes, old ancestor. The 13 Guardians bowed in unison, not daring to show any neglect to the old ancestor. They couldn't show the slightest bit of disrespect to the high and mighty human immortal. Saint Origin Palace was calm and tranquil, but there was a feeling of the calm before the storm. It was the calm before the storm. The 7 major palaces were making full preparations as soon as possible. Their higher-ups had already sensed a hint of unrest. Meanwhile, in the Devil world, the frequency of the trembling of the Devil world was getting faster and faster. Countless devils of the Devil race were paying close attention to the movements of the Devil Mountain. The whole scene was extremely quiet. No one said a word or made a move. 1 day later. Hong Long. The Devil world suddenly shook violently. The black light at the top of the world became denser. If one looked carefully, one could see that the black light was condensing into an image. It looked like the embryonic form of a scepter. Although it was just an embryonic form, it already gave people an extremely noble and profound feeling. Look, what's that prototype? It looks like a scepter. Could it be a supreme treasure that is about to be born? It's the Supreme Devil Wand. My God! That's the prototype of the Supreme Devil Wand that was passed down in the Devil world. My God! Is our Devil race going to prosper? That's right, it's the legendary Supreme Devil Wand. It's the symbol of the highest rule of the Devil race. Only the noblest Devil race is qualified to own the Supreme Devil Wand. It's said that the might of this wand is infinite. If we get our hands on it, our strength will grow to an unimaginable level in 100 years. At that time, we will be able to sweep across the entire Saint Origin world. Don't speak, this is blasphemy and disrespect to the Supreme Demon King. Raise your wand, all the demons listen up, kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Some experts of the devil race could see the embryonic form of the Supreme Devil Wand. They knew that the treasure that was about to be born was the Supreme Devil Wand. Naturally, they were incomparably excited. A 9th-grade devil saint ordered all the devils to kneel down. That was a form of respect to the Supreme Devil Wand. Han Yen also knelt down. Now was the most critical moment. He must not reveal any information. If his identity was exposed at the critical moment of the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that he would be torn into pieces by the experts of the devil race. Little Chinzi, what is this Supreme Devil Wand? Is it very powerful? The Huang Dog asked, puzzled. I don't know how powerful the Supreme Devil Wand is, but this supreme treasure has a symbolic meaning to the devil race. Let me put it this way, the existence of the Supreme Devil Wand is like the totem of the demon race. Think about the reaction of the demon race when the totem divine seal descended on your body. Jiang Qin said. As a matter of fact, even he didn't expect that the Supreme Devil Wand would appear in the devil race this time. The significance of the Supreme Devil Wand to the devil race was like the totem of the demon race. No matter how powerful the devil race was, they wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the Supreme Devil Wand. It was a kind of faith, a symbol of power and supremacy. Such a supreme treasure has its own spirituality. Only the noblest bloodline of the devil race can obtain the recognition of the Supreme Devil Wand. Only then can they control the Supreme Devil Wand and rule the entire devil race. Ah Yen, your opportunity has really come. It's a great opportunity. If you can control the Supreme Devil Wand, the entire devil race will have to listen to your command. Tyrant's eyes were about to blossom with radiance. Motherfucker. Ruling the entire devil race. Isn't this a little too fucking awesome? Ah Yen is now a descendant of Gu Tianma and is proficient in the Great Devil Curse. He has a great chance of obtaining the Supreme Devil Wand. If he can really rule the devil race, it's simply unimaginable. The Huang Dog was incomparably excited as if Han Yen had completely controlled the Supreme Devil Wand. Han Yen didn't say anything. His eyes were staring at the prototype of the Supreme Devil Wand on the Nether Devil Mountain. He seemed to be longing for it. As a descendant of Gu Tianma, he was very clear about the benefits of the Supreme Devil Wand. If he could obtain it, it would be a unique opportunity. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. The Supreme Devil Wand had its own spirituality and would find its own master. It was useless to force it. He could only rely on his luck and luck. Rumble. The Nether Devil Mountain shook more and more violently. It seemed as if it would collapse at any time. The prototype of the Black Scepter on the peak of the mountain also became clearer and clearer. Traces of devil might were released from the prototype, causing people's souls to tremble. Devil wind rippled and the void was distorted. Thousands of devils knelt on the ground in complete silence. At this time, everyone was waiting for the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand. They were waiting to witness the arrival of a miracle. Another hour passed. Finally, with a loud explosion, a hole was blasted open at the top of the Devil Realm's mountain. A scepter floated out of the hole. Countless black rays of light sprinkled down from the scepter, drifting to every corner of the Devil Realm. To the Devil race, these black rays of light were like sacred radiance that they didn't dare to violate. At this moment, everyone outside the Nether Devil Mountain raised their heads and stared unblinkingly at the black scepter floating in the sky. This scepter was the legendary Supreme Devil Wand. Looking at the scepter, it was as black as ink and about 3 meters long. There were many magic patterns engraved on its surface. Each magic pattern was unfathomable. The whole wand had an ancient aura. It was so noble that people didn't dare to look at it directly. The legendary Supreme Devil Wand of the Devil race symbolized power and status. It represented a kind of faith. Now that it had finally appeared, it represented the opportunity and future of the Devil race. Everyone was excited. Buzz. The Supreme Devil Wand emitted a buzzing sound. It rotated and floated down from the peak of the Nether Devil Mountain. Black beams of light sprinkled from the wand and fell on everyone's body. At this moment, even the half-step devil immortals of the devil race appeared. A total of 4 half-step devil immortals knelt on the ground and were shrouded by the black beams of light. The scene was too quiet. No one made a sound. Everyone knew that this was the most sacred moment. The Supreme Devil Wand was looking for a master, or rather, choosing a master. In the face of the Supreme Devil Wand, which had faith and status, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect or neglect. Even the powerful half-step devil immortals didn't dare to directly snatch the Supreme Devil Wand. At this moment, the Supreme Devil Wand was choosing its master. At this time, the hearts of the devil race were incomparably excited. Even the devils with lower bloodlines, who knew that there was no hope, were incomparably excited. Many of the devil race were full of desire. If the Supreme Devil Wand chose them, they would soar to the sky and have a supreme position in the devil race. Moreover, they would obtain the inheritance of the Supreme Devil Wand and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. This was a great opportunity that they might not encounter even once in 10,000 years. The black beams of light swept through many people, including the powerful half-step devil immortals and the super devil saints. Unfortunately, they didn't stop at all. This made the higher-ups of the devil race feel extremely disappointed. But even though they were disappointed, they were fully prepared in advance. After all, this kind of thing depended on opportunities. Luck occupied the majority and it couldn't be forced. Ah Yen, secretly circulate your bloodline and the great devil curse. Jiang Qin reminded. Okay. Han Yen immediately agreed and secretly circulated his Gu Tianma bloodline to the extreme. At the same time, he secretly cast the great devil curse. Suddenly, as if the Supreme Devil Wand had some kind of reaction, the black beams of light shrouded Han Yen in an instant. At the same time, after the Supreme Devil Wand appeared, it moved again. It floated down from the peak of the Devil Mountain and hovered right above Han Yan's head. The pitch-black light beam poured into Han Yan's head and completely enveloped Han Yan. Hua! Countless eyes fell on Han Yan. None of the people present were fools. They knew that this situation was enough to prove that someone had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand's approval and had become a lucky person. Ha, it's a success! De Huang Dog shouted excitedly. This is not unusual. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He wasn't too surprised that Han Yan could obtain the Supreme Devil Wand. After all, the Supreme Devil Wand had no reason not to choose him. Who is this person? How could he be such a devil saint? I have never seen him before. But his bloodline is very strong. It seems to be the legendary Gu Tianma bloodline. No wonder he could obtain the approval of the Supreme Devil Wand. Chapter 10:18. The bloodline of Gu Tianma is the supreme bloodline of the devil race. Why haven't I seen this man before? He has already reached the 6th grade great saint at such a young age. It's impossible for such a figure to be unknown. No, he isn't a member of the devil race. He is a human. He must have snuck into the devil race. How could a human possess the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma? This is unbelievable. He is a human. How can a human obtain our supreme devil wand? Kill him. The devil race didn't lack experts with keen eyesight. Some of them had seen through Han Yan's actual situation. It was true that Han Yan had the complete ancient divine devil bloodline, but Han Yan's origin was that of a true human, not a devil. This made many devils feel enmity towards him. Some experts even wanted to kill him, but because of the supreme devil wand, they didn't dare to act directly. Don't move. At this time, a half-step devil immortal spoke. His eyes fell upon Han Yan and the supreme devil wand. Then, he looked around and said, anyone of the devil race is not allowed to blaspheme the dignity of the supreme devil wand. Although this man is a human, the bloodline of Gu Tianma has determined that he is a member of the devil race. The supreme devil wand must have its own reason for choosing him. Let's wait and see. If he can gain the approval of the supreme devil wand, he will become the supreme ruler of the devil race. Everyone in the devil race will have to obey him. The supreme devil wand is the belief of the devil race. If this man can't control the supreme devil wand completely, we will kill him. Since the half-step devil immortal had spoken, none of the devils dared to say another word. Moreover, the words of the half-step devil immortal were correct. The current situation was no longer the relationship between humans and devils. Han Yan possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine devil. In fact, he was a member of the devil race. More importantly, they were looking at the supreme devil wand, not Han Yan. The supreme devil wand was the supreme religion of the devil race. It was the symbol of the supreme ruler. No one from the devil race was allowed to blaspheme the supreme devil wand. It was a great disrespect. The person chosen by the supreme devil wand had its own significance. If Han Yan could truly control the supreme devil wand, then it wouldn't matter if he was a human or a devil. The devil race would have no choice but to obey his commands. Han Yan, who was bathed in the black light, had a different feeling at this moment. He had already obtained the approval of the supreme devil wand, and was gradually establishing a connection with it. Ha! Suddenly, Han Yan shouted loudly. He stretched out his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the supreme devil wand in the air. The supreme devil wand immediately flew into Han Yan's hand as if it had received some kind of summons. The supreme devil wand bounced around in Han Yan's hand. It was a joyful beating. Everyone could feel the joy in his heart. Success! The eyes of Jiang Qin, who was wrapped in Han Yan's domain, lit up. Seeing this situation, the two men and the dog's eyes were filled with surprise. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. One should know that their current situation was incomparably dangerous. They had completely fallen into the encirclement of the devil race. Putting aside the 9th grade devil saint, there were also 4 half-step devil immortals. How strong was their combat strength? If Han Yan couldn't control the supreme devil wand, they were afraid that the devil race would immediately launch an attack on them. Even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die in the face of these half-step devil immortals. Ha! This is really good luck. Han Yan laughed heartily. Then, he transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin and the others using his divine sense. It turns out that the reason why I can obtain the supreme devil wand is not only because of Gu Tianma's bloodline, but also because of the great devil curse. My bloodline and the great devil curse are perfect. It turns out that the great devil curse originated from the supreme devil wand. When Sang Ba obtained the great devil curse, he must have obtained the inheritance of the supreme devil wand in the Devil Mountain. After cultivating the great devil curse, the supreme devil wand will be born. This wand should have belonged to Sang Ba, but unfortunately, Sang Ba is dead. After listening to Han Yan's words, Jiang Qin and Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. This was truly great luck. This couldn't be described as a coincidence anymore. It seemed like when Sang-ba obtained the Great Devil Curse, the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand was already foreshadowing the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand. What the Supreme Devil Wand was searching for was the Supreme Devil bloodline that could cultivate the Great Devil Curse. Originally, Sang-ba was the one that the Supreme Devil Wand was looking for, but unexpectedly, Sang-ba was dead. Coincidentally, Han Yen successfully cultivated the Great Devil Curse. Moreover, Gu Tianma's bloodline was even more noble than Sang-ba's. Therefore, Han Yen became the true wielder of the Supreme Devil Wand. This kind of luck could only be described as heaven-defying. If Sang-ba knew about this scene, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot and die once again. Little Chinzi, I'm going to completely fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand. This will greatly increase my cultivation. Moreover, once I completely control the Supreme Devil Wand, I will become the faith of the devil race. At that time, the entire devil race will be under my control. However, this process might take some time. Now, all of you should hide within my domain and don't release your aura. Once I completely fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand, we will be truly safe. At that time, the entire devil race will belong to us. Han Yen replied through voice transmission. After that, his body slowly soared into the sky. The Supreme Devil Wand once again flew out from his hand and floated above his head. It continuously sprinkled black rays of light into Han Yan's body. One could clearly feel that as the black rays of light continued to pour into his body, Han Yan's strength also increased unceasingly. Motherfucker. He actually succeeded. What kind of concept is that? Not to mention those super devil saints, there are even a few half-step devil immortals. If we truly rule the devil race, we will be able to walk unhindered even in Saint Origin Palace. Those 6 major palaces can all go to hell. De Huang Dog was beside himself with joy. Indeed. If we truly control the devil race, we won't have to be afraid of the 6 major palaces. Tyrant nodded with a smile. That feeling was incomparably wonderful. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything. He didn't put the 5 major palaces in his eyes, but Desolate Palace was different. It was a major power that had a human immortal. No matter how many half-step devil immortals there were, they wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of Desolate Palace. However, it would still be very beneficial if he could control the devil race. At least, it would increase his combat strength. Once these powerful experts of the devil race were brought out, no one knew what kind of storm they would create. The fusion process between Han Yen and the Supreme Devil Wand was destined to be a slow process. All the experts of the devil race were watching Han Yen attentively. This was the moment when they witnessed a miracle. It was a major event that had never happened in the devil race for thousands of years. A day later, Han Yan's cultivation had reached the 7th grade Great Saint. It showed how much benefit he had obtained from the Supreme Devil Wand, but this obviously wasn't his limit. His cultivation was still increasing as he continued to fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand. Motherfucker. He has already reached the 7th grade Great Saint. At this rate, I'm afraid that it won't be a problem for him to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say gloomily. This is Yan's fortune. If he fuses with the Supreme Devil Wand completely, it won't be a problem for him to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Naturally, he was incomparably happy to see Han Yan's achievements. After all, he and Han Yan had been friends since they were in the Eastern continent. They were life and death brothers. Along the way, they really didn't expect that this day would come. Nangong Wendian had gone into seclusion in the deep layer of the spatial zone when he was in the Nebula sect. However, it was obvious that Jiang Qin and the others had left Nangong Wendian far behind in terms of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The current Han Yan had already reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the 8th grade Great Saint. Furthermore, the fusion between Han Yan and the Supreme Devil Wand had already reached the final stage. It seemed that there wouldn't be any information that would be revealed. Meanwhile, in Saint Origin Palace, 3 days had passed since the ancestor of Desolate Palace had set the time limit. Today was the day for Desolate Palace to carry out their grand plan. Everyone in Desolate Palace was ready for battle. Led by Desolate Emperor, there were 4 half-step human immortals, a dozen powerful 9th grade Great Saints and a group of 7th grade and 8th grade Great Saints. What was more frightening was that there were 12 of the 13 Guardians. Each of them had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Among them was the 2nd Guardian, whose peak combat strength could kill a half-step human immortal. No matter how well prepared the other 7 major palaces were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the iron hooves of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor, the grand plan of Desolate Palace is finally going to be carried out. The time for Desolate Palace to rule the entire Saint Origin world is coming. Saint Origin world is about to usher in a new chapter. Which palace should we attack first? A half-step human immortal Supreme Elder spoke. Given their status and identity, they were above Desolate Emperor, but this time, the ancient ancestor had appointed Desolate Emperor to lead the attack on the other 7 major palaces. Therefore, those half-step human immortals had to ask for Desolate Emperor's opinion. We are the closest to Narong Palace. Let's start with Narong Palace. Our powerful force will overwhelm them. If Narong Palace knows what's good for them, they will surrender immediately and submit to us. If they don't, there's no need to be polite. Desolate Emperor's chi was unparalleled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Alright, let's start with Narong Palace. Chapter 1019. Narong Palace. The 3 Narong ancestors walked out of the deep layer of the spatial zone. Their faces were incomparably solemn, because they had an ominous feeling in their hearts. As powerful half-step human immortals, it was rare for them to have such a feeling, let alone 3 of them at the same time. This situation could only mean one thing: something bad was about to happen. First Ancestor, how many years has it been? I have never felt so uneasy. It seems like something big is about to happen. Second Ancestor looked at First Ancestor and said, I have the same feeling. It seems like Narong Palace is in danger. Is Desolate Palace really going to take action? Third Ancestor's eyes shifted to the direction of Desolate Palace. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds changed. Countless silhouettes emerged from the direction of Desolate Palace. In a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Narong Palace. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them, but the aura they exuded was countless times stronger than that of thousands of experts. All of a sudden, the 3 Narong ancestors' facial expression changed dramatically, because they could sense a strong murderous intent from these people. They had always thought that Desolate Palace was very strong, but now it seemed like they had underestimated them. The strength of Desolate Palace had far exceeded their imagination. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on them, making them breathless. Quick, set up the defensive grand formation. First Ancestor shouted. The huge movement of Desolate Palace was like a raging storm. Not only the 3 Narong ancestors were alarmed, all the elders and disciples of Narong Palace were also alarmed. All of them raised their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests in the sky. Some of the weaker ones even began to shiver in fright. What's going on? Those are the people of Desolate Palace. How can there be so many experts? What are the experts of Desolate Palace doing in Narong Palace? They seem to be up to no good. Could it be that they want to start a war with Narong Palace? What a powerful camp. How can they have so many experts? Everyone in Narong Palace had an ugly expression on their faces. Many of them felt that something was amiss. The momentum of Desolate Palace was too overbearing, giving them a feeling that they couldn't resist. Furthermore, a defensive grand formation had been deployed in the sky above Narong Palace. This was the first time such a grand formation had been deployed since the establishment of Narong Palace. This was because Narong Palace would only activate this grand formation at the most critical moment. In other words, Narong Palace had reached the most dangerous moment. In other words, Desolate Palace's intention was obvious. They were here to deal with Narong Palace. So, one by one, the great saint experts of Narong Palace flew up to the sky and arrived behind the three ancestors. Their eyes fell on the dozens of experts of Desolate Palace at the same time. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. What a formidable lineup. This is the true strength of Desolate Palace. Nalan Yunhe sighed. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Desolate Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Nalan Yunhe took a step forward and said loudly. As the palace master of Narong Palace, the true patriarch of Narong Palace, he had to stand out at this moment. Ha! Nalan Yunhe, can't you see what we are trying to do? Desolate Palace has been hiding our strength for so long just for this day. We are going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace and the entire Saint Origin world. This is our plan. Since the plan is going to be implemented, we might as well start with Narong Palace. After wiping out Narong Palace, we will move on to Hua Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, Bin Palace, Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Now, everyone of Narong Palace, listen to me. I hope that you will surrender now. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. From now on, submit to Desolate Palace and obey our orders. Only then will you be spared from the disaster of annihilation. Desolate Emperor's voice was loud and clear, like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of the experts of Narong Palace. His attitude and intention were incomparably clear. What? Narong Palace was in an uproar. As one of the 8 majestic palaces of Saint Origin world, they had never thought that they would be annihilated one day. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 3 Narong ancestors hadn't thought that this day would come. Just like the other 6 palaces, they thought that Desolate Palace would have to pay an extremely heavy price to deal with any one of them despite their current strength. Because of this, Desolate Palace didn't dare to make any rash moves. But today, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The strength of Desolate Palace seemed to be completely beyond their expectation. Damn it! Desolate Palace sure is ambitious. They actually want to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. That's simply the ambition of a wolf. But how could Desolate Palace have such a powerful combat force? Did you all see that? So many young experts have emerged out of nowhere. Every one of them is a supreme genius. The weakest among them is a 7th grade great saint. It seems like Desolate Chongyun was the weakest among all the hidden geniuses. Look at the 12 experts beside Desolate Emperor. They are too powerful. Each of them is a 9th grade great saint, but they are giving me a tremendous pressure. That is to say, each of them is equivalent to a half-step human immortal expert. Plus, there are 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace. How did Desolate Palace cultivate so many supreme geniuses? What kind of method did they use? What kind of earth-shattering secret is Desolate Palace hiding? The higher-ups of Narong Palace were shocked. Even the 3 Narong ancestors were shocked speechless. They had never thought that Desolate Palace would be so powerful. It was an irresistible force that wouldn't allow Narong Palace to resist. If the 7 major palaces had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, they might still have a chance, but unfortunately, such a chance was gone. There was a grudge between the 8 major palaces, which made it impossible for them to ally with each other. Plus, Desolate Palace had acted too fast, which made it too late for them to react. Narang Yunhe, you have seen our strength. I believe you know the consequences of going against us. This is a submission contract. As long as your Narang Palace signs this contract, you will be a subordinate of our Desolate Palace. Narang Palace will be able to survive under the protection of our Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor waved his hand and took out a golden contract, which floated outside of Narang Palace. Hong Hong. Innumerable flames of anger rushed out from Narang Palace in an instant. The 3 Narang ancestors were the first to be enraged. What submission contract? It was a slave contract. If they signed it, they would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. They would have to listen to Desolate Palace's orders without any resistance. The dignified Narang Palace was one of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World with a long history. How noble and arrogant were they? Today, they were going to become someone else's slave. How could they accept this? It was simply intolerable. Ha! Desolate Emperor, your Desolate Palace is too ridiculous. We, Narang Palace, will never sign this slave contract even if we have to die. If you want to annihilate my Narang Palace, then do it. I would like to see if your Desolate Palace will suffer a heavy blow. First Ancestor laughed. As the ancestor of Narang Palace, he would never allow outsiders to trample on the dignity of Narang Palace. Humph. At this time, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the camp of Desolate Palace. Then, a scholar with a face as white as jade walked out. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was probably much older than that. He was clad in a white robe, looking elegant and elegant. He was holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like a scholar in a cultured and elegant manner. But if you really treated him as a scholar, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. This man was the 2nd tycoon of the 13 tycoons, a peak 9th grade Great Saint Supreme expert. He was the strongest expert in the current camp of Desolate Palace. After Second Guardian came out, his eyes fell upon First Ancestor and said in a cold tone, "What qualifications does an old man have to negotiate with us? Come out and fight me. If you win, Desolate Palace will immediately withdraw from this place and will never touch your Narang Palace again. If you lose, I will kill every single one of you, not even the fowls and dogs will be spared." Second Guardian's tone was incomparably cold and emotionless. He was like a devil who specialized in killing. His casual movement was enough to send chills down people's spines. "Fine, I will fight you." First Ancestor took a step forward and walked out of the defensive grand formation of Narang Palace. First Ancestor. Narang Yunhe and the other higher-ups of Narang Palace exclaimed. "It's all right." First Ancestor raised his hand, signaling them not to panic. He had already seen the current situation very clearly. Given the strength of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for them to escape from this calamity. If all of their forces were to attack, their grand formation would be rendered useless. Instead of that, he might as well stand out and fight Second Guardian. Perhaps, he might be able to fight for a chance for Narang Palace. Even if there was no chance, he would still fight for the dignity of Narang Palace. Primeval Thunderbolt Palm. First Ancestor shouted and took the initiative to attack. He struck out a powerful primordial thunderclap palm. Powerful energy waves instantly condensed and turned into an incomparably dazzling giant palm. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slapped towards Second Guardian. Upon seeing this, Second Guardian's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This was his first battle since he had reached the grand completion of his cultivation base. He had decided to show his dignity and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Hong Long. Chapter 10:20. Barf. First Ancestor steadied his body and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His facial expression was extremely ugly, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. He raised his head and looked at Second Guardian, who was still calm and composed like a scholar. His heart was filled with a stormy sea. He was a half-step human immortal, a mighty figure who had already comprehended a trace of the immortal chi. He wouldn't put any ordinary ninth-grade great saint in his eyes, as he could easily pinch them to death. He had never thought that the genius that was nurtured by Desolate Palace would be this powerful. He was no match for him at all if they were to fight. "You're right, you're right. Old Ancestor." Many people of Narong Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their faces were incomparably pale. It was a look of despair. First Ancestor was the strongest expert in Narong Palace, but he couldn't even defeat a ninth-grade great saint genius. To Narong Palace, this was truly a tragedy. Great saint. Great saint. Great saint. Great saint. Great saint. We're finished. Narong Palace is completely finished. The experts of Desolate Palace are too powerful. Not even First Ancestor is a match for them. How are we going to fight them? I can't believe that our dignified Narong Palace would end up like this. The heavenly Tao is unfair. The hidden strength of Desolate Palace is just too strong. Plus, it was so well hidden that we couldn't detect it at the beginning. Even First Ancestor has been defeated. That's the doomsday of Narong Palace. Everyone in Narong Palace was in despair. It was a feeling that they had never experienced before. It was like a person who was high and mighty had fallen to the bottom of the valley. On the other side, apart from the 12 guardians, all the higher-ups of Desolate Palace, including Desolate Emperor, were shocked. Their eyes were filled with a hint of fear when they looked at Second Guardian. They had expected that Second Guardian would be very powerful, but they didn't expect that he would be this powerful. He had defeated a half-step human immortal expert in just a matter of seconds. What kind of terrifying combat strength was that? King on the other side, the defeated First Ancestor didn't retreat. A battle weapon appeared in his hand with a swoosh. That battle weapon looked very peculiar. It looked like a sharp wolf's fang, and it emitted a sharp and awe-inspiring light. Kill! First Ancestor Narong moved again. The sharp blade in his hand slashed forward, slashing out a bright and magnificent blade light. This light startled the heaven and earth, and the void was cut in half on the spot. Countless cold air waves sprayed out from the void. The blade radiance was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, carrying endless destructive energy. It was a combination of a super saint weapon and a powerful technique that could easily kill. It was much more powerful than the mixed origin thunderclap bomb. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the second tycoon. However, such a powerful attack did not affect Second Guardian at all. Second Guardian's face was full of calmness, as if he did not take the attack seriously at all. It was as if this destructive attack was just an ordinary attack to him. Voila! Second Guardian opened the folding fan in his hand. Under his control, the folding fan instantly turned into a huge fan that was hundreds of meters in size. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the huge fan, forming a peerless barrier. Under the suppression of this barrier, the blade light released by First Ancestor actually shattered with a cut-chaw sound. It didn't have the lethality that it should have. This was an absolute suppression. Hong Long. The giant fan pressing down on First Ancestor Narong. Arg! first ancestor let out a miserable cry. He had no idea how much pressure he was under. Even with his powerful half-step human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't resist this terrifying attack. One of his arms was crushed on the spot. Just one attack was enough to make first ancestor smell the scent of death. Voila! Second guardian turned his palm and kept the huge fan. With a cold and arrogant face, he looked down at first ancestor in a condescending manner. At this moment, first ancestor was covered in blood from head to toe. He was an arrow at the end of its flight. If second guardian wanted to kill him, it would only take him a lift of his hand. However, first ancestor was a supreme expert of half-step human immortal realm. Even after suffering such a powerful attack, he was still alive and could still stand in the air. Second guardian moved again. His murderous intent soared up to the sky. It seemed like he was going to kill first ancestor, but he was stopped by Desolate Emperor. Second guardian knitted his eyebrows when he was stopped by Desolate Emperor. He seemed very dissatisfied. Given his current strength, he didn't put Desolate Emperor in his eyes anymore. However, first ancestor had specifically told him that he must listen to Desolate Emperor in this war against the 7 major palaces. Therefore, he stopped his attack. In order to save second guardian's face, Desolate Emperor said with a smile, "Second guardian, it would be best if we can make Narang Palace sign the slave contract smoothly. There's no need to kill them all. You should know that there are still 6 major palaces behind us. If we are too ruthless to Narang Palace, it will only cause a desperate counterattack from the 6 major palaces. This isn't what we want. What Desolate Palace wants is to become the supreme ruler of Saint Origin Palace. All the people of the 7 major palaces will be ruled by us and become our slaves." Upon hearing this, second guardian nodded and retreated without saying anything. "First ancestor, you are a smart man. First ancestor, you are a smart man. I'm sure you don't wish to see Narang Palace fall into eternal damnation. You are the strongest expert in Narang Palace, but to us, you are just a so-so. These 13 tycoons don't have a good temper. Given their cultivation, I won't be able to stop them if they decide to kill. I advise you to sign this contract of submission and listen to the orders of Desolate Palace. Otherwise, everyone in Narang Palace will die tragically today and your Narang Palace will face the danger of extinction. You have to weigh the pros and cons yourself. My time is limited, I won't give you too much time to consider." Desolate Emperor struck out a ray of light and pushed the slave contract to first ancestor. He believed that first ancestor would have his own choice. If the other party didn't choose to submit, there was nothing else to say. They would just kill them all. At this point in time, there was nothing that could stop Desolate Palace from ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace. No one could resist the sharpness of Desolate Palace. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes fell on first ancestor. At this point, his decision would directly represent the fate of the entire Narang Palace. Life or death, survival or destruction. First ancestor held the contract in front of him in his hand. He felt that this contract weighed millions of kilograms. His hands began to tremble. This was a contract of submission in name, but in fact, it was a slave contract. Once this contract was signed, it would become a symbol of shame in the history of the Nalan clan. It would make the Nalan clan unable to raise their heads again. However, if they didn't sign the contract, Narang family would instantly face the calamity of extinction. It meant that they would disappear completely and become a part of the history of Saint Origin Palace. More importantly, how could he, the first ancestor of Narang family, watch thousands of his descendants die tragically in front of him? The price he had to pay was just too great. AI. The heaven wants my Narang Palace to perish. First ancestor let out a long sigh. Tears trickled down from his eyes. Old ancestor, let's fight them. Even if we die, we can't become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Narong Yunha's eyes turned red. That's right. Narong Palace has its own dignity. We will defend it with our lives. Old ancestor, please give the order. We are willing to sacrifice our lives. The people of Narong Palace were stirred up. No one wanted to die, but no one was willing to become someone else's slave. On the side of Desolate Palace, pairs of cold eyes were staring at the people of Narong Palace. The eyes of the 12 tycoons were devoid of emotion. They were the killing machines cultivated by Desolate Palace. They only knew how to kill. Their existence was for the sole purpose of Desolate Palace to rule Saint Origin World. Destiny and the life and death of a palace had come to the final juncture. As long as First Ancestor refused to sign the contract, what awaited Narong Palace would be a subversive destruction. Shut up. First Ancestor glared at the people of Narong Palace and spurted out a mouthful of blood. That was his blood essence, the bloodline of Narong Palace. He had the highest cultivation base in Narong Palace, which also represented the strongest bloodline. As long as his blood essence fell on the contract, all the people of Narong Palace would be affected by the contract. From then on, no one would dare to disobey Desolate Palace's order. Old ancestor. Upon seeing this, many people of Narong Palace burst into tears. Only by staying alive will there be hope. First Ancestor Narong said the last sentence and then sprinkled his origin blood essence on the contract. Wang. All of a sudden, the contract shook violently. A red hue appeared above the heads of all the people of Narong Palace. It was like the power of a curse that would accompany Narong Palace for the rest of their lives. Unwillingness, annoyance, anger, humiliation, all kinds of negative emotions emerged above Narong Palace, but they couldn't do anything about it. Everything had become a foregone conclusion and nothing could be changed. Desolate Emperor grabbed the contract with his big hand. His face was filled with joy. Ruling Narong Palace without bloodshed was what Desolate Palace wanted the most. First Ancestor, you are very tactful. Don't worry, your Narong Palace will have a bright future if you follow our Desolate Palace. I, Desolate Emperor, will not mistreat you. Desolate Emperor said in a loud and clear voice. Ha! I am the sinner of Narong Palace, a sinner. First Ancestor Na Lan shed a stream of tears, then he roared towards the sky. His body exploded with a bang, turning into a mist of blood. He had committed suicide. Chapter 1021. Old Ancestor. Many of the higher-ups of Narong Palace roared. Thousands of people of Narong Palace knelt on the ground. It was a heart-wrenching pain that ordinary people couldn't understand and describe. Second Ancestor and Third Ancestor looked at the place where First Ancestor disappeared. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They understood what First Ancestor did. It was a deep feeling of helplessness. Only by staying alive would there be hope. These were the last words of First Ancestor that would forever be engraved in the hearts of all the people of Narong Palace. These words sounded helpless but realistic. Between exterminating the whole family and lingering at death's door, First Ancestor had chosen the latter. If he was alone, he would have chosen to die without hesitation. In fact, he had made the same choice, but before that, he had to fight for the survival of the whole family. A person and a family were two completely different things. The former was himself and the latter was his responsibility. First Ancestor didn't want to decide the life and death of others. Today was destined to be the biggest humiliation in the history of Narong Palace. This humiliation would be engraved in everyone's heart and would never be forgotten. As long as the bloodline of Narong Palace was not broken, there would still be hope. Even if they were slaves, there would still be a chance for them to make a comeback. Old Man Narang was also a man of temperament. Even if he is dead, he is still worthy of respect. A half-step human immortal elder of Desolate Palace couldn't help but sigh. Although first ancestor was dead, he was still a respectable person. As people of the same generation, he and third ancestor of Narang Palace had a lot of dealings. They were the geniuses of the younger generation and had roamed the world together. They had experienced many battles and were hostile to each other, but they also respected each other. First ancestor Narang is truly admirable, but I won't mistreat all of you if you follow Desolate Palace. Now, all the experts of 8th grade Great Saint and above of Narang Palace, listen up, follow us to the Stone Palace. Desolate Emperor immediately issued an order to Narang Palace. The death of first ancestor wouldn't affect the plan of Desolate Palace in the slightest. Plus, Narang Palace had already been subdued by Desolate Emperor, which meant that they had to serve Desolate Palace. Now that they were going to attack the Stone Palace, the experts of Narang Palace naturally had to follow them. Yes. Second and third ancestor nodded. All the experts above the 8th grade Great Saint of Narang Palace stood up. They had signed the contract of submission. They had to obey the orders of Desolate Palace unconditionally. This was something that couldn't be changed in a short period of time. After subduing Narang Palace, Desolate Palace's foundation had grown stronger. Now that they were heading towards Stone Palace with lightning speed, it was imaginable what would happen to Stone Palace. Moreover, it had only been a dozen minutes since Desolate Palace launched their attack on Narang Palace. Sure, Palace probably hadn't made sufficient preparations yet. As a matter of fact, it was useless even if Sure Palace had made sufficient preparations. In front of a super powerful force, all preparations were futile. Desolate Palace's strength was already earth-shattering. Now, with the addition of Narang Palace's experts, Sure Palace only had two fates. One was to be exterminated, and the other was to sign a slave contract like Narang Palace. Outside Sure Palace, the defensive grand formation had been activated. The half-step human immortal old ancestor and the palace master of Sure Palace were all on standby. Obviously, they had already known about the situation of Narang Palace. Saint Origin Palace wasn't that big, so it was hard for them not to know about such a major incident. At such a critical moment, the only thing that the remaining 6 palaces had to do was to unite. Perhaps, they would have a chance of survival, but unfortunately, time was too tight. Plus, the relationship between the palaces wasn't good. It was impossible for them to unite in such a short period of time, especially Sure Palace. They didn't have the slightest chance to unite with the other palaces because Desolate Palace moved too fast. The atmosphere in the Stone Palace was unusually tense, as though they were waiting for the arrival of doomsday. The 3 old ancestors came out and stood together with the palace master of the Stone Palace with a solemn face. They were even ready to die. Even if they had to die, they would fight Desolate Palace to the end. However, when the experts of Desolate Palace arrived, Sure Palace's determination collapsed completely. They found that they didn't even have the qualification to fight. In front of such a huge lineup, all they could do was to sit helplessly and wait for death. There was no way they could resist. In the end, the stone temple couldn't escape the shackles. The ancestor with the highest cultivation of the stone temple personally signed the contract of submission. The situation was already very clear. There was no point in resisting. The ancestor couldn't just watch as his clan was exterminated. Millions of his descendants would die tragically. That was too miserable a scene. Just like first ancestor Nalan had said, only by being alive would there be hope. Desolate Palace didn't need to use a single blade or spear to destroy the will of Sure Palace, completely subduing Sure Palace. They had already subdued 2 out of the 7 palaces, but this was just the beginning. All experts above 8th grade Great Saint of Shur Palace join the camp immediately and head to Hua Palace. Desolate Emperor was resolute and decisive. He had decided to subdue all the major powers in one day, complete the unification of Desolate Palace, and create a supreme legend. He wanted to leave his mark in the history of Saint Origin world and become a great man. Bin Palace. The three old ancestors walked out. All the higher-ups of Bin Palace gathered together. Everyone's face was incomparably solemn. At this time, it was impossible for them not to feel the crisis. This was the biggest crisis in the history of Bin Palace. It was related to the annihilation of their entire family. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Narong Palace and Shur Palace have been completely subdued by Desolate Palace. I heard that they have signed a slave contract. Now that the experts of the three major palaces have merged together, it will be even more irresistible. That's right. The iron hooves of Desolate Palace have already reached Hua Palace. Once Hua Palace falls, Dan Palace will be next. Dan Palace has always been weak. They won't be able to put up any resistance. After Dan Palace, it will be our turn. The palace master and the higher-ups of Bin Palace were unprecedentedly nervous. It was too fast and too sudden. No one had thought that Desolate Palace would act so quickly. The strength of Desolate Palace had reached such an unbelievable level. It seems like we only have two choices. The palace master of Bin Palace, Bin Chongshao, said in a solemn tone. Chongshao, what's your idea? Asked the old ancestor of Bin Palace. The current situation is very obvious. As long as Hua Palace and Dan Palace fall, we will be next. Given our cultivation, we will surrender immediately without any resistance. But Bin Palace has a long history, we are not willing to perish just like that. The only thing we can do now is to unite with the other major palaces to fight against Desolate Palace. Although the chances are slim, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Bin Chongshao said with a smile. Palace master is right. Joining forces may not be able to change the outcome, but it's better than fighting alone. Someone nodded. Then let's go and unite with the other four major palaces. I believe they are aware of the current crisis. Only by joining forces will we have a chance of survival. The old ancestor of Bin Palace nodded. At this point, there was really no other way to deal with the situation. It's too late to unite with Hua Palace and Dan Palace. Old ancestor, let's go to Gu Palace immediately. I believe that Gu Palace and Demon Palace have already joined forces. Once the two major palaces have reached an agreement, we will immediately open up the passage between Gu Palace and Bin Palace. Bin Chongshao said with a smile. But Palace Master, because of that Jiang Qin, our relationship with Gu Palace isn't good. An elder said worriedly. At this point, the grudge between us and Jiang Qin can be ignored. As long as we can protect the inheritance of Bin Palace, it's not a big deal to bury the hatchet with Jiang Qin. Old ancestor, let's go now. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. Bin Chongshao said. One had to admit that Bin Chongshao was a man who knew what the general trend was at this critical moment. The rise of Desolate Palace was bound to destroy the other 7 major palaces and rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. At this point, the grudge between him and Jiang Qin was no longer a big deal. If Jiang Qin stood out to save Bin Palace, not to mention burying the hatchet, he wouldn't hesitate to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Qin. All right. The 3 old ancestors of Bin Palace nodded. Without any delay, they left with Bin Chongshao towards the direction of Gu Palace. They had to take advantage of the time when Desolate Palace was attacking Hua and Dan Palace to form an alliance with Gu Palace and Demon Palace. As for Hua and Dan Palace, their fate had basically been decided. Gu Palace. The atmosphere here was the same as in Bin Palace, full of tension and solemnity. Just as Bing Changshao had said, at this moment, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had completely joined hands. All the clansmen of Demon Palace had entered Gu Palace. Both sides had joined hands to set up a defensive formation. However, even though they had merged, it still did not give the people of the two palaces any sense of security. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, the experts of Gu Palace and Demon Palace were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. At this time, Bin Changshao and the other three walked in. Brother Gu, the current situation is very obvious. Bin Palace is now seeking an alliance. Bin Changshao went straight to the point. At this time was pressing and there was no time to talk nonsense. Alright, we naturally welcome Bin Palace to form an alliance with us. However, can you let go of the grudge between Bin Palace and Jiangqin? Gu Firmament said. He didn't feel suspicious about the arrival of Bin Palace. No one here was a fool. They all understood the stakes involved. At this time, only by forming an alliance would it benefit everyone. If the 7 palaces had formed an alliance from the beginning, perhaps Desolate Palace wouldn't have been so arrogant, and wouldn't have been able to destroy them one by one so quickly. Compared to the fate of the entire Bin Palace, the grudge between us and Jiangqin is nothing. As long as we can get through this crisis, our grudge with Jiangqin will naturally be resolved. Brother Gu, now is not the time to waste. Let's open a passageway now and let the people of Bin Palace in. Chapter 1022. Bing Changshao was a resolute man. He knew what was important and what was not. The only grudge between Bin Palace and Gu Palace was Jiangqin. As long as the matter of Jiangqin was cleared up, there wouldn't be any more grudges. Alright. Gu Firmament immediately agreed. Even the half-step human immortal ancestors of Gu Palace and Demon Palace nodded in agreement. The arrival of Bin Palace would bring great benefits to the two major palaces. As Desolate Palace continued to devour the other palaces, their strength would only grow stronger and stronger, making them more and more unstoppable. Whether it was Bin Palace or Gu Palace, as the major palaces with a long history, they naturally didn't want their families to be destroyed. Although they didn't know what the result would be, it was best for them to unite now. In this aspect, the 3 major palaces were on the same side. Only by strengthening their foundation would they have the confidence. There were 9 half-step human immortals present. Opening a passageway was a piece of cake for them. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Bing Changshao returned to Bin Palace as fast as he could. He summoned all the clansmen of Bin Palace to enter the passageway and gather at Gu Palace. Not long after the 3 major palaces united, the Hua Palace on the other side couldn't resist the strong suppression from Desolate Palace. In the end, they chose to sign the contract of submission and were completely controlled by Desolate Palace. Up until now, Desolate Palace had already subdued Narong Palace, Shur Palace and Hua Palace. They were ready to move on to the next palace, Dan Palace. Inside Gu Palace, even though the 3 major palaces had united, the atmosphere was still very tense. Basically, no one was talking in the Great Hall. Although all kinds of powerful defenses had been set up, there was still no sense of security. Everyone present was a powerful great saint expert. Everyone was well aware of the gap between the 2 sides. There were a total of 9 half-step human immortals on the scene. The gap between them and their opponents was just too big. Putting aside the strength of Desolate Palace, just the other 4 major palaces that Desolate Palace had subdued were enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Everyone, the current situation is very clear. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't be able to change the result. After Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, they will come for us. I'm afraid that our defensive grand formation won't be able to withstand a single attack from the 12 tycoons. Heavenly Peking said. According to the report, Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated a large number of geniuses. One of them is a peak 9th grade Great Saint Second Tycoon. He defeated First Ancestor with a single strike. Although we have 9 half-step human immortals, none of them is a match for him. Bing Changshao said with a frown. Currently, the 3 palaces had reached the most critical moment. If they couldn't think of a countermeasure as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the 3 palaces joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to change the outcome of their destruction. Do you still remember Jiang Qin? Gu Firmament said. At this time, he could not help but think of that peerless genius who constantly created miracles. I have no idea where Jiang Qin has gone to. Even if he shows up, it won't help. Jiang Qin is indeed a rare genius, but it's a pity that his cultivation grade is too low. He can't even defeat a 9th grade Great Saint, let alone fight the 12 guardians. Bing Changshao shook his head. Jiang Qin was indeed a genius, but it was a pity that his cultivation grade was too low. This was a flaw that couldn't be made up for. No, we must never underestimate Jiang Qin. I have personally divined that Jiang Qin is the biggest variable in this crisis. If the 3 palaces can survive in the end, it must be Jiang Qin's contribution. According to my divinations, only Jiang Qin has the ability to change the situation. That's right. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Gu Palace said. He wasn't an expert in combat strength, but he was an expert in the art of divination. He had tried his best to predict that Gu Palace and Demon Palace still had a chance to survive this crisis, because there was a big variable in the divination. This variable was none other than Jiang Qin. That was to say, if Gu Palace and Demon Palace could survive this catastrophe unscathed, it would be Jiang Qin who changed the outcome. That's right. This man is incomparably miraculous. His speed of growth is amazing. If there is a variable in this catastrophe, it must be Jiang Qin. Heavenly Peking nodded. He was a very accurate judge of character. Jiang Qin was a dragon among men and couldn't be judged by common sense. In fact, Jiang Qin had been creating miracles all along. Even if Jiang Qin is a variable, I'm afraid that he doesn't even know what's happening in Saint Origin Palace. How can he come back at such a critical moment? Bing Changshao said with a smile. Gu Firmament knitted his brows as soon as he heard this. Now that Jiang Qin was missing and he couldn't even contact him, time was running out. After Desolate Palace annihilated Gu Palace, they would immediately come to deal with them. However, Jiang Qin probably didn't even know what was happening here. I have an idea. Heavenly Peking said with a smile. Heavenly Peking, can you find Jiang Qin? Gu Firmament looked at Heavenly Peking. I can't find Jiang Qin, but I can find De Huang. I have given De Huang the most mysterious talisman of Demon Palace. No matter where he is, he will be able to receive my message. If my guess is correct, Jiang Qin and De Huang should be together. Heavenly Peking said. In that case, Heavenly Peking, hurry up and send the message. I hope you can make it in time. Bing Chang said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Devil World. Outside the Devil Mountain, Han Yan had completely taken control of the Supreme Devil Wand. After obtaining the recognition of the Supreme Devil Wand, his cultivation had soared all the way to the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the mighty 9th grade Great Saint. Furthermore, because of the Supreme Devil Wand, the current Han Yan could easily kill a 9th grade Great Saint. Greetings, Venerable One. Thousands of devils of the devil race knelt on the ground. Even the mighty half-step devil immortals were no exception. They were completely convinced by Han Yan. In their hearts, the current Han Yan was no longer a human, he was a member of the devil race. No, Han Yan wasn't a human, he was the faith of the entire devil race. The inheritor of the devil race, the person who obtained the supreme devil wand, had the right to command the devil race. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yan was the supreme venerable one. Han Yan's command was the command of the supreme devil wand. No one dared to disobey him. Haha, Han Yan laughed heartily. He was holding the supreme devil wand in his hand. He had never dreamed that this day would come. Jiang Chen, De Huang and Tyrant walked out of Han Yan's domain. At this point, there was no need for them to continue hiding. Seeing them, the devil race became restless. Many of them were familiar with them, especially Tyrant. They hated Tyrant the most. Humans. How dare humans break into this place? Take them down. A super demonic saint shouted. Stop. Chapter 10:23. Han Yan's words immediately suppressed the restlessness of the devil race. The devil race believed in their own beliefs, and the supreme devil wand represented all authority. Even a formidable half-step devil immortal wouldn't dare to have the slightest bit of stubbornness or resistance to the supreme devil wand. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yan was the supreme leader of the devil race. He represented the greatest authority. Every word he said was like the heavens. Motherfucker. This supreme devil wand is even more powerful than my totem divine seal. Ah, Yan is going to blow the sky this time. Big Yellow sighed. If he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. A human could actually control the devil race and make the mighty half-step devil immortal follow his orders. This was an incomparably exciting thing. At this moment, De Huang dog's body quivered all of a sudden. His dog ears flickered and his facial expression changed. What's wrong, De Huang? Jiang Chen's perception was the sharpest. He immediately sensed the abnormality of De Huang dog. Something big has happened in Saint Origin Palace. De Huang dog said. Has Desolate Palace made a move? Jiang Chen was shocked. He was the only one here who understood the strength and conspiracy of Desolate Palace. So he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. That's right. Heavenly Peking has sent news that Desolate Palace has already taken down Narong Palace, Shi Palace and Hua Palace. Currently, they are dealing with Dan Palace, Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace, but Desolate Palace is too strong. It is said that they have 12 powerful guardians, each of whom is a 9th grade great saint. The second guardian has defeated the half-step human immortal ancestor of Narong Palace with just a single strike. Once Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, their next target will be Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace. Even if the 3 palaces join hands, they won't be a match for Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Gu Palace has predicted that you will be a variable in this catastrophe, so he hopes that you can return to Saint Origin Palace as soon as possible. De Huang dog's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Basically, he repeated Heavenly Peking's words. What's the situation? Tyrant was puzzled. After all, they hadn't been to Saint Origin Palace before. Therefore, they weren't familiar with Saint Origin Palace, but he wasn't an idiot. He could make out the general situation from De Huang dog's words. Desolate Palace was ambitious and wanted to unify the world. Now that Gu Palace and Desolate Palace were in the most difficult time, they needed Jiang Chen's help. It seems like the 12 tycoons are the great killing weapons that Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated. Each of them is equivalent to a half-step human immortal. With my current strength, I won't be a match for them even if I return now. I have to break through to the 6th grade great saint immediately to be able to fight them. Jiang Chen frowned. Little Chenzi, don't worry. I can bring all the experts of the demon race to help. Han Yan said with incomparable confidence. Ah Yan, don't underestimate the strength of Desolate Palace. Even if the entire army of the devil race goes there, they still won't be enough to kill them. There is a secret that I haven't told you all. For the past 100 years, none of the human immortals of Desolate Palace have ascended to the immortal realm. They have been hiding in the dark. The 12 tycoons are the peerless geniuses that they have been secretly cultivating all these years. I have once sneaked into the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. That year, he had obtained an immortal mark, but because of that, he was imprisoned by the human immortals of Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen had told them all the secrets and foundation of Desolate Palace. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan and the rest exclaimed. This news was too shocking. If it wasn't Jiang Chen who said it, they would never believe it. That was a mighty human immortal. How were they going to fight this war? After hearing the news about Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant's hatred towards Desolate Palace soared. He gritted his teeth. But don't worry too much. Normally, human immortals won't attack easily because if they go all out, the barrier of Saint Origin World wouldn't be able to withstand their impact. So, we only need to deal with the 12 tycoons. Time is of the essence. I have to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint as soon as possible so that I can fight them in my half-dragon form. Ah Yan, ask the half-step devil immortal of the devil race to take out the energy treasure of the devil race for me to refine and absorb. Jiang Chen said. Han Yan immediately approached a half-step devil immortal expert from the devil race and told him what he wanted. My lord, my devil race has a piece of supreme grade devil yuan. It's full of energy and pure devil essence. The half-step devil immortal didn't dare to neglect Han Yan's words. He flipped his palm and took out a piece of black devil essence. The devil essence was only the size of a palm, but the energy it emitted caused the void to ripple. Han Yan received the supreme grade devil yuan, turned and handed it to Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, what do you think of this treasure? Can it help you advance to the 6th grade immediately? What a good piece of supreme grade devil yuan. This is great. If I get this devil yuan, not only will I advance to the 6th grade Great Saint, I will also reach the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint. At that time, I will be able to deal with the 12 tycoons. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. One should know that the 9th grade Great Saint was a threshold that was much stronger than the 8th grade Great Saint, let alone the 12 tycoons. Even if Jiang Chen advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Now that this supreme grade devil yuan could help Jiang Chen advance to the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, he would be able to put up a fight against them. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate because there was no time to waste. Immediately, he received the devil yuan and began to refine it. His cultivation base began to rise and new dragon marks were forming in his body. Ah Yan, I will refine the devil yuan while we continue our journey. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't have enough time. Order all the experts above the 7th grade Devil Saint to follow us to Saint Origin Palace. They will be a powerful force. Jiang Chen said. Then, under the lead of Han Yan, hundreds of devils rushed out of the devil world, heading towards the ancient people's palace. They were going to use the spatial passageway of the ancient people to enter the ancient palace. After recuperating for so many years, the devil race's foundation had become very strong, enough to fight any of the 8 major palaces without falling into a disadvantageous position. Now that all of them were mobilized, they would be a super powerful force. When they arrived at the ancient people's palace, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 90,000, however, the power of the devil Yuan hadn't been exhausted yet. New dragon marks were forming one after another. As a matter of fact, even if Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced to the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to change the situation as long as he didn't advance to the 7th grade Great Saint. He might be able to deal with the rest of the 12 tycoons, but he certainly wouldn't be able to deal with the powerful second guardian. He would need to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint first. However, it was too late now. Jiang Chen had to arrive at the ancient palace as soon as possible and bring the devil army to strengthen their foundation. Otherwise, it would be too late. Once Gu Palace and Demon Palace were forced to sign a slave contract or were exterminated, it would be too late for regrets. Jiang Chen didn't want to do anything that he would regret. He didn't want to leave any regrets behind. So, he had to return to Gu Palace at all costs. Gu Xiantian had also heard about what happened in Saint Origin Palace. He knew that the situation was critical, so he didn't ask anything. Immediately, he opened the spatial passageway for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Han Yan led the devil army into the spatial passageway. Their speed soared to the extreme, rushing towards Gu Palace. The atmosphere in Gu Palace was getting tenser. Many of them had lost hope that Jiang Chen could come back. In their opinion, even if Jiang Chen came back, it wouldn't help the situation. Desolate Palace was too powerful. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. "What's the situation now?" asked Gu Firmament. "The army of Desolate Palace is dealing with Dan Palace. It seems that Dan Palace won't put up any resistance because it's meaningless to do so. As long as Dan Palace isn't a fool, they will sign a slave contract and submit to Desolate Palace," a 9th grade Great Saint expert of Gu Palace said. His tone was filled with helplessness and despair. "Why hasn't Jiang Chen returned yet?" Heavenly Peking frowned. This was what he was most worried about and also what he hoped for the most. Everyone on the scene was very clear about the current situation. Given the alliance of the 3 palaces, it was undoubtedly a fantasy for them to deal with Desolate Palace. They could only wait for the return of Jiang Chen. "He will definitely come back. I believe in him," Gu Firmament said with incomparable confidence. But in fact, even he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. However, this was not the time to panic, especially for him. He had to maintain his composure. Hong Long. At this moment, outside the ancient palace, countless huge waves were raised. Waves of powerful qi floated in the air. The majestic pressure was like a dark cloud that enveloped the sky above the ancient palace, making everyone feel incomparably uncomfortable. "They're here. So fast. The pill hall has submitted so quickly. Motherfucker. What will come will come. We can't avoid it. Let's go and have a look." Desolate Palace had arrived. What would come would come. There was no way to avoid it. Even Gu Firmament had to face it himself. The experts of Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace had joined forces and appeared in the sky above Gu Palace. They saw the massive force of Desolate Palace. There were a dozen of half-step human immortals, plus the powerful 12 guardians and dozens of 9th grade Great Saints. It was a one-sided situation that they couldn't resist. Chapter 1024. Under the situation where there was such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, the outcome seemed to be unchangeable. Under the strong pressure of the 5 major palaces, the fate of the 3 palaces was basically determined. How could the foundation of Desolate Palace be so powerful? How did they cultivate those geniuses? Bing Changshao looked helpless. Although he had decisively chosen to ally with Goo Palace and Demon Palace, it seemed that he couldn't change the original fate. What really surprised him was the large number of peerless geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated. They were well aware of the situation of Saint Origin Palace and the cultivation resources they had. It was already considered very good for the young generation to be able to cultivate a 6th-grade Great Saint genius, but Desolate Palace had cultivated more than 1 or 2 9th-grade Great Saints. This made them wonder how Desolate Palace did it and what kind of big secret was hidden in Desolate Palace. It's not easy to cultivate 9th-grade Great Saint geniuses. It seems like Desolate Palace has been preparing for today. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Goo Firmament couldn't help but shake his head. After witnessing the strength of Desolate Palace with his own eyes, even he, the Palace Master, felt a deep despair. Humph. So what if you're strong? Even if my demon race is completely annihilated, I won't sign any slave contract. Heavenly Peking harumphed coldly. The demon race had always been unruly and had great dignity. Heavenly Peking was a courageous man. Even if everyone surrendered to him, Demon Palace wouldn't. They would fight until the last moment, even if their whole race was annihilated. Desolate Emperor strode out from the camp of Desolate Palace. The current Desolate Emperor was beaming with joy. His face was flushed and he couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't help but feel happy. After conquering the 4 major palaces, Desolate Palace's dream of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace was about to come true. Goo Firmament, Heavenly Peking, Bing Changshao, do you think that you can stop Desolate Palace by joining forces? What a joke. I advise you to be tactful and surrender now. There won't be any loss for you. Surrendering to Desolate Palace won't do you any harm. Under the protection of Desolate Palace, you will still be able to survive and grow quickly. That's right. Desolate Emperor said loudly. Bullshit. Desolate Emperor, stop dreaming. My Demon Palace will never surrender to you. You can do whatever you want. Let me see how lawless your Desolate Palace is. The Heavenly Peking cursed. Humph. Heavenly Peng Monarch, don't overestimate yourself. With our current strength, we can instantly flatten your Demon Palace and destroy it. Desolate Emperor was infuriated as well. He seemed to have a supreme divine aura that could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. No one would dare to stop his path of domination. The rise of Desolate Palace was unstoppable. Anyone who dared to resist would only have one ending, death. If Heavenly Peking didn't know what was good for him, it would be the doomsday of the entire demon race. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't submit, we'll go all out and turn this place into ashes. Everyone here will die. Desolate Tian's face was stern. Given the current situation, he couldn't let the last 3 palaces stop him. He wanted to unify Saint Origin Palace as soon as possible and show off his might in front of the human immortal old ancestors. The people of the 3 major palaces fell into silence. They absolutely didn't doubt Desolate Emperor's words. Given the current style of Desolate Palace, they wouldn't be courteous to them. If they didn't submit after 10 breaths of time, Desolate Palace would really attack them. Now that they had reached the final stage of unifying Saint Origin Palace, they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to turn Goo Palace into a river of blood. What should we do now? Is this going to be the end? The so-called variable, Jiang Qin, hasn't appeared yet. It seems like he won't show up. Bing Changxiao's face was filled with despair. Goo Firmament's face darkened to the extreme. The 9 half-step human immortals began to sigh. Even after so much preparation, the final outcome couldn't be changed. To the 3 major palaces, this was a kind of sorrow, a deep sorrow. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. To the people of the three palaces, these 10 breaths were undoubtedly a kind of torture. 10 breaths of time is up. Demon Palace is courting death. Gu Firmament, Bing Changshao, both of you don't have to die with Demon Palace. I advise you to sign the submission contract now. Desolate Emperor's eyes shifted to Gu Firmament and Bing Changshao. Hong. As soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a loud bang was heard from the sky above. Then, a huge hand as large as the sky appeared above Desolate Emperor's head. It was a blood-red dragon claw that was 30 meters in size and had enveloped Desolate Emperor. This sudden change shocked everyone. Before the dragon claw appeared, no one sensed that there was someone hiding in the void. Not even the half-step human immortals of Desolate Palace could sense it. Not good. Desolate Emperor knew that the situation wasn't good. Even though he was a 9th-grade great saint, he could feel a trace of danger from the blood-red dragon claw. Boundless pressure came from the dragon claw, making Desolate Emperor feel breathless. This was too shocking. He was a mighty 9th-grade great saint, the palace master of Desolate Palace, but he was suppressed by someone in an instant. Ka-cha! The giant dragon claw turned into a cage, imprisoning Desolate Emperor completely. A half-human half-dragon figure appeared. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Damn it! Second Guardian's reaction was the fastest. He was the first to react. All of a sudden, he struck out a palm at Jiang Qin. At the same time, he sealed the surrounding void, not giving Jiang Qin a chance to escape. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He had always been meticulous in his actions. How could he not be prepared before he attacked? Immediately, the Zulong Tower enshrouded his entire body. Due to the high-grade devil energy, the 7th floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. It was shining with dazzling golden light like a peerless treasure. Bang! Second Guardian's palm hit the Zulong Tower. A cracking sound was heard and cracks appeared on the Zulong Tower. This man is truly powerful. He's even stronger than a half-step human immortal, but my Zulong Tower didn't disappoint me. It will be fine as long as I can block his attack. Jiang Qin darted a glance at Second Guardian in astonishment, but all of this was within his expectation. By choosing to attack Desolate Emperor, he had already taken a huge risk. One should know that it was an incomparably difficult task to kill a half-step human immortal expert in front of him. Second Guardian's means were tyrannical. He had sealed the void, but this was nothing to Jiang Qin. With the help of spatial shift and flaming wings, nothing could trap him. With a sway of his body, he slipped out of Second Guardian's blockade like a fish and brought Desolate Emperor to the front of Gu Palace's camp. Bastard! Jiang Qin, let me go! Desolate Emperor roared. Let you go? What a joke! It's your fortune that I'm not killing you now. Jiang Qin sneered. Hua! The whole scene was in an uproar. Jiang Qin's movement was just too fast and the timing was just right. Capturing Desolate Emperor and clashing with Second Guardian only took a few breaths of time. Many of them had only regained their senses at this moment. Damn it! Let go of our palace master. Bastard Jiang Qin. Do you know what you're doing? You're courting death. Do you know that? How did this little bastard come out again? His cultivation base has become so strong that even our palace master is no match for him. Desolate Palace was in complete chaos. Although Desolate Emperor's cultivation base wasn't the strongest in Desolate Palace, his status was incomparable to most of them. He was the backbone of Desolate Palace. Now that his backbone had been captured by the enemy, it would be disastrous for them. On the other hand, Gu Palace was in a state of jubilation. Many of them were cheering. Jiang Chen's appearance at the most critical moment had undoubtedly given all the experts of the three palaces a shot of adrenaline. They had already lost all hope, but Jiang Chen's capture of Desolate Emperor had undoubtedly given them a great trump card. Capturing Desolate Emperor, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do it. There were just too many half-step human immortal experts on the scene. No one was able to sneak an attack on Desolate Emperor. Not even the half-step human immortal experts of Gu Palace could capture Desolate Emperor under the watchful eyes of so many experts, but Jiang Chen had done it. He's getting more and more powerful. It seems like Ancestor Gu Palace's prediction was right. This man is indeed a variable. Capturing Desolate Emperor is a ruthless move, but it's incomparably difficult to execute. I really have no idea how he did it. Bing Cheng looked at the incomparably powerful Jiang Chen with a smile. His heart was filled with raging waves, making him feel that it was a very wise choice to ally with Gu Palace. Ha! I knew that you would definitely show up. You have given us another big surprise. Gu Firmament laughed loudly. Now that Desolate Emperor was in their hands, he would like to see if Desolate Palace would still dare to attack them. The eyes of the half-step human immortals of Gu Palace, Demon Palace, and Bin Palace fell upon Jiang Chen. Such a young man had shocked them to the extreme. How could a 6th-grade great saint capture Desolate Emperor? They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 1025. A great surprise hit the hearts of the experts of the three palaces. Jiang Chen was indeed a variable in their calculation. He had once again created a perfect miracle at the critical moment. Now that they had captured Desolate Emperor, they had the means and the bargaining chip to restrain Desolate Palace. However, this wasn't the only surprise that Jiang Chen brought to them. Loud rumbling sounds were heard coming from the interior of Gu Palace. These rumbling sounds were all emitted by monstrous qi. Many of them turned their heads and saw hundreds of devil army marching towards Gu Palace's camp without them knowing when they had appeared. The ones leading them were none other than Han Yan, Tyrant, and De Huang Dog. The experts of the devil race. Why are there so many devil experts all of a sudden? My God! Saint Origin Palace is already chaotic enough. Now, the devil race has come. That's not right. Why are Little Monk and De Huang together with the experts of the devil race? Could it be that these devil experts were brought back by Jiang Chen and the others? The experts of the three palaces were shocked. However, there were no lack of smart and insightful experts among them. They could tell that something was wrong, especially the experts of Gu Palace. They knew that it was impossible for the experts of the devil race to appear in Gu Palace. The only possibility was that they came from the spatial passageway of the Pure Land. Plus, they were together with De Huang Dog, which was enough to prove that they had come together. Everyone, don't panic. The devil race is under our complete control. The experts of the devil race are here to help us fight against Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen said plainly. What? So many experts of the devil race are here to help us. How is this possible? Controlling the entire devil race. Are you kidding me? Who could have such a powerful means? This is simply impossible. But these experts of the devil race seem to be obedient and there's no murderous intent coming from them. It seems like what Jiang Chen said is true. However, what kind of means did he use to make the devil race listen to him? No one wasn't shocked. The shock brought to them by controlling the devil race was comparable to the shock brought by Jiang Chen's capture of Desolate Emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Voila! Under Han Yan's lead, the devil race's army stood still on Gu Palace's side in a neat formation. Three palace masters, this is my brother, Han Yan. He possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma and is proficient in the great devil curse of the devil race. During the last war in the Western Domain, the devil race retreated to the devil world at the critical moment. After that, we also entered the devil world and discovered that the supreme devil wand of the devil race had been born. Now, the wand is in Han Yan's possession. The entire devil race is under his control and no one dares to disobey him. Jiang Chen explained. For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Han Yan, especially the powerful experts of the three palaces. They were knowledgeable and had many dealings with the devil race. They had some understanding of the devil race's history and knew about the existence of the supreme devil wand, especially the people of the demon palace. They understood that the supreme devil wand was as important to the devil race as a totem. It was a kind of faith. Great. That's great. Although we don't ally with the devil race is now under our control. With the help of the devil race, our strength will increase by another level. Befriending Jiang Chen was a very wise choice. This man is always able to create miracles. Today, our three palaces were already powerless to turn the situation around and were bound to fall in the hands of Desolate Palace. Ha! The Sky Ping King came before the Desolate Emperor and humiliated him with all his might. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. Recalling the arrogant look of the Desolate Emperor just now and looking at him now, it was as though he was a completely different person. The Sky Ping King couldn't help but burst out in joy. On the other side, Desolate Palace had recovered after a short period of restlessness. However, everyone's face was filled with anger. Their palace master was taken away in front of them. This was too shameful, especially for those half-step human immortals. Taking Desolate Emperor away in front of them was no different than slapping their faces. I never thought that there would be such a young genius in Gu Palace. Second Guardian squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's appearance had surprised him. In his mind, the 13 Guardians were the scariest geniuses in the entire Saint Origin world. He had never thought that he would meet an even scarier genius today. Although he didn't care about Jiang Chen, he had to admit that a 6th grade Great Saint couldn't suppress a 9th grade Great Saint. Not even the Great Guardian who was in seclusion could do that. In other words, the 13 Guardians had lost to Jiang Chen in terms of talent. You are Jiang Chen, right? Second Guardian asked. That's right. Jiang Chen shrugged. His eyes were sizing up Second Guardian. The human immortals of Desolate Palace must have put in a lot of effort to nurture such a genius. Jiang Chen, I advise you not to do anything stupid. What you are doing now is pushing the 3 major palaces into the abyss. Desolate Palace can no longer be stopped. You should follow the heaven's will. This is your destiny. If you release Desolate Emperor now, you may still have a chance to live. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, the 3 major palaces won't even have the chance to sign the contract of submission. At that time, blood will flow like a river and thousands of people will die. Second Guardian said plainly. Even though Desolate Emperor had been captured, he could still maintain the most basic calmness. From this aspect, it could be said that the genius that was nurtured by Desolate Palace couldn't be underestimated. Is that so? Then Second Guardian, why don't you give it a try? I don't know if the 3 major palaces will flow like a river, but I'm sure that your Desolate Emperor will die first and he will die very miserably. If you don't care about Desolate Emperor's life, you can start the fight now. Jiang Chen showed an indifferent face. What a joke. Given Desolate Emperor's temperament, if he released Desolate Emperor at this moment, he would definitely be enraged by such a great humiliation. At that time, blood would flow like a river in the 3 major palaces. There would be no room for negotiation. It wouldn't work even with the help of the devil race. The difference in strength between both sides was too huge. It couldn't be changed by a single devil. Jiang Chen, do you think you are someone that I don't dare to attack? A cold light flickered in Second Guardian's eyes. He had never been threatened by anyone before. Today's matter had tied his hands and feet, which made him feel rather aggrieved. It was impossible for him to ignore Desolate Emperor. In any case, Desolate Emperor was the supreme leader of Desolate Palace and held a pivotal position in Desolate Palace. That's right. I'm sure that you won't dare to attack. Jiang Chen's words were very direct. It was as if he was looking down on Desolate Palace. If you don't like it, you can try. Such a reaction was very irritating, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 10:26. Second Guardian felt depressed, but what Jiang Chen said was right. He really didn't dare to make a move. Although he was the strongest expert in Desolate Palace, he didn't dare to disregard Desolate Emperor's life and death. Although this was his first time meeting Jiang Chen, he could tell that Jiang Chen was a ruthless man. There was no reason to reason with a ruthless man. He had no doubt that Jiang Chen would kill Desolate Emperor if he made a move. Jiang Chen, it won't do you any good if this stalemate continues. You are a smart man. You should be able to see the current situation clearly. Desolate Palace has already taken control of everything. What you are doing now is just a last-ditch struggle. It's meaningless. A half-step human immortal supreme elder spoke. In the other 7 major palaces, a half-step human immortal was an old ancestor, but in Desolate Palace, a half-step human immortal could only be addressed as supreme elder. It's indeed meaningless to continue this stalemate. I have a good solution. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tell me about it. The supreme elder said. I heard that Desolate Palace has secretly nurtured a large number of geniuses. I would like to see how powerful they are. The geniuses of Desolate Palace can choose any one of them to fight me. Of course, this second tycoon is an exception because I can't defeat him. I, Jiang Chen, am not a fool. What do you all think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen said. A trace of cunning flashed in the depth of his eyes. Those who knew him would know that he had a new plan in his mind. As soon as the words were out, the higher-ups of both sides were obviously stunned. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would propose a battle at this time. Jiang Chen, don't be reckless. Desolate Emperor is in our hands now. We have the bargaining chip. Although you can defeat a 9th grade Great Saint with your current strength, the 12 Great Saints aren't comparable to ordinary 9th grade Great Saints. Gu Firmament said hastily in a low voice. That's right, Jiang Chen. It's unwise to fight their geniuses at this time. Heavenly Peng King reminded. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Bing Chongshao who was about to continue. He had his own plan in mind because he knew the background of Desolate Palace and the mighty human immortal experts behind them. He would never give up on his plan to dominate Saint Origin World. It would be a joke to use Desolate Emperor to stop Desolate Palace. Gu Firmament and the others didn't know about the human immortal behind Desolate Palace, so they thought that they could use Desolate Emperor to negotiate with Desolate Palace. But as a matter of fact, Desolate Emperor wasn't that important in the eyes of the human immortal ancestor. Therefore, he had to use other methods to delay time and create opportunities for himself to grow. Furthermore, he was eager to see how powerful the 12 tycoons of Desolate Palace were. He might not have the confidence to deal with Second Tycoon, but he was confident that he could deal with the others. Upon seeing this, Gu Firmament and the others stopped talking. Although they didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to do this, they knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless man. He had always been cautious. Even the old ancestor had predicted that he would be a variable. Therefore, they could only wait and see how Jiang Qin was going to deal with it. Haha. Jiang Qin, I really didn't expect you to come up with such a solution. It seems like you are very confident, but your confidence is ridiculous. Do you think you can fight against the 13 tycoons just because you defeated Desolate Emperor? It seems like you have no idea how terrifying they are. Second tycoon burst into laughter. After listening to Jiang Chen's solution, he couldn't help but ridicule Jiang Qin. The 13 tycoons had grown up together, so he knew all too well how powerful they were. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that each of them could be used as a half-step human immortal expert. It was ridiculous that Jiang Qin thought he could defeat the 13 tycoons just because he defeated Desolate Emperor. Not only Second Tycoon, even the half-step human immortal experts of Desolate Palace laughed. They really didn't know what Jiang Qin was thinking about challenging the tycoons of Desolate Palace. Was he too confident, or was there something wrong with his brain? I want to see how powerful the tycoons of Desolate Palace are. I hope they won't disappoint me. Jiang Qin shrugged and continued, if I win, Desolate Palace will retreat and never invade the 3 major palaces again. If I lose, Desolate Emperor will be returned to you. The fate of the 3 major palaces will be decided by the heavens. What do you think? Jiang Qin stated his condition. Given the current situation, it was reasonable for Jiang Qin to state such a condition. Even Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to tell that he had other plans. After all, Jiang Qin was on the side of the 3 major palaces. Naturally, his condition would be beneficial to the 3 major palaces. Alright, we will do as you said. If the tycoons lose, Desolate Palace will retreat. If you lose and return Desolate Emperor to me, the 3 major palaces will face a tragic fate. The half-step human immortal supreme elder of Desolate Palace agreed without hesitation. They had great confidence in the 12 tycoons. If a 9th grade Great Saint Tycoon couldn't take down a 6th grade Great Saint Jiang Qin, it would only mean that Jiang Qin was too heaven-defying. The people of Desolate Palace would never believe that Jiang Qin could be that heaven-defying. Come. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin walked out from the camp of Gu Palace and handed Desolate Emperor to an old ancestor of Desolate Palace. With a half-step human immortal controlling Desolate Emperor, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid that Desolate Emperor could cause any trouble. Jiang Qin was now in his dragon form, which increased his combat strength by 10-fold. In addition to the 91,500 dragon marks in his body, he only needed another 500 dragon marks to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint. It could be said that he had reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint. With such a cultivation base in his dragon form, basically no one in the 9th grade Great Saint was a match for him. Even if these tycoons were stronger than them or even had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal, Jiang Qin still didn't put them in his eyes. He had endless means and rich combat experience. It was more than enough for him to deal with them. Furthermore, fighting with these tycoons was what he desired. Who wants to fight me? Jiang Qin's qi was like a rainbow. A stream of blood qi spiraled out from the top of his head. It was a vivid blood dragon. He just stood there, looking powerful and overbearing. No one could ignore his existence. Chapter 1027. 8th Guardian was holding a jade flute in her hand. The surface of the jade flute was engraved with patterns, which added a sense of mystery to it. Jiang Qin could tell that this jade flute wasn't an ordinary item at first glance. It was a powerful Great Saint weapon, but it was also because of this jade flute that the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth couldn't help but flash a smile. He didn't know much about music. In this world, those who could use music to attack were all supreme experts and peerless geniuses. The cultivation in this aspect required an extremely profound foundation and extraordinary innate ability. In addition to the powerful attack itself, the most terrifying aspect of music attack was the use of music to disturb the opponent. It would cause the opponent's mind to suffer an extremely strong shock. It could even stab the opponent's soul and cause them to fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. This kind of attack was the most terrifying and impossible to guard against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to fight against someone who was proficient in music. Even if they took it very seriously, there would still be a time when they would lose their way. However, Jiang Qin felt relieved. If it was any other combat-type tycoon, he might not have much confidence in defeating him, but if it was 8th Tycoon, he would have greater confidence in defeating her. The scariness of the Great Soul Derivation technique wasn't something that could be imagined by others. The strength of Jiang Chen's divine soul was incomprehensible to ordinary people. Anyone who tried to affect his state of mind would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. In the past, someone wanted to use the Great Illusion Realm to affect Jiang Qin. However, he suffered the consequences of his own actions and died tragically under his own illusion. Sang Ba also suffered the same fate. The Great Devil Curse couldn't affect Jiang Qin at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was like an indestructible defensive door that stood in the depths of Jiang Chen's divine soul. Moreover, Jiang Qin had fought against Wu Ningzhu before. He was very clear about the resistance of music. Those who were proficient in music would be weakened in terms of combat strength. Once the music couldn't affect the opponent, his advantage would disappear completely. 8th Guardian's advantage was destined to become a disadvantage when she fought against Jiang Qin. The consequences wouldn't be any better. Arrogant guy. You dare to humiliate our palace lord. Your actions today have doomed you to a miserable fate. It's your fortune to die under my red rhombus flute today. 8th Guardian said in an incomparably cold tone. She was an arrogant woman who considered everyone beneath her notice. Is that so? Then make your move. I won't go easy on you. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He did not put 8th Guardian in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen, be careful. Gu Firmament reminded. The experts of the 3 major palaces had a dignified look on their faces. The tycoons of Desolate Palace were too strong. This could be seen from the 2nd Tycoon. Although this 8th Tycoon wasn't as strong as the 2nd Tycoon, she wasn't any weaker than him. It would be extremely difficult to deal with her. After all, Jiang Qin was only a 6th grade Great Saint. The fact that Jiang Qin had just defeated Desolate Emperor made the people of the 3 major palaces feel a little relieved. The powerful Desolate Emperor was almost unable to fight back against Jiang Qin. This made them feel that Jiang Qin still had a chance against the 8th Guardian. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Qin and 8th Guardian soared into the sky at the same time. Immediately, the two of them opened up a new battlefield. As their chi burst out, intense killing intent filled every corner of the battlefield. The void was rippling violently. Sparks were bursting out from the battlefield that was 100 miles in circumference. The collision of their chi was already shocking enough. If an 8th grade Great Saint were to enter the battlefield, he or she would be crushed into powder by the chi. There was a huge gap between a 6th grade Great Saint and a peak 6th grade Great Saint. The current Jiang Qin was a peak 6th grade Great Saint. That was why he had the confidence to fight 8th Guardian. Clang! Without hesitation, Jiang Qin drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The blood-red dragon sword rippled with boundless light. Under the reflection of the Heavenly Saint sword, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. As Jiang Chen's natal combat weapon, the Heavenly Saint sword had grown to an incomparably terrifying level with the continuous growth of Jiang Qin. The only flaw was that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword was still missing. If all 7 fragments were fused together, the supreme divine power of the Heavenly Saint Sword would be unleashed. Howl! The Heavenly Saint Sword let out an ear-piercing howl. A dazzling sword light was slashed out by Jiang Qin. It pierced through the sky and reached 8th Guardian in a blink with extreme speed. Not bad. 8th Guardian's eyes sparkled. After seeing Jiang Chen's attack, she immediately put away her contempt for Jiang Qin. Such a figure was already qualified to be her opponent. Voila! 8th Guardian also moved. She raised the jade flute in her hand and waved it towards the sky. Countless of musical notes were transformed into talismans and rushed towards Jiang Chen's sword light. Hong Long. This was the first time the two of them exchanged blows. The powerful chi waves released by the super combat weapons collided and intertwined with each other. The entire battlefield was about to be overturned and the void was torn into pieces. In the end, the point of collision exploded, blossoming with beautiful colors like fireworks. However, the destructive power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Under such a violent collision, 8th Guardian's delicate body shook a little and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's chi was still as strong as before, as if the shock didn't affect him at all. Judging from the surface, there was no doubt that Jiang Qin had the upper hand and 8th Guardian was in a disadvantageous position. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Good. Jiang Qin is truly powerful. He is much more powerful than what we have imagined. Ha! What a genius! This really surprises me. Jiang Qin must have a very powerful trump card. No wonder he dares to challenge the 12 Guardians. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he is already so terrifying. If he continues to grow, no one will be able to suppress him. Everyone, don't be happy too early. What happened just now was just a collision of combat weapons. 8th Guardian's most powerful skill is her musical notes. Using the sound wave battle skill was extremely taxing on her body. 8th Guardian had practiced the red caltrip flute for many years, but she couldn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to her opponent. This was a huge blow to her. Ha! Little girl, your sound waves are useless against me. Do you have any more powerful means? The Grand Guardians of your desolate palace are only so-so. You think too highly of yourself. Jiang Qin burst into laughter, stimulating 8th Guardian's mind with his words. I don't believe that you won't be affected at all, flowing water of sorrow. Chapter 1028. Rumble. The entire battlefield began to rumble. The monstrous sound waves were like ferocious beasts, chattering incessantly. Not to mention the people on the battlefield, even the people outside the battlefield turned pale. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Qin was going to deal with such a terrifying sound wave. On the battlefield, 8th Guardian displayed her most powerful sound wave attack. Layers of sound waves turned into flowing water, carrying a sorrowful emotion. This move was called the flowing water of sorrow, which was also the opponent's sorrow. It was very easy to be affected by that kind of artistic conception. That's right. At this moment, the range of the sound waves displayed by 8th Guardian was like a new artistic conception, a new illusion, which made it impossible for anyone to defend against it. 8th sister has displayed the flowing water of sorrow. That brat will definitely not be able to resist it. No one can remain unaffected by this move. That's right. This is 8th sister's most terrifying trump card. No matter how talented Jiang Qin is, he will not be able to escape the fate of dying in 8th sister's hands. Let's see. This overconfident guy will definitely die a miserable death. He has angered 8th sister. In this world, anyone who angers Eighth Sister will have a miserable ending. After seeing Eighth Guardian display the flowing water of sorrow, the 12 guardians were greatly excited. It was as if they could already see the miserable appearance of Jiang Qin dying under the sound waves. However, what happened next would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. On the battlefield, the flowing water of sorrow had already been formed. It impacted every direction of the battlefield, leaving no place for Jiang Qin to hide. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin had no intention of dodging it. True Dragon Palm, tear it apart. Jiang Qin bellowed. Immediately, he struck out a powerful True Dragon Palm. The giant blood-red dragon claw tore the sound wave into 2 halves. As for the stimulation of the sound wave on his mind and soul, it had no effect on Jiang Qin at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was just too powerful. It wasn't something that Eighth Guardian could imagine. Wow! The powerful attack was broken by Jiang Qin in such a simple and violent manner. Coupled with the impact of the sound wave on one's mind, Eighth Guardian immediately suffered a huge backlash. She spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? How could he not be affected at all? This is impossible. The Eighth Guardian could not believe her eyes. Ever since she had mastered the art of music, she had never suffered such a serious blow. The blow was too heavy for her. Due to the impact of the backlash, Eighth Guardian's combat strength had begun to decline sharply. Coupled with the fact that her trump card did not have the slightest effect on the enemy, her mind was in turmoil and she had lost her composure. The time has come. On the opposite side, Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with 2 rays of cold light. It was too easy to deal with an opponent like Eighth Guardian. Geniuses like her had never suffered any setbacks before. Once they encountered a big blow, it would be very difficult for them to get over it. Just like now, Eighth Guardian's mind was in chaos. She couldn't accept the fact in front of her. The powerful rhythm was originally used to disturb the opponent's mind, but now, it had affected her. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. With the combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift, he was simply the fastest in the world. He had lost the concept of time when he moved. In a flash, he arrived in front of Eighth Guardian. The 5 elemental spheres spread out and enshrouded Eighth Guardian completely. The powerful confinement force made Eighth Guardian feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. But before she could recover from the shock, Jiang Qin's long sword slashed down once again. Puchi! With a slash, one of Eighth Guardian's arms was cut off. Then, Jiang Qin struck out the True Dragon Palm again, capturing Eighth Guardian and sending her to the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin didn't kill Eighth Guardian. Given the current situation, the more people of Desolate Palace he captured, the better it would be. These people were all important figures. The more they captured, the more chips they could use. Moreover, due to the special nature of Jiang Qin's cultivation technique, these people might play a greater role in the critical moment. Therefore, imprisoning them in the Zulong Tower could be considered as a plan for the future. Voila! The battlefield collapsed. In a flash, Jiang Qin returned to the camp of Gu Palace. The whole battle was too fast, especially the last scene where Jiang Qin captured Eighth Guardian. Many of them only reacted now. Desolate Palace's side immediately burst into an uproar. The 12 guardians were agitated. Their faces were filled with anger. Bastard! Let Eighth Sister out. Damn it! How can this little bastard be so powerful? Even Eighth Sister is no match for him. It's our biggest mistake to let Eighth Sister fight. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this brat has cultivated. Eighth Sister's musical rhythm has no effect on him at all. That's why she lost to him. The 12 guardians couldn't keep their calm anymore. No one had thought that such an ending would happen. In their point of view, it would be an incomparably easy task for 8th Guardian to kill Jiang Qin. They had never thought that she would be captured by Jiang Qin instead. 2nd Guardian and the Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace's face darkened. Not only had they lost 8th Guardian, they had also put Desolate Palace in a dilemma. On the other side, Gu Palace was cheering. In many people's eyes, Jiang Qin had become a godlike existence. He was simply omnipotent, like an invincible and peerless war god. He's too powerful. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he has killed 8th Guardian so quickly. This is unbelievable. A peerless monstrous genius. He's a peerless monstrous genius. It's the wisest choice for us to befriend him. No wonder the old ancestor of Gu Palace predicted that he would be the variable this time. It seems like he's right. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in his hands. Jiang Qin is courageous and resourceful. First, he captured Desolate Emperor. Now, he didn't kill 8th Guardian, giving us another bargaining chip. The experts of the 3 palaces admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Before they met Jiang Qin, they would never believe that there was such a terrifying genius in the heavens and earth. In front of Jiang Qin, all the halos of geniuses would be overshadowed. 2nd Guardian, according to our previous bet, your desolate palace has to withdraw immediately. Jiang Qin returned to his human form and spoke plainly to 2nd Guardian. He knew very well that the one who had the final say in Desolate Palace wasn't those half-step human immortal Supreme Elder, but this young 2nd Guardian. The side of Desolate Palace fell into silence. They were already on the verge of conquering the entire Saint Origin Palace, but Jiang Qin suddenly appeared at the last moment, putting them in a dilemma. However, the bet had already been made. If they were to go back on their words now, it would greatly affect the prestige of Desolate Palace. Jiang Qin, let go of 8th Guardian and we will retreat now. 2nd Guardian said. No. It's a life and death battle. I'm already being merciful by not killing her. I won't release 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor. They are my bargaining chips. There's no such rule in the bet. Chapter 1029. 2nd Guardian wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's answer. If Jiang Qin really released 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor, he would be surprised instead. He had agreed to the bet without knowing much about Jiang Qin. It could be said that he had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap. Now that the bet was in front of him, he was in a dilemma. 2nd brother, what should we do now? 8th sister and palace master are in Jiang Qin's hands. We can't do anything. A guardian came to 2nd Guardian's side and said. At this time, the few half-step human immortal supreme elders of Desolate Palace had also come to 2nd Guardian's side. 2nd Guardian, I think we should retreat first before discussing how to deal with the 3 palaces. Even if we let them live for a few more days, they won't be able to cause any big waves. The outcome will not change. Desolate Palace is going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. There's no way we can stop it. One of the Supreme Elders said. Alright, we'll let them live for 2 more days. Tear up the contract of submission between the 3 halls. They no longer have the chance to sign the contract. Not long after, what awaits them will be destruction, complete and utter destruction. 2nd Guardian said viciously. This was his first battle after he had reached the Grand Completion realm, but he had encountered such a huge setback. This made his heart feel as if it was pricked by a thorn. This was the biggest shame in his life. Jiang Qin, I'll give you one last chance. If you release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian now, and the 3 palaces submit to Desolate Palace, I assure you that we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't agree, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Desolate Palace is unstoppable. You won't have the chance to sign the submission contract anymore. What awaits you in the future will be utter destruction. Second Guardian said to Jiang Chen in a stern voice. If worse comes to worst, we'll all perish together. I, Jiang Chen, will be waiting for you. Jiang Chen's words turned sharp. This was the first real confrontation between him and Desolate Palace. He would never back down. That ridiculous submission contract was just bullshit in Jiang Chen's eyes. As the dignified greatest saint, he had stood at the peak of this world in his previous life. In this life, he was going to stand at the peak and step on all the powerful enemies. Desolate Palace was his last and strongest enemy. Very well. The three palaces will pay a heavy price for today's decision. Second Guardian tore the three submission contracts apart, clearly telling the people of the three palaces that they had lost the chance to live. Desolate Palace would use the cruelest means to deal with them, consigning them to eternal damnation. Retreat. Second Guardian waved his hand and disappeared along with the experts of Desolate Palace and the other four palaces. Upon seeing this, the experts of the three palaces became excited. Their despairing mood disappeared in an instant. They had already lost all hope in the previous situation. They had never thought that the appearance of Jiang Chen would reverse the situation. This made Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of the three palaces soar to an unreachable level. Everyone, including Bing Changshao, looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of respect. Jiang Chen, the resentment between you and Bin Palace is written off. Today, you have saved the fate of Bin Palace. Bin Palace owes you a great favor. Bing Changshao came to Jiang Chen's side and said in an incomparably sincere tone. It's a wise decision for Bin Palace Master to choose to ally with us. I, Jiang Chen, also like to deal with wise people. Jiang Chen smiled. Bin Palace had never gained any advantage from him. Instead, many of their experts had fallen in his hands. Now that Bin Palace wanted to ally with him at this critical moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he trusted Bing Changshao's sincerity very much. Jiang Chen, now that Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian are in our hands, I believe Desolate Palace won't dare to act rashly. Gu Firmament said with a smile. His mood was like a completely different person compared to before. Everyone, don't be happy too early. The crisis of the three palaces hasn't been resolved yet. We have only bought a few days of time. Now, everyone, follow me to the conference hall. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned solemn. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the conference hall of Gu Palace. Upon seeing this, the others who had already relaxed their nerves tensed up again. It was impossible for them to ignore Jiang Chen's words. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, Jiang Chen sat on the main seat. Even those half-step human immortal old ancestors were willing to sit on either side of him. Everyone knew very well that this white-clothed young man was the backbone of the three palaces. Everyone had to listen to Jiang Chen's arrangement. Only in this way could the fate of the three palaces be preserved. Jiang Chen, Desolate Emperor, is the palace master of Desolate Palace. He has a high position and is the #1 existence. Even if Desolate Palace wants to rule the entire Saint Origin world, it's impossible for them to ignore the life and death of Desolate Emperor, right? Gu Firmament asked. You have underestimated the foundation of Desolate Palace and overestimated Desolate Emperor's position in Desolate Palace. Now, I will tell you the secret of Desolate Palace. Don't you have any doubts about how those powerful Grand Guardians were cultivated? No matter how powerful Desolate Palace is, their strength isn't much different from yours. How could they cultivate such terrifying geniuses? Jiang Chen said solemnly. We have been thinking about this, but we have no idea how Desolate Palace did it. Jiang Chen, do you know the secret? One of the old ancestors asked. They were all half-step human immortal experts. Even if they spent their whole life cultivating a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 12 Grand Guardians. That's because none of the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace have ascended in the last 100 years. All of them have been hiding in Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen's words caused a huge uproar in the main hall. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically after hearing what Jiang Chen said. What? None of the human immortals have ascended. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Take us for example. If we advance to the human immortal realm, we will have completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become true immortals. A world like Saint Origin World will no longer be able to accommodate us. At that time, the immortal world will attract us, forcing us to ascend. How could the human immortals of Desolate Palace not leave? Old Ancestor Gu Palace shook his head. That's right. This is the law. No one can break it. Old Ancestor Demon and Old Ancestor Bin Palace agreed with Old Ancestor Gu Palace. It was impossible for a human immortal not to ascend to the immortal realm. You are all right, but I have to mention another person, Old Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said. When Old Ancestor Green Lotus ascended to the immortal realm, he died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. What does this have to do with him? Someone asked. What a joke. Given Old Ancestor Green Lotus's ability, how could he die under the heavenly tribulation if he wanted to ascend to the immortal realm? None of the ancestors of the 8 palaces could be compared to Green Lotus. Old Ancestor Green Lotus didn't die at all. He once obtained a treasure in the Immortal Cove Mountain. That treasure can deceive the heaven's secret and prevent the descent of the immortal world's laws. Desolate Palace knew about this treasure, so they secretly framed Green Lotus and imprisoned him when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. All these years, Old Ancestor Green Lotus has been imprisoned in Desolate Palace. The human immortals of Desolate Palace used the treasure to deceive the heaven's secret, preventing all the human immortals from ascending to the immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. At this point, there was no need to hide this secret anymore. What? There's such a thing. That's right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. His cultivation base is profound. Even our old ancestor succeeded in his heavenly tribulation. There's no reason for him to fail. It turns out that Desolate Palace has such a big secret. Motherfucker. Desolate Palace is really scheming something big. It seems like those tycoons were secretly trained by these human immortals for the sake of the rise of Desolate Palace. Human immortal experts can't unleash powerful attacks from down there. The power of human immortals is too powerful for this world to withstand. Moreover, the immortal world might attract the attention of human immortals. Basically, human immortals can't attack. Therefore, they have been secretly cultivating geniuses in order to dominate the entire Saint Origin world and strengthen the foundation of Desolate Palace. None of them were fools. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, they could roughly guess what was going on, but it was also because of this that they were shocked. Desolate Palace actually had a mighty human immortal. This was something that none of them had ever thought of and dared not to think about. In their point of view, this was simply impossible, but since it came out from Jiang Chen's mouth, they had reason to believe that it was true. No one asked Jiang Chen how he knew about this secret. In many people's hearts, Jiang Chen was already an omnipotent expert. Therefore, it was very normal for Jiang Chen to know such a big secret. That's right. The purpose of Desolate Palace is very clear. Therefore, if you think that Desolate Emperor and 8th Tycoon alone can stop Desolate Palace, you are too naive. Those human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace have been plotting for hundreds of years. How can they give up their plan just because of Desolate Emperor? Desolate Emperor's influence isn't that great. Therefore, I estimate that Desolate Palace will make a comeback in at most 3 days. At that time, even Desolate Emperor won't be able to stop them. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the atmosphere in the conference hall tensed up. Everyone's face darkened, because they knew that what Jiang Chen said was right. If this was the internal secret of Desolate Palace, Desolate Emperor alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Chapter 1030. After knowing the true strength of Desolate Palace, the confidence they had completely vanished. Initially, they thought that by controlling Desolate Emperor, they would be able to stop Desolate Palace's next move. But now, it seemed impossible. Desolate Palace still had a powerful human immortal ancestor behind them. They had been working hard for 100 years just for this day. It was impossible for them to stop just because of Desolate Emperor. But don't worry. Although there are powerful human immortal ancestors in Desolate Palace, those human immortals can't attack us. So, we haven't reached the point of no return yet. The situation will open up bit by bit. What I'm worried about now is the Great Guardian who hasn't appeared yet. Jiang Chen said. Everyone's attention was shifted to the Great Tycoon when the name Great Tycoon was mentioned. They had truly neglected this point. The strongest young man who had participated in the previous battle was just second Tycoon. It was imaginable that the hidden Great Tycoon must be even more tyrannical. Thinking of this, the experts of the 3 palaces once again felt a sense of helplessness. The foundation of Desolate Palace was too strong, so strong that they could only look at it in awe. Jiang Chen, what's your plan? Gu Firmament asked. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. At this point, they really had no other way but to rely on Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could continue to bring them miracles and hope for survival. There's no good plan. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, all plans are useless. So what we need to do is to improve our strength. Jiang Chen said. AI. It's so difficult to improve our strength in just a few days. It's like a fantasy. Bing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, but they knew very well that although what Jiang Chen said was cruel, it was the truth. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all means were futile. They could only fight against it with greater strength. You all might not be able to do it, but I have a way. As long as I break through to the 7th grade Great Saint, that second guardian will no longer be a match for me. At that time, he will be killed by me. As for the Great Guardian, let's not think about it before he appears. We will do it step by step. It won't be easy for Desolate Palace to devour us. I, Jiang Chen, want to grow stronger and Desolate Palace will be my stepping stone. Jiang Chen's aura suddenly fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and emitted a strong aura of a superior that could make people submit to him. There are only 3 days left. I'm afraid that it won't be easy even for you to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint. An old ancestor of Bin Palace said. They had no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. They didn't even doubt that a 7th grade Great Saint like Jiang Chen could kill second guardian in his half-dragon form. However, the most difficult thing now was to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint in 3 days. It didn't seem to be an easy or impossible task. I have my own way. I'm going to leave Saint Origin Palace for a while. I will be back in 3 days. If there are no accidents, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint won't be a problem. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Jiang Chen said, then turned to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. De Huang, Tyrant, the time has come when I need you too. Do you still remember how Nebula sect fought against the northern and southern dynasties? You mean the 5 elemental Tejura formation? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. That's right. The three of us will set up the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation around Gu Palace. All the 9th grade great saints will be guarding it. I have the 5 elemental spirits, Tyrant has the blood-red stone tablet, and De Huang has the heavenly book of formation source. With the help of countless experts, even if Desolate Palace suddenly attacks, we will be able to hold them off for some time. Jiang Qin said. All right. Let's not delay any further. Let's get started, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. Everyone could feel how tense the current situation was. All measures had to be implemented without delay. Very quickly, the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation was completed with the 5 elemental spirits as the foundation. A towering blood-red stone tablet hovered at the center of the grand formation, radiating dazzling light. This stone tablet was very powerful. Until now, Tyrant hadn't found out what secrets it contained, but its function was undeniable. The supreme experts of the 3 palaces widened their eyes in shock when they saw the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation. Every one of them was a famous expert with profound cultivation. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. They were extremely proficient in the Tao of formation, but even the most powerful formation master couldn't help but praise the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation. What a powerful formation! It's a miracle that Jiang Qin possesses the 5 elemental spirits at the same time. The existence of such a monstrous genius is a miracle in itself. Without this miracle, I'm afraid that our 3 palaces would have followed in the footsteps of Narong Palace. With this formation, we can indeed resist Desolate Palace effectively. Now, we just have to see if Jiang Qin can advance to the 7th grade Great Saint as soon as possible. I'm very confident in Jiang Qin now. This man has created countless miracles. His speed of progress has always been amazing. The fate of our 3 palaces is now tied to him. Everyone was amazed. An existence like Jiang Qin was rarely seen in the heavens and earth. Ever since they knew Jiang Qin, everything that Jiang Qin did was significant. De Huang, the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation is guarded by these half-step human immortals. It's absolutely safe. Follow me and leave this place. Jiang Qin left with De Huang Dog, returning to the Pure Land through the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. Little Qinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked curiously. To the Saint Cliff. Jiang Qin said. The place where you died in your previous life. We have been to that place once, but there was nothing there. We won't get anything if we go there again. The interior of the Saint Cliff is blocked by a heavenly barrier. We can't enter it. De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. That's right. We couldn't enter it in the past, but I'm afraid that we can now. The Zulong Tower might be useful. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He didn't think of it in the beginning, but under the guidance of the Zulong Tower, he was able to pass through the deep layer of the spatial barrier of Desolate Palace and meet up with Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps, they would be able to pass through the heavenly barrier and enter the interior of the Saint Cliff. I have left a shocking treasure in the interior of the Saint Cliff. Many of these treasures will be very useful to you. I have a hunch that the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword is probably behind the heavenly barrier, at the center of the Saint Cliff. If we can enter it smoothly, not only will my cultivation base advance to the 7th grade Great Saint, your cultivation base will also increase tremendously. At that time, once the power of the Totem Divine Seal is activated, your cultivation base will reach a terrifying level. Chapter 1031. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled when he heard the word treasure. To De Huang Dog, there was nothing more attractive than treasure. Wakaka, you are a good kid. Master Dog is very interested in the treasure left behind by the greatest saint. I would like to see what's inside. Big Yellow laughed excitedly. He knew about Jiang Chen's identity as the greatest saint beneath the heavens. The treasures left behind by the greatest saint were very valuable. Very soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the ancient people's palace through the spatial passageway. They didn't disturb any of the ancient people and headed straight to the Saint Cliff. Saint Origin World had regained its peace after the Devil Race's war in Western Domain. However, the people of Pure Land still didn't know that the real chaos of Saint Origin World was still going on in Saint Origin Palace. Narong Palace had signed a slave contract with Desolate Palace. Due to the short period of time, the restriction of the contract hadn't manifested yet. However, it wouldn't take long for the people of the four major families to sense it and be bound by the contract. It was like a curse that they couldn't get rid of for the rest of their lives. This was a tragedy for the four major families, but it couldn't change anything. Only when Desolate Palace was destroyed would the four major families regain their freedom. Saint Cliff. A chilly wind was blowing. The Saint Cliff was now completely barren. Very few people would come to this place. Basically, it was desolate. This was the second time Jiang Qin came to the Saint Cliff after his rebirth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't calm down. This place had a great significance to him. He had left his glory and countless legends here. It was also the biggest pain and unwillingness in his heart. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to the front of the invisible barrier. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still feel the terror of the barrier. It was a natural barrier that blocked everything. Even a mighty half-step human immortal couldn't go through it. Can we really enter the Zulong Tower? De Huang Dog was skeptical. I once used the Zulong Tower to infiltrate into the inner space of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. The space that imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus was built by the immortals. Since the Zulong Tower could easily pass through it, I think it should be possible to enter this space as well. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Jiang Chen said. He was very confident about the Zulong Tower. Moreover, this was his last chance. The last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword was very likely to be inside the Saint Cliff. In fact, to Jiang Chen, with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the treasures left behind in his previous life. However, the Heavenly Saint Sword was different. If he couldn't find the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword, the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand would only be a broken sword. Even if he arrived in the immortal world, it would still be a broken sword. As a natal weapon, Jiang Chen certainly hoped that his combat weapon was perfect and not a broken sword. If that was the case, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. I'll open the Zulong Tower now. You go in first. Jiang Chen tore a hole in the Zulong Tower and let De Huang Dog enter first. Then, he himself entered the Zulong Tower. Under his control, the Zulong Tower silently approached the invisible barrier. As the Zulong Tower approached, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their last chance. If they failed, Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to resist. Pop! When the Zulong Tower collided with the sky barrier, a slight tremor was heard. Jiang Chen became even more nervous, almost holding his breath. But to his surprise, the Zulong Tower didn't bounce back from the sky barrier. It seems to work. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slammed it into the inner part of the sky barrier. With a popped sound, the ancient dragon patterns on the surface of the Zulong Tower seemed to be stimulated and began to flow. A surprising scene appeared. The mystical Zulong Tower didn't encounter the slightest hindrance from the sky barrier and directly rushed into the inner part of the Saint Cliff. Swoosh! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog instantly walked out from the Zulong Tower. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. They finally made it in. The Zulong Tower is indeed mystical and has endless uses. As the number of floors of the Zulong Tower increases, its uses will definitely increase as well. Right now, Jiang Chen was paying more and more attention to the Zulong Tower. This inherited ancestral dragon supreme treasure was full of mysteries. Indeed, it had brought a lot of uses to Jiang Chen. It could be imagined that as his cultivation continued to increase, and as the Zulong Tower continued to grow, its uses would definitely increase as well. The surroundings were still filled with a gloomy aura. The cold wind kept blowing, sending chills down everyone's spines. Rocks and broken hills could be seen everywhere. It was a desolate place, and it didn't look like a treasure at all. However, Jiang Chen didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. He still had the same confident look as if everything was under his control. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Where's your broken treasure hoard? There's not even a hair here." De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. "With my means, do you think I would casually place my treasure hoard around? Watch carefully," Jiang Chen said and walked a few steps towards the southwest. After confirming the direction, he tore the void with his bare hands. In an instant, countless golden lights rushed out from the void and fell on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was still fine, but De Huang Dog immediately became excited. "This is the aura of Saint Elixir, the aura of various precious spiritual herbs, the aura of various powerful demonic spirits and devil spirits, as well as the aura of various weapons and treasures. So, you've created a new space specifically to store treasures. Amazing." De Huang Dog's nose was very sensitive. He didn't even need to look at the treasures. He only needed to sniff it to know what it was. The treasure left behind by Jiang Chen was definitely a peerless treasure in Saint Origin World. If someone could excavate it, it would be able to revitalize countless major powers. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Chen's method of leaving behind the treasure. He thought to himself that the greatest saint was indeed the greatest saint. The spatial zone created by Jiang Chen was completely connected to the world barrier. Even a 9th grade great saint treasure hunter would find it extremely difficult to locate the treasure. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Chen's method of leaving the treasure. The means of the greatest saint had reached the peak of Saint Origin World in every aspect. Others might not be able to find the treasure, but Jiang Chen could easily find it. After all, this space was created by him. There was a strong connection between them. "Let's go." Jiang Chen took the lead and walked in, followed by De Huang Dog. Since this treasure hoard was created by Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was defenseless. Jiang Chen wouldn't harm him. Even so, Big Yellow's jaw dropped when he came in. The spatial zone wasn't big, it only had a circumference of 1 mile, which wasn't even as big as a palace. But in this narrow spatial zone, there were formations, trap formations, killing formations, and confusion formations everywhere. All kinds of formations were intertwined with each other. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, he or she would feel dizzy. Motherfucker. The title of the greatest saint is indeed well-deserved. De Huang Dog sighed. He admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, could leave such treasures behind. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, the formations vanished instantly as if they had sensed something, revealing the situation inside the treasure vault. In this spatial zone, there were all kinds of spatial rings, all kinds of storage magic treasures, all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, countless of them. There were also at least a few hundred combat weapons floating in the air. Big Yellow also saw some 5th grade Great Saint Demon souls that were thrown on the ground as if they were rubbish. There were also plenty of strange pills. Each of them was an absolute treasure in the outside world, but they were casually placed here as if they weren't worth any money at all. Wakaka. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a strong foundation. I'm going to be rich this time. Master Dog will be able to have a good meal. Big Yellow was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and sucked in a huge amount of herbs and pills. It seemed like there was nothing this guy couldn't digest, he could eat anything. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. The reason he brought the Huang Dog here was to let him eat. The Huang Dog knew very well how many treasures he had left behind, but he didn't put these things in his eyes. What he wanted the most now was the Heavenly Saint Sword. However, when he left these treasures, the Heavenly Saint Sword hadn't been broken yet, so it wasn't in the treasure hoard. All these years, Jiang Qin had never heard any news about the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. That was why he guessed that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword might have fallen into this treasure hoard. Although it was just a guess, it wasn't unfounded. After all, he had fallen in this Saint Cliff. When sure enough, as Jiang Qin inspected the area, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from one of the hundreds of combat weapons floating in the air. Jiang Qin immediately looked over, and he saw an inconspicuous broken sword hovering in the middle of all the combat weapons. The buzzing sound came from the broken sword. Ha! It's really here. Chapter 1032. Jiang Qin casually waved his hand, summoning the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword. It automatically flew into Jiang Qin's hand and started jumping around happily. De Huang, there are countless of spiritual herbs and demon souls here. There are plenty of 9th grade Great Saint Demon souls and Devil souls. You can eat and refine them as much as you want. You have a powerful divine beast bloodline and the blessing of the totem divine seal. You won't miss such a great opportunity. Now, I'm going to refine the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword to perfection. I'm afraid that this process will take at least a day. Jiang Qin said to the Huang Dog. Don't worry. I won't be courteous with you. There are too many good things here, especially those demon souls and devil souls. The totem divine seal and my bloodline can absorb them directly. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint this time. The Huang Dog was very excited. He was afraid that he would only encounter such a great opportunity once in his life. The Huang Dog wasn't a fool at all. A man and a dog began to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword without any delay. There wasn't much time left. A great crisis could erupt in Saint Origin Palace at any time. The only person who could solve this crisis was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sat cross-legged, took out the Heavenly Saint Sword and began the fusion process. As this was the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Qin had to refine it to perfection. After the fusion, Jiang Qin would have to absorb the great benefits that it would bring to him. Therefore, it wouldn't be a short time, it would take at least a day. As for the defense, it was too safe here. There was no need for it. There was a heavenly barrier outside that prevented anyone from entering. Even the human immortals of Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to deduce that he was at the center of the Saint Cliff. Meanwhile, in Desolate Palace, the human immortal old ancestor was infuriated. The 12 guardians and the higher-ups of Desolate Palace were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. A bunch of trash. How could you allow a brat to disrupt the plan of Desolate Palace? Now, even the palace master has been captured by him. This is really shameful. The human immortal old ancestor's cold gaze swept through everyone present. Immediately, everyone felt an intense pressure. Under this pressure, even their souls were trembling. That was the pressure of a powerful human immortal. Even a powerful half-step human immortal would not be able to withstand it. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Second guardian plucked up his courage and asked. Humph. Emir Jiang Qin wants to stop our plan of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace. That's ridiculous. How can we give up on the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace? Old ancestor harumphed coldly. But old ancestor, Heavenly King is still in their hands. If we take action forcefully, I'm afraid that Heavenly King will be in danger. Heavenly King has a noble status in Desolate Palace. His importance is self-evident. A half-step human immortal supreme elder said worriedly. Immediately go to Gu Palace and spread the word. I will give them 1 day's time. If they release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, the 3 palaces will have the chance to sign the contract of submission. If they don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a massive attack and kill every single one of them, making them suffer the true pain of extermination. The old ancestor said coldly without any emotion in his words. But a half-step human immortal elder knitted his eyebrows. They had been with Desolate Emperor for a long time and had a deep relationship with him. If anything happened to Desolate Emperor, it would be the last thing they wanted to see. Moreover, they had also seen Jiang Chen's character clearly. He could be described as cruel and merciless. It was simply impossible for them to ask Jiang Chen to release Desolate Emperor. No buts. We can't allow anyone to obstruct the great plan of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is the leader of Desolate Palace, but he was the first to be captured by the enemy. This is a great humiliation to our Desolate Palace. If he dies, there will be another palace master. Go now. The old ancestor waved his sleeve. No one dared to disobey his order. His words were the absolute authority. Jiang Chen's guess was right. The human immortal experts of Desolate Palace had stayed for 100 years just for this day. The plan of conquering Saint Origin World was about to be completed. Nothing could stop Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor alone wasn't enough to stop them. In the eyes of the old ancestor, the life of Desolate Emperor was nothing compared to the future of the entire Desolate Palace. Yes, old ancestor. Second guardian clasped his fists at the old ancestor, then turned and left. Outside Gu Palace, second guardian shouted as soon as he arrived, Jiang Chen and the people of the 3 palaces, listen up. Desolate Palace will give you 1 day to release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. In that case, the 3 palaces will still have the chance to surrender to us. If you don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a full-scale attack on all 3 palaces. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. The word clan extermination reverberated in the air above the ancient palace, drifting into everyone's ears. This caused the members of the 3 palaces, who had originally seen a glimmer of hope, to instantly fall into the abyss. 1 day. It seemed like this was the final deadline. What? 1 day. It seems like Jiang Chen's guess is right. Compared to the determination of Desolate Palace to conquer Saint Origin World, Desolate Emperor alone is obviously not enough. We initially thought that we would have 3 days, but Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are only worth 1 day. AI. What will come, but 1 day is too short. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint in 1 day. The crisis of the 3 palaces has finally arrived. I hope that Jiang Chen can bring us another miracle. Otherwise, the 3 palaces will be doomed eternally and will face the real calamity of extermination. The higher-ups of the 3 palaces sighed once more. Given their current situation, it was naturally impossible for them to release Desolate Emperor. Even if Second Guardian said that they could surrender to Desolate Emperor certainly wouldn't agree to it. As the master of Desolate Palace, the supreme ruler, if he was captured by the enemy and suffered endless humiliation, the first thing he would do when he had the chance would be to seek revenge. At that time, he would annihilate the three palaces. The three palaces had no other way out now. They could only hold on. To them, all of their hopes were placed on Jiang Qin. They prayed that Jiang Qin could break through to a higher realm in a day's time. At that time, he would be able to turn the tide, even though they knew that it was an impossible task. In the Saint Cliff, Jiang Qin had completed the final fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword at his fastest speed. This process had taken him nearly half a day. Howl. Chapter 1033. Along with the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Qin began to receive continuous benefits. The potential energy was stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his Qi to increase. Very quickly, 500 dragon marks were formed. The total number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 92,000. He was about to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint. Hong! An incomparably powerful wave of qi burst out from Jiang Qin's body. The 7th grade Great Saint was also a threshold. If the 9 grades of Great Saint were divided into 3 stages, then the 7th grade Great Saint would be the late Great Saint. Even though he had just stepped into the late Great Saint realm, he was still many times stronger than a 6th grade Great Saint. However, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint wasn't Jiang Qin's limit. The enhancement brought to him by the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword was definitely more than this. New dragon marks were still being condensed. It seemed like it wouldn't be a problem for him to push his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. Jiang Qin, who was a 7th grade Great Saint, could easily kill the 12 guardians and even the 2nd guardian. If Jiang Qin's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint, 2nd guardian would be no match for Jiang Qin and would be killed on the spot. On the other side, the Huang dog's body was going through a tremendous change. His body was wrapped by a golden cocoon. The cocoon was formed by abundant energy. No one knew how many spiritual herbs, demon souls and devil souls the Huang dog had consumed. His cultivation base was rising rapidly. A day passed quickly. As expected, Jiang Qin's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 93,500. He only needed another 500 more dragon marks to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. At this moment, Jiang Qin's cultivation base was much stronger than before. It was completely incomparable. Voila! The energy and aura receded back into Jiang Qin's body like a receding tide. Jiang Qin opened his eyes, and the Heavenly Saint Sword automatically fell into his hand. His pair of golden eyes flickered with brilliance, and he couldn't help but smile. With my current strength, coupled with the Great Circle Heavenly Saint Sword, killing the 2nd tycoon will be a piece of cake. However, I'm afraid that the hidden big tycoon will be difficult to deal with, but I, Jiang Qin, don't care. I'll take it one step at a time and come up with a countermeasure later. The current Jiang Qin didn't put 2nd Guardian in his eyes anymore. What he cared about now was Big Guardian, who had never appeared before. Obviously, Big Guardian was much stronger than 2nd Guardian. Unless he advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Jiang Qin stood up and looked at the sleeping De Huang dog. Without disturbing him, he walked out of the spatial zone and walked towards the exit of the Saint Cliff. He easily passed through the heaven barrier and found out that it didn't hinder anyone from going out. It only stopped the people from coming in. I have no idea what's going on in Saint Origin Palace. I'll go back first and let De Huang break through to a higher realm. He will return after he succeeds. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. The situation in Saint Origin Palace was too urgent. Although he said that he had 3 days at most, there were too many variables. Currently, the situation in Saint Origin Palace had exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation. The deadline was up. Desolate Palace had launched a large-scale attack. Their momentum and murderous intent soared to the sky. Countless experts were spread outside the ancient palace. The pressure and qi they emitted almost shrouded the entire sky above the ancient palace, making people feel suffocated. Second Guardian stood at the front. His white robe fluttered in the wind. The folding fan in his hand shot out rays of light like sharp swords. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, completely different from the temperament of a scholar. People of the 3 palaces, listen up. You all have one last chance. Hand over Heavenly King and 8th Guardian and submit to us. Second Guardian's voice was stern. However, even after Second Guardian's voice faded, Gu Palace was still as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, Second Guardian's anger finally flared up. His patience had reached its limit. Good. Very good. Since you 3 palaces are courting death, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Everyone, listen up. Attack Gu Palace immediately. Kill everyone here. Don't spare even the fowls and dogs. Second Guardian gave his order. All of a sudden, the experts of Desolate Palace, the remaining 10 Guardians, Narong Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, and Hua Palace rushed towards Gu Palace. Violent attacks began to bombard Gu Palace. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such a huge force and terrifying combat energy was unique. It was imaginable that if these energies were to bombard Gu Palace, the entire palace would be turned into powder in an instant and disappear from this world. The experts of the 3 palaces' facial expression changed dramatically. This was a super war. No one had the confidence to stay alive in such a war. It was impossible to start a war directly. Even with the help of the devil race, the gap between both sides was still huge. The only thing they could rely on now was the 5 elemental Tejura Grand Formation. However, most of them weren't very confident about the Grand Formation left behind by Jiang Qin. In fact, it wasn't because they didn't have confidence in the Grand Formation, but because the opponent was too strong. It was enough to make them despair. Everyone, do your best to defend the Grand Formation. Gu Firmament roared. The 5 elemental Tejura Grand Formation was their last hope. Once this Grand Formation was torn apart, the 3 palaces would be completely finished. There was no hope left. Now that the experts of the 3 palaces and the devil race were here, it was enough to support the 5 elemental Tejura Grand Formation. At this critical moment, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone exerted 120% of their strength to support the 5 elemental Tejura Grand Formation. Hong Long. The violent energy bombarded the Grand Formation, causing it to shake violently. Its light dimmed a lot, but what made the experts of the 3 palaces happy was that the Grand Formation had really withstood the attack. What a powerful 5 elemental Tejura Grand Formation. How can it have such a powerful defensive ability? Don't be happy too early. The enemy has just started their attack. They won't stop. The stronger the attack, the more energy it consumes. We don't know how long it can last. Everyone, don't be negligent. Hold on until Jiang Chen returns. I have made some calculations yesterday. The end of our 3 palaces hasn't come yet. Jiang Chen is still the biggest variable. The experts of the 3 palaces were excited. The words of Ancestor Gu Palace had given them a boost of confidence, giving them hope in Jiangqin once again. What kind of grand formation is that? How can it withstand such a powerful attack? I have never seen such a grand formation. It seems like the three palaces are well prepared. Cut the crap. The stronger the formation, the more energy it consumes. I would like to see how long they can last. Attack. Destroy this grand formation. The emergence of the five elemental Tajura formation had surprised many of them, however, they were still the strongest. Under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how powerful the formation was, it was impossible for it to withstand the attack. Second Guardian was furious. He personally launched an attack. The huge fan in his hand was 100 meters long. Every time it was fanned, an earth-shattering chi would burst out. All the Guardians and half-step human immortals concentrated their energy to attack the five formation cores of the Grand Formation. Soon, cracks appeared on the five elemental Tajura Grand Formation. This situation made the experts of the three palaces nervous again. It's too depressing to fight like this. Han Yen held the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. His white hair fluttered in the wind like a mad devil. He rushed out of the Grand Formation with extreme speed and came to a 9th grade Great Saint of Desolate Palace. Without saying a word, he released thousands of devil waves from the Supreme Devil Wand and smashed it at the 9th grade Great Saint. What? The 9th grade Great Saint exclaimed. An extreme sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that someone would dare to rush out of the Grand Formation. In Desolate Palace's point of view, the experts of the three palaces should be holing up in the Grand Formation to protect themselves. Coming out of the Grand Formation was no different from courting death. Unfortunately, it was hard to say who was the one courting death. Just like now, he had suffered a sneak attack from Han Yen. Hong Long. The speed of the Supreme Devil Wand was too fast. It smashed the 9th grade Great Saint's head. The Great Saint let out a wail and was smashed into powder on the spot. Han Yan's current cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. Adding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand, he could easily kill any ordinary 9th grade Great Saint. He could even fight those guardians to a draw. To put it bluntly, the current Han Yan had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Gu Tianma had the complete bloodline, the Great Devil Curse and the Supreme Devil Wand. Even those guardians would be killed by Han Yan if they weren't careful. Once the Great Devil Curse was unleashed, one would be affected by it if they were not careful. This could be seen from how Sangba killed the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. There is a mad devil rushing out. Kill him now. Someone came to his senses and immediately roared. Hua La. For a moment, a dozen 9th grade Great Saints besieged Jiangqin, including the Palace Master of Dan Palace and Hua Palace. As Palace Masters, their combat strength was stronger than ordinary 9th grade Great Saints, but Han Yan didn't care about it at all. It was an incomparably easy task for him to kill them. It could be said that he just needed to do it casually. A mad devil dares to be so arrogant here. You are Jiang Chen's friend. Go to hell. The Palace Master of Hua Palace said while gritting his teeth. They had already submitted to Desolate Palace and couldn't resist. Their hearts were filled with grievance. Plus, they had a grudge against Jiangqin. Naturally, they would vent their anger on Jiangqin. Coincidentally, Han Yan was Jiangqin's friend, so there was nothing else to say. They killed him without hesitation. Chapter 1034. Dozens of 9th grade Great Saints surrounded Han Yan. Facing such a powerful group, no one wouldn't feel fear. After all, Han Yan was merely an 8th grade Great Saint. Even if he was at the peak of 8th grade great saint, there was still an unimaginable gap between him and a 9th grade great saint. Unfortunately, this gap was only for ordinary people. Obviously, Han Yen wasn't one of them. The combination of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Great Devil Curse and Supreme Devil Wand was enough to create a peerless genius. Kill! The palace master of Shi Palace bellowed and took the lead to lunge at Han Yen. At the same time, the other 9th grade great saints launched their attacks from different directions. It seemed like they were going to kill Han Yen with a single strike. Humph! Han Yen sneered. He didn't care about the joint attack of so many 9th grade great saints. A monstrous devil wave burst out from his body and turned into a domain. He chanted an indescribable devil incantation, casting out the Great Devil Curse. Many of them were caught off guard and were slightly affected by it. Great Devil Curse, Han Yen said coldly. In such a fierce battle of life and death, even the slightest impact would be fatal. Han Yan's Great Devil Curse was cast using Gu Tianma's bloodline. It was much more powerful than Sang Ba's. This kind of Great Devil Curse was usually targeted at a single target. A wide area attack wouldn't be able to achieve a good effect. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline was extraordinarily terrifying. Coupled with the help of the Supreme Devil Wand, one should know that the Great Devil Curse was derived from the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful the Great Devil Curse was. At least 5 of the dozen 9th grade great saints were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Han Yen waved the Devil Wand madly, leaving phantoms everywhere. The powerful Devil Wand was resisting the joint attack of the other experts while bombarding the heads of the 5 who were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Arg! The 5 super great saints were instantly killed by Han Yen, turning into a mist of blood that drifted in the void. The whole scene was extremely bloody. Anyone who saw it would tremble in fear. Those were 9th grade great saints, supreme existences. They were like gods in the eyes of countless people. But now, they were killed by Han Yen as if they were ants. This was just too ridiculous. Be careful, everyone. This brat can cast the Great Devil Curse. Damn it. Hall Master Shi could not help but exclaim. He had seen Sang Ba use the Great Demon Curse before, so he recognized it. However, Sang Ba's Great Demon Curse paled in comparison to the white-haired young man before him. There was no way they could be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, it was impossible for him to use the Great Devil Curse to affect them. However, Han Yan's Great Devil Curse could affect 5 people in an instant. This was too terrifying. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, he wouldn't be able to use the Great Devil King to them, of great saints. This is too shocking. All the monstrous geniuses have gathered together. Everyone around Jiang Qin is a capable person with extraordinary means. I wouldn't believe that he could kill 5 9th grade great saints with a single strike if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. That's right. Feels so good. This is so good. Many people on the side of the 3 palaces were shocked and they saw Han Yen killing a 9th grade great saint effortlessly. But at the same time, they felt incomparably delighted. In such a huge battle, the emergence of such a ferocious figure who could kill a 9th grade great saint on the enemy's side was a very good thing to boost the morale of their forces. Haha, Han Yen waved the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand again. Layers of devil waves rolled out. This time, he locked on the palace master of Shi Palace. Since he was going to kill someone, he might as well kill a big guy. No! The leader of Shi Palace cried out in alarm. Han Yan's actions were too fast. He felt a strong sense of death. Even though he had helpers by his side, he still felt isolated and helpless. It was as if no matter how many helpers he had, they wouldn't be able to save his life. It was a feeling that made him feel incomparably aggrieved. For a figure like the palace master of Shur Palace, he had never experienced such a thing in his life. It was the taste of death, a very strong taste. Bang! The boundless devil power of the Supreme Devil Wand had completely locked the palace master of Shur Palace. The Supreme Devil Wand of the Devil race was so powerful that the palace master of Shur Palace couldn't resist it at all. Like the other 9th grade great saints, he died tragically under the attack of the Supreme Devil Wand, turning into a mist of blood. Han Yan had killed a few 9th grade great saints. Perhaps these 9th grade great saints were nothing to the current camp of Desolate Palace, but it was a great blow to the morale of Desolate Palace. Another arrogant guy has emerged. Old 9, go and get rid of him. Second Guardian, who was attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation, said. Alright, I will go and kill him now. 9th Guardian said and appeared in front of Han Yan with a sway. Without saying a word, he struck out with the heaven-splitting divine claw. This was the unique combat technique of Desolate Palace. Its power was many times stronger in the hands of these guardians. Han Yan's face turned solemn. Sure enough, the guardians of Desolate Palace weren't comparable to ordinary experts. Although they were both 9th grade great saints, the gap between the palace master of Shur Palace and 9th guardian was too huge. However, Han Yan wasn't afraid. His current strength was very strong. No matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't retreat. Devil as deep as the sea. Han Yan waved the Supreme Devil Wand once more, striking out a powerful innate ability. Gu Tianma's bloodline was stimulated to the extreme. Under the impact of the violent energy, the void began to distort. Layers of devil chi evolved into a devil sea. Each of the devil wind was the most powerful attack, like an indestructible sharp sword. This powerful divine ability was enhanced by Gu Tianma using the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful it was. The boundless energy collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw head-on. The huge claw was instantly shrouded by the devil sea. Hong Long. Immediately, the entire devil sea exploded. It was the result of the collision of boundless energy. Large amounts of sparks evolved into flames, intertwining the battlefield into chaos. Good heavens! An 8th grade great saint is actually able to fight me. There are so many extraordinary geniuses in the 3 palaces. 9th Guardian was shocked. He wasn't afraid of Han Yan, but Han Yan's power had surprised him. He had never doubted his own talent and never put ordinary people in his eyes, but this white-haired youth in front of him, who seemed to be a lot younger than him, was able to withstand his attack with just an 8th grade great saint. If this youth was at the same level as him, he was afraid that he would be killed instantly like the palace master of Shur Palace. 6th brother, you go and kill him immediately. Don't disgrace the dignity of Desolate Palace. 2nd Guardian issued another order. They had come to attack the 3 palaces in an imposing manner, but before they could even break the defensive formation of the 3 palaces, a few of their 9th grade great saints had been killed by a devil brat. A few 9th grade great saints wasn't a big deal, but it had affected the morale of Desolate Palace and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Dong! 6th Guardian's chi fluctuated as he flew towards Han Yan, but his action was already noticed by Han Yan. I'm done playing with you guys. Han Yan returned to the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation in an instant, leaving 6th Guardian in the air. Han Yan was a very smart man. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with one of the 12 guardians, but if 2 of them joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he advanced to the 9th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to put them in his eyes. However, he had already achieved his goal. He had greatly raised the morale of the 3 palaces, allowing them to slowly walk out from the shadows. As for turning the tide with his own strength, he knew his own limits. He would leave this matter to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was the only one who could do it. "Brat, come out and fight me if you have the guts." Sixth Guardian yelled while gritting his teeth. "Ha! 2 against 1. Don't you have any shame?" Han Yan laughed heartily and ignored him. "Humph. I'll tear you apart with my own hands once I've broken your damn formation." Sixth Guardian harumphed coldly and said ferociously. He had already locked on Han Yan's chi. As long as Han Yan dared to come out again, he would kill him immediately. Furthermore, once the grand formation was broken, Sixth Guardian would kill Han Yan immediately. Hong Long. The violent attacks were still going on. There were too many experts of Desolate Palace and the energy they unleashed was too massive. The 5 elemental Tejura grand formation was on the verge of collapsing after such a long time. Every collision would shake the grand formation violently. By now, tiny cracks had appeared on the grand formation and these cracks were still expanding. The blood and chi of the experts who were supporting the 5 elemental Tejura grand formation were starting to run out of energy. Once they couldn't hold on any longer, the grand formation would be destroyed immediately. At that time, the doomsday of the 3 palaces would come. "We are doomed." Jiang Qin said 3 days. "If he estimates it to be 3 days, we won't be able to hold on until he comes back." "That's right. It seems like we can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. The grand formation is starting to crack. It will be broken very soon. Motherfucker. Let's fight them to the death. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me." Now that things had come to this point, many people of the 3 palaces were in despair once again. They had placed all their hopes on Jiang Qin, but it seemed like it would be difficult for Jiang Qin to rush back within 10 minutes. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Some of them were already prepared to die. They wanted to fight to the death with Desolate Palace. "Jiang Qin, have you become a coward? Don't you dare to show yourself." Second Guardian shouted towards the interior of Gu Palace in an imposing manner because he couldn't sense Jiang Qin's chi. "Who said I don't dare to show myself? I'm here and it will be your doomsday." Almost as soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, an extremely vigorous voice sounded from the interior of Gu Palace. Chapter 1035. Although the speaker hadn't appeared yet, the experts of the 3 palaces began to get excited because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Jiang Qin, the true creator of miracles. He would always appear at the most critical moment and turn the tide. A white-clothed silhouette appeared like a ghost and came to the sky above Gu Palace. He was none other than Jiang Qin. He didn't stand inside the 5 elemental Tejura formation, but just stood outside, facing the experts of Desolate Palace without a hint of fear on his face. What an imposing manner. This is what a true peerless figure should be like. Just the chi that he exudes is enough to subdue people. Have you all noticed that Jiang Qin's chi has become much stronger than before after he left for a day? He has already advanced to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid that Jiang Qin is the only one in the entire heavens and earth with such a terrifying speed of advancement. Amazing! Jiang Qin has advanced once again. He was able to kill Tycoon before his advancement, but now that he has advanced, I'm afraid that even second Tycoon is no match for him. There is hope for our 3 palaces. One man turned the tide. This is the domineering aura that no one can compare with. The experts of the 3 palaces were looking at Jiang Qin with respectful eyes. In their eyes, Jiang Qin's skinny figure had become incomparably tall, taller than the sky and unreachable. It was a symbol of status. Today, Jiang Chen's status was irreplaceable by the three palaces. Everyone had placed their hopes on him as he was a godlike existence. The emergence of Jiang Chen stopped the attacks of the experts of Desolate Palace. The five elemental Tajura formation also recovered temporarily. Second Guardian looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his perception, he could clearly sense that Jiang Chen was much stronger than yesterday. Even someone as proud as Second Guardian could not compare to Jiang Chen's heaven-defying growth rate. Of course, even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the peak of 7th grade Great Saint, Second Guardian still wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, he was too confident in himself. Jiang Chen's growth was only worth a second glance. In his heart, Jiang Chen was still not on the same level as him. Jiang Chen, I'll say it for the last time. Let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go and the three palaces might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you is extermination. Second Guardian's eyes flickered as he said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He dragged Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian out of the Zulong Tower. Desolate Emperor was originally imprisoned in Gu Palace, but Jiang Chen had just captured him. Jiang Chen, you are sensible. Desolate Emperor said fiercely. What are you so proud of? I didn't say that I will let you go. Jiang Chen glared at Desolate Emperor. Jiang Chen, let them go. Don't let yourself fall into an irrecoverable situation. Second Guardian said. Is that so? I'm afraid that it won't be the three palaces that will fall into an irrecoverable situation, but your Desolate Palace. I won't let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go. The reason why I asked them to come out is to kill them in front of your Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had already achieved his goal of capturing Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. The reason why he captured Desolate Emperor was to buy more time. He thought that with Desolate Emperor's identity, he would be able to delay them for 3 days, but he didn't expect that Desolate Palace would launch another attack in just 1 day. It was obvious that Desolate Emperor's influence wasn't that great. Fortunately, Jiang Chen found the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword in time. Everything was still in time. Presumptuous. How dare you? Second Guardian was infuriated. The Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace was also enraged. Jiang Chen wanted to kill Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian in front of them. This was simply a provocation and humiliation to Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but he used his actions to show them his courage. Ignoring the terrified faces of Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, Jiang Chen stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the glabella of Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian with lightning speed. Puchi! Both of them let out a final wail. An arrow of blood spurted out from their glabella. Both of them died on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't even spare their corpses. He sealed them with a formation and threw them into the Zulong Tower. The reason why he sealed them was because the characteristics of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. A slight carelessness would cause the corpses to be devoured by the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiang Chen had other uses for these corpses. Hua! Seeing that Jiang Chen had killed Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian in front of Desolate Palace, not only Desolate Palace, but even Gu Palace was shocked. Such an action was too heaven-defying. This was no longer as simple as slapping Desolate Palace's face. Jiang Chen's action would definitely infuriate the people of Desolate Palace. This time, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. It was either you die or I live. As a matter of fact, everyone knew that the relationship between the two sides had already reached such a stage. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Desolate Emperor, it wouldn't change anything. Bastard! How dare he do this? Damn it! He killed our palace master. Kill him. We must tear him into 1,000 pieces and annihilate the 3 palaces. Everyone here must die today. Not even their corpses will be preserved. We must kill them all. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. This is too hateful. They killed our palace master and completely disrespected us. What's the difference between this and slapping our face? This is too abominable. We have suffered a great loss. The people of Desolate Palace were completely infuriated. From the half-step human immortal supreme elder to the 8th grade great saint, all of them were infuriated. Their eyes turned red. It seemed like they were determined to annihilate the 3 palaces. They wanted to capture Jiang Qin, make him suffer 1,000 tribulations, and then kill him. Jiang Qin, I never thought that you would be so ruthless. You are the one who has cut off the path of retreat of the 3 palaces. Today will be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. Second Guardian's face turned ferocious. Hong. Jiang Chen was indifferent to their anger. With a wave of his qi, he transformed into his dragon form. Powerful dragon qi spread out, filling the air with the smell of slaughter. Second Guardian, you are right. Today is destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. However, it won't be you who will kill the 3 palaces, it will be me who will kill all of you. Jiang Chen said loudly. Arrogance. Arrogance filled the entire sky. In the history of the Saint Origin realm, no one had ever seen such an arrogant man. In many people's minds, Jiang Chen's arrogance had reached a point where there was no cure for it. I'm going to kill him to avenge 8th sister. A man stood out first. He was holding a golden saber in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Jiang Chen. The one who attacked was none other than 5th Guardian. The fact that he was ranked 5th among the 13 of them was enough to show his strength. He was strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step human immortal expert. Now, he had been blinded by anger. The 13 of them had been cultivating together for many years, so they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he was infuriated when he saw 8th Guardian being killed. Be careful, 5th Guardian. 2nd Guardian warned, but it was already too late. Humph. You bunch of guardians think too highly of yourselves. Die. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword rippled in his hand. The power of the perfect Heavenly Saint sword was incomparable to any ordinary combat weapon. Howl. Jiang Chen slashed out with lightning speed. The sharp sword light was like a violent storm. It was so fast that 5th Guardian didn't even have the chance to react. Pu Chi. Arg. Along with a wail, 5th Guardian was slashed into half by Jiang Chen's sword without any resistance. Blood gushed out from his body. Jiang Chen grabbed 5th Guardian's body, sealed it, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. Who else is there? Jiang Chen stood with his sword. His overbearing qi filled the air. Ha! Good! Jiang Chen is even more powerful now. The Guardians of Desolate Palace are no match for him. Amazing! 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. 2 of the 13 Guardians are dead. I'm afraid that even the mighty 2nd Guardian is no match for Jiang Chen. This slash was too inspiring. The experts of the 3 palaces were completely excited. They couldn't help but think of what Jiang Chen said just now. Today was destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, and it was a one-sided massacre. However, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. 5th brother. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. The remaining guardians were even more infuriated. 6th Guardian lunged at Jiang Chen once more, but was stopped by Second Guardian. "Let me do it. You are no match for him." Second Guardian's tone was very dignified. His gaze towards Jiang Qin turned solemn. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would grow to such an extent in just one day. Now, it seemed like he was the only one who could fight Jiang Qin in the entire desolate palace. "You are no match for me either. Let your first guardian come out." Jiang Qin pointed his sword at Second Guardian. His eyes and tone were full of contempt. "I'm more than enough to deal with you. I don't need Big Brother's help." Second Guardian opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped at Jiang Qin fiercely. A rainstorm-like energy rustled. It was a huge golden barrier that was powerful enough to destroy everything. It reached Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Qin's facial expression remained the same. Given his current strength, he no longer put Second Guardian in his eyes. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint sword was thrown out by Jiang Qin once again. Everyone saw the sharp impact of the Heavenly Saint sword. The golden barrier was torn into two halves. The powerful sword chi continued to rush towards Second Guardian. What? Chapter 1036. Second Guardian was completely shocked. He had expected that Jiang Qin would be stronger than yesterday, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be this powerful. Even with his tyrannical strength, his powerful attack was torn apart by Jiang Qin in just a single move. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Qin's attack was so powerful that it put him under tremendous pressure. "I'd like to see how strong you can be." Second Guardian was determined. He pushed his strength to the limit. That's right, he pushed his strength to the limit. Boundless energy gushed out like a torrential storm and poured into the big fan in his hand. Once again, he rushed towards Jiang Qin's sword light. "Your momentum is great, but it's a pity that you're no longer my opponent." How could Jiang Qin give Second Guardian any chance? Before the aftershock of the first sword attack ended, the second sword attack was already unleashed by him. The Heavenly Saint sword that had reached the perfection realm was now able to exude an irresistible power. Voila! Countless terrifying sword lights interweaved and formed a sword net, covering an area of dozens of miles. Fortunately, a battle between experts of this level could open up a new battlefield at any time. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would be affected by this attack. Rumble. The sword net and the big fan collided once again. The boundless void was instantly shattered and a big hole was created in the sky. It seemed like Second Guardian couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and was sent flying away. His complexion turned extremely pale. Buzz. The Heavenly Saint sword vibrated and chased after Second Guardian at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had caught up with Second Guardian. In desperation, Second Guardian could only continue to raise his big fan to block the attack. Chi Law. Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint sword was in its true form. All of his energy was instilled into the sword. With a sound of Chi Law, Second Guardian's fan was torn into two halves from the middle. Second Guardian was affected once more, but this time, his condition was even worse. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Second Guardian looked at the folded fan in his hand with a horrified face. His face was filled with extreme shock. He simply couldn't imagine that he would be defeated by a 7th-grade great saint with his current strength. More importantly, the folding fan in his hand was made of the highest grade material. It was his natal weapon that had always been invincible. Today, it was destroyed by Jiang Qin, which made his heart bleed. That's right, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. Good. The people of the three palaces were cheering, especially the people of Gu Palace. Many of them were jumping with excitement. Such a scene was too inspiring. Now, even the mighty second guardian was no match for Jiang Qin. This gave them hope. All along, the pressure from Desolate Palace had been too great, making them breathless. Today, Jiang Qin had turned the tide. It seemed like he was going to turn the situation around by himself. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. How could this happen? What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Qin? He is just too abnormal. He is merely a 7th grade great saint, and not even second guardian is a match for him. Doesn't this mean that no one on our side can suppress Jiang Qin anymore? This man is too scary. We didn't kill him in the beginning. Today, our desolate palace has suffered such a huge blow. Damn it. If second guardian is defeated, how are we going to fight the next battle? Could it be that Jiang Qin is going to repel all of us? That will be too shameful. Compared to the excitement of the three palaces, the atmosphere on the side of Desolate Palace began to become depressing. They had a lot of experts and could be considered as one of the super major powers in Saint Origin World. Any major power that went against them would only end up being annihilated. But now, the morale of this super major had fallen to its lowest point. They could have attacked the experts of the three palaces crazily to make Jiang Qin hesitate. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin was well prepared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was enough to stop everything. Facing Jiang Qin alone, they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could win. This was a kind of mockery. Second Guardian, now tell us, who is going to kill who today? Jiang Qin said in a slow manner. Jiang Qin, I admit that you are very powerful and I'm no match for you, but don't be too complacent. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. Now that the three palaces are hiding in the Grand Formation, no matter how powerful you are, how can you withstand the joint attack of so many half-step human immortals? Second Guardian's voice was stern. He had never suffered such a serious blow before. That kind of humiliation made him unable to lift his head for the rest of his life. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Qin today. No matter what method he had to use, only by killing Jiang Qin would he be able to save his face. Not only that, Second Guardian felt a great threat from Jiang Qin. That was a threat to the entire Desolate Palace. This man had grown too fast. If he continued to grow, he was afraid that not even Great Guardian would be able to suppress him. Is that so? If I want to kill you, you will die immediately. You won't even have the chance to join forces with me. But now, I'm giving you all the chance to join forces. I would like to see if you are a match for me. Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was full of confidence. He couldn't wait for all the half-step human immortals and even 9th grade great saints to join forces with him. In that case, he would be able to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. It would be a real bloody massacre. History had proven that it was impossible to defeat Jiang Qin with numbers. The reason why Jiang Qin gave them the chance to join forces was to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. If he could defeat them one by one, many of them would be able to escape. Presumptuous. Jiang Qin, you are too presumptuous. Since you are so presumptuous, you will regret it later. All guardians, half-step human immortals and 9th grade great saints, listen up. Immediately join forces to seal this void and besiege Jiang Qin. Second Guardian put away the worn-out folding fan in his hand and gave the order. Voila! As soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, the forces of Desolate Palace became restless. There were 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace and 12 half-step human immortals from the other 4 palaces, a total of 16 half-step human immortals and 10 guardians. Their combat strength was equivalent to 26 half-step human immortals. In addition to that, there were dozens of 9th-grade great saints in the 5 major palaces and a large number of 8th-grade great saint geniuses cultivated by Desolate Palace. Each of them was equivalent to an ordinary 9th-grade great saint. In total, there were more than 100 half-step human immortals. With such a huge army and such frightening combat strength, perhaps no one in the entire Saint Origin realm would be able to see something like this. But this was the first time in the history of the Saint Origin realm that so many people had joined hands to deal with a single man. No matter what the outcome of today's battle was, Jiang Chen's name would be recorded in the history books. The aura of over 100 warriors merged together, creating a huge battlefield. Over 100 warriors surrounded Jiang Chen tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Hiss! Everyone on the side of the 3 palaces sucked in a cold breath. Such a scene was too shocking. It was something that they had never seen before. Apart from that, everyone began to worry about Jiang Chen. More than 100 half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints had joined forces to deal with a 7th-grade great saint. How could he survive? Even if Jiang Chen was in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to fight so many enemies with just 2 fists. Such a huge force would surely exhaust Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen is too careless. He actually gave them the chance to join forces. This is going to be difficult to deal with. That's right. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for such a huge force. The experts on the side of the 3 palaces began to worry. Many of the half-step human immortals were ready to help Jiang Chen. Although the number of experts on their side was relatively small, they could still be of some help. They couldn't let Jiang Chen fight so many experts alone. Everyone, don't panic. Little Chenzi alone is enough to deal with them. He had encountered such a situation before, and the ones who ended up in a miserable state were the enemies. If you all enter the battlefield, I'm afraid that not only will you not be of much help, you will also be a hindrance and affect Little Chenzi's attack. Tyrant hastily reminded everyone. He knew all too well about Jiang Chen's means. The current situation was exactly the same as the time when the northern and southern dynasties attacked Nebula Sect. Tyrant was present at that time. He knew that Jiang Chen had a group attack technique called Eternal Immortal Wind. Once this immortal wind blew, it would be like doomsday to the enemies. It was a terrifying storm from the immortal world. If the experts of the 3 palaces were to help, Jiang Chen would have more scruples when using the eternal immortal wind. After listening to Tyrant's words, those restless half-step human immortals stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't know what kind of means Jiang Chen was going to use to deal with those powerful experts, they knew that Tyrant's words wouldn't be false. As Jiang Chen's brother, Tyrant would never harm Jiang Chen. In the battlefield, the sky was filled with pressure. The void was crushed by the pressure. The battle hadn't started yet, but the aura that erupted from the battlefield was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. The scene in front of them was similar to the battle in Nebula Sect, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Good, very good. It seems like all of you are ready to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. None of you on this battlefield will live. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's cold eyes swept across the battlefield. It was a kind of spirit that didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those were the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen, put away your arrogance. Let's see how you are going to resist this situation. Don't waste time, everyone. Attack! Second Guardian bellowed. 5 Elemental Sphere. Chapter 1037. Once the 5-elemental sphere was released, it would be equivalent to the arrival of doomsday for the experts of Desolate Palace. A bloody massacre was about to unfold. All the experts on the scene were destined to become Jiang Chen's prey and become the ghosts of Jiang Chen's hands. The invisible sphere spread out like a tide, spreading to a radius of a few hundred miles and merging perfectly with the battlefield. Now, the battlefield was the sphere and the sphere was the battlefield. Feeling the binding force of the sphere, many people's facial expression changed completely. As powerful half-step human immortals and ninth-grade great saints, each of them had their own sphere. They had experienced the collision between spheres frequently, so they had a very good understanding of the sphere. That was why they didn't put Jiang Chen's sphere in their eyes. In their point of view, if Jiang Chen used his sphere to collide with them, Jiang Chen's sphere would immediately shatter into pieces. However, the reality wasn't what they thought. The 5-elemental sphere had really shocked them. None of them had thought that Jiang Chen's sphere would be this abnormal. This is the power of a sphere. My God! It's the superimposition of 5 different spheres, and it's the 5-elemental sphere. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. There shouldn't be such a powerful sphere in the heavens and earth. How can a man have 5 different elemental spheres? I have seen a man with 2 different elemental spheres before, and that was already very abnormal. What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? Could he be an immortal that has descended to the mortal world? This is too scary. The superimposition of 5 different spheres has made me feel a trace of pressure. That invisible binding force is indescribable. Everyone in the 5-elemental sphere couldn't keep their calm anymore. For the first time, the group of more than 100 people panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying sphere before. Don't panic, everyone. Let's join forces to kill him. Tear apart his sphere and let him die a graveless death. I don't believe that he can withstand the joint attack of so many experts. Second Guardian's voice was stern. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the more uncomfortable he felt. When a genius met a genius that was more outstanding than him, his heart couldn't calm down. Moreover, Second Guardian hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Shwa! A pair of resplendent flame wings appeared on Jiang Chen's back. With a casual flap of the blazing flame wings, Jiang Chen's body began to float up, becoming somewhat illusory. It seemed as though he would disappear at any moment. Without waiting for the 100 experts to unleash their powerful attacks, Jiang Chen took the initiative to attack. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen unleashed the Eternal Immortal Wind right from the start. This powerful windstorm was a true area of effect skill. When the immortal wind blew, no one would be able to escape. Within the entire domain, no one would be able to evade the attack of the immortal wind unless they used tyrannical methods to defend against it. However, how could the eternal immortal wind be so easy to defend against? Desolate Palace, Narang Palace, Shur Palace, Hua Palace, Dan Palace, each and every one of them was his enemy. Jiang Chen would not show any mercy when he attacked. Huff huff, strong winds howled, and for a moment, a powerful storm swept through the entire battlefield. Dragon-shaped storms were everywhere, and each storm was wild to the extreme, carrying a fatal attack power. Arg! 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 Almost as soon as the eternal immortal wind blew, wails began. Some of the 9th-grade great saint elders of the 5 major palaces were the first to enter the center of the storm. Given their cultivation grade, they couldn't withstand the power of Jiang Chen's immortal wind. They were blown into ashes on the spot and died tragically in the domain. 1, 2, 3, 5. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 39th grade great saints had fallen. Such a scene was simply appalling. Not to mention the experts in the battlefield, even those who were watching the battle from the outside were frightened. Those were mighty ninth grade great saints, but now, they were being crushed like ants. The scene was just too terrifying. That's right. That's right. What a terrifying storm. It carries a trace of immortal chi. This is the wind of destruction. Everyone, be careful. Everyone, join forces to resist the storm. This can't do. This storm is too strong. It will be difficult for us to resist it. Ninth grade great saints won't be able to resist it. All the 8th grade great saints and 9th grade great saints, retreat. Everyone was panicking. Some half-step human immortals roared at the 9th grade and 8th grade great saints to retreat from the battlefield. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even 9th grade great saints weren't qualified to enter this place. In just a moment, 20 to 39th grade great saints had died. If this continued, they were afraid that all the 9th grade great saints would die tragically. That would be a great loss, especially for those 8th grade great saint geniuses who were cultivated by Desolate Palace. The growth of each of them had consumed a lot of resources of Desolate Palace. Ha! It's too late to retreat now. I have already said that everyone who entered the battlefield today will die. In your words, no one will be spared. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Waves of violent eternal immortal wind continued to gush out of his body, blowing crazily at the battlefield. This was an attack that had no blind spots. No one was spared. My God! What am I seeing? Am I hallucinating or am I dreaming? What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. A mighty 9th grade great saint has fallen just like that. Not even his ashes were left. It's too ferocious. Arbin Palace has made the wisest choice. On the side of Gu Palace, everyone gaped. Even those half-step human immortals were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying technique. Killing a 9th grade great saint was as easy as killing a chicken. Since when did a 9th grade great saint become so vulnerable? Of course, Bin Palace was the luckiest. If it wasn't for Bing Changxiao's prompt decision to bury the hatchet with Jiang Qin and ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace would have been subdued by Desolate Palace like the other 4 palaces. Now that there were more experts of Bin Palace on the battlefield, there was only one outcome for them to face Jiang Qin, death. On the battlefield, the storm was raging crazily. Screams were still echoing. 9th grade great saints were losing their lives constantly. After hearing the words of the half-step human immortals, many 9th grade great saints were ready to retreat from the battlefield, but to their horror, they found that the 5 elemental sphere had turned into a cage. They were completely trapped. Not good. The domain is too strong. We are trapped. Someone exclaimed. Send a few half-step human immortals to tear an opening in the domain. The rest of them will join forces to kill Jiang Qin. Second Guardian understood the situation and immediately made the best countermeasure. For a moment, 4 half-step human immortals joined forces, preparing to tear an opening in Jiang Qin's domain. The other half-step human immortals summoned their combat weapons and launched a barrage of attacks at Jiang Qin. Swoosh! The flaming wings on Jiang Qin's back flapped. Combined with the spatial shift, he vanished in an instant. He slipped out of the barrage of attacks like a slippery fish. With so many half-step human immortals attacking him at the same time, Jiang Qin wouldn't be stupid enough to face them head-on. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the combination of the flaming wings and spatial shift with the 5 elemental sphere was enough for him to evade most of the attacks for a short period of time. In addition, these half-step human immortals had to divert some of their attention to resist the eternal immortal wind, so they weren't able to concentrate all their combat power. Going through the barrage of attacks, Jiang Qin arrived in front of the 4 half-step human immortals who were about to tear the domain. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at one of them. Arg, the half-step human immortal didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed by Jiang Qin with a single slash and his body was thrown into the Zulong Tower. The other 3 half-step human immortals reacted, but how could their reaction be compared to Jiang Qin's attack? 3 consecutive slashes killed another 3 half-step human immortals on the spot. This was simply a one-sided massacre. With a peak 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base and 10 times the strength of a half-step human immortal, these half-step human immortals were no match for Jiang Qin. After killing the 4 half-step human immortals, Jiang Qin kept all their corpses into the Zulong Tower. Then, he locked onto the nearest half-step human immortal. His long sword rippled and he lunged at him. As for those 9th and 8th grade Great Saint geniuses, Jiang Qin didn't even cast a glance at them. Their fate was to die. Even if Jiang Qin didn't attack them, they would still die under the eternal immortal wind. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to kill those half-step human immortals one by one, to prevent them from tearing his domain apart. The 5 elemental sphere was constantly circulating. It wasn't easy to tear it apart. Adding the restriction of the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Qin was like a fish in the water. With the help of the great soul derivation technique, he could sense the slightest movement. Arg! Arg! Blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The formation of more than 100 people was being drastically reduced. Experts were falling one after another. Putting aside the 9th grade Great Saints, as the half-step human immortals were dying in Jiang Qin's hands, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Qin even if they joined forces. The outcome of this war was already determined. Just like what Second Tycoon said at the beginning, today was destined to be the bloodiest one-sided massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. However, he had messed up his target. Now, it wasn't them who were going to slaughter the 3 major palaces, it was Jiang Qin who was going to slaughter them. Impossible. How could this be? Chapter 1038. Horrifying. This was way too horrifying. The whole scene was bloody and shocking to the extreme. Thousands of people in St. Origin Palace had a horrified look on their faces. The massacre and death could only be described as earth-shattering. It wasn't the number of people who died, but the importance of those who died. Those were all half-step human immortals, supreme experts at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In the hearts of countless people, they were like gods. But now, they were falling one after another. Such a shocking scene was something that they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Arg! 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 Miserable cries kept ringing. The number of experts on the side of Desolate Palace was getting lesser and lesser. Their combined combat power was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't just the weakening of their combat power, but also their confidence. Now, even the arrogant and powerful Second Guardian was filled with fear of Jiang Qin. He had lost all of his fighting spirit. Everyone could see clearly that if the battle continued, there would only be one outcome, death. Everyone would die. How could this be? How could this be? Second Guardian's eyes were bloodshot. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. So many supreme experts couldn't even defeat a single Jiang Qin. The flaming wings on Jiang Qin's back was just too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Jiang Qin's domain, which restricted their attacks. Their combined attacks couldn't even reach Jiang Qin's body. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was like a phantom, killing them one by one. As for those 9th grade Great Saints, the eternal immortal wind alone was enough to make them suffer. They couldn't do anything else to help. Second brother, we can't hold on any longer. This man is too strong. Quickly inform the old ancestor. If he doesn't act now, we are all going to die. A Grand Guardian shouted at the second Grand Guardian. The human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace were all in the deep layer of the spatial zone. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Even though Desolate Palace was facing such a crucial battle, they didn't pay any attention to it because they were too confident. In their point of view, if such a huge force like Desolate Palace couldn't defeat Goo Palace and the others, it would be too weak and impossible. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had already predicted the outcome of the battle. They were so confident that they didn't even bother to watch the battle. As a matter of fact, the battle didn't go according to the will of the old ancestor. The result was the opposite. If the old ancestor was here and saw this scene, he was afraid that he would fly into a rage and kill Jiang Qin at all costs. Desolate Palace had never suffered such a heavy blow and loss after rising for so long. Alright, I will send out the message talisman and ask the old ancestor to act. Otherwise, Big Brother will be the one to act. Second Guardian said. As a proud man, his confidence had never been weakened, but today, all his confidence was shattered by Jiang Qin. Now, he had no choice but to ask the old ancestor to act. Although this was an extremely shameful thing for him and this shame would follow him for the rest of his life, his honor was nothing compared to the future of Desolate Palace. He couldn't just watch all the experts that Desolate Palace had painstakingly cultivated die here. That would be an immeasurable loss. Second Guardian turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared. Before he could send out the message, it was snatched away by a big hand. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Bastard! Give me back the talisman. Second Guardian roared and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Qin was like a fish in water in the 5 elemental sphere. He could appear anywhere at any time. The moment Second Guardian took out the talisman, Jiang Qin was fighting a half-step human immortal old ancestor of Hua Palace. But the moment he took out the talisman, it was snatched away by Jiang Qin mercilessly. Humph! Second Guardian, all of you will die today. Even if your old ancestor is here, he won't be able to save your lives from me. In this domain, I, Jiang Qin, am the absolute ruler. You are all destined to be under my control. Jiang Qin's momentum was powerful. He didn't put Second Guardian in his eyes at all. Just like what he said, he was the absolute ruler of this 5 elemental sphere that was enveloped by the eternal immortal wind. It was no doubt a fool's dream for Second Guardian to release a message talisman in his domain. Jiang Qin would never allow the news here to reach the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. Given Jiang Qin's intelligence, the fact that the old ancestor of Desolate Palace hadn't taken any action after such a long time showed that the old ancestor was very confident in Second Guardian and the others, so confident that he didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. In that case, Jiang Qin would let Desolate Palace pay the heaviest price. If it was an ordinary message talisman, Jiang Qin wouldn't care at all. This place had been sealed off by the domain and the message couldn't be sent out, but the talisman in Second Guardian's hand was made by an immortal. Its effect was completely different. Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest confidence in it. One should know that Jiang Qin was merely a peak 9th grade great saint in his previous life. At that time, due to the restriction of the world's law, there wasn't even a half-step human immortal in Saint Origin world. Therefore, Jiang Qin knew nothing about the human immortal realm. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Third Guardian roared. A trace of despair could be sensed from his roar. Now that the message couldn't be sent out, they could only let Jiang Qin kill them. Although Third Guardian had a strong cultivation base and was ranked 3rd among the Guardians, he was the most irritable and impatient one. Immediately, He drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Qin crazily. Humph! Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to fight me. Die! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. With a casual slash of the Heavenly Saint sword, the might of the dragon sword overflowed in all directions like a vast ocean. With a deafening rumble, it collided with Third Guardian's combat weapon. Third Guardian's combat weapon was sent flying away on the spot. The terrifying force even shattered Third Guardian's hand, turning it into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. In a flash, the long sword struck out again. With a poochie sound, Third Guardian's head was cut off. The mighty Third Guardian died on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to fight back under Jiang Chen's attack. Arg! Third brother! 11th Guardian roared. The 13 Guardians had a good relationship with each other. Now that they saw more and more people dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they were naturally infuriated. Stop screaming. You will die together with me. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. From the moment he released the 5 elemental sphere, he didn't plan to let anyone escape, especially the 12 Guardians. All of them must die. Swoosh! With a flap of the flaming wings, Jiang Qin appeared in front of 11th Guardian in a blink of an eye with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light slashed down. It was a terrifying sword net, enshrouding 11th Guardian on the spot. Hiss! 11th Guardian shuddered. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. Only when he fought with Jiang Qin personally did he realize how terrifying Jiang Qin was. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. It was an irresistible force. Stop, Jiang Qin! Second Guardian roared in a heart-wrenching manner. The other Guardians followed suit, but unfortunately, they couldn't save 11th Guardian's life. Jiang Qin ignored the wrath of these Guardians. He killed 11th Guardian with a single slash, sealed his body, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. Stop! Jiang Qin, do you know what you are doing? You are playing with fire. Second Guardian shouted loudly. Playing with fire. It's your desolate palace who is playing with fire. Your fire has gone too far and burned yourself. Jiang Chen's cold eyes stared at Second Guardian. His murderous intent didn't diminish at all. Jiang Qin, let me tell you. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. What you are doing now is cutting off your own path of retreat. You will regret it. I advise you to stop now. I promise you that I will give you a chance of survival. Second Guardian said. I know your strength very well. I will kill all of you today and your human immortal ancestors in the future. I will destroy your desolate palace completely. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the Heavenly Saint sword slashed horizontally at the other Guardians. As for Second Guardian, he wanted to kill him last. He wanted to let Second Guardian witness how he was going to destroy them, and how laughable Desolate Palace's plan was in front of him. What? You know about human immortals of Desolate Palace? Second Guardian was shocked. No one knew that Desolate Palace had human immortals. Desolate Palace had never revealed this to the outside world. Jiang Qin wasn't supposed to know such a big secret, but now that he had revealed it himself, how could Second Guardian not be shocked? Arg! Arg! Jiang Qin ignored Second Guardian's doubts. The frenzied slaughter continued. One by one, the 12 Guardians fell under Jiang Chen's sword. In just a few minutes, all the Guardians were dead except for Second Guardian. Such a scene drove Second Guardian crazy. No one knew how much effort Desolate Palace had put into cultivating the 13 Guardians. Today, it was destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands. The 13 guardians were just about to show their prowess when they were killed. This was too great a loss to Desolate Palace that they couldn't afford to bear. Arg! Arg! Most of the 9th grade great saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. They died tragically and turned into a mist of blood. Up until now, there were only 20 to 30 of them left. More than half of the half-step human immortals had died. The remaining ones were struggling at death's door. They were filled with fear and had completely lost their will to fight. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a terrifying devil. It's over. It's over. We are completely finished. No one can save us anymore. Jiang Chen is too scary. I never thought that I would die in the hands of a 7th grade great saint. Sad, sad. Everything seemed to be doomed. Chapter 1039. Everyone was looking at the chaotic battlefield and the sky with fascination. It was like an illusory scene. No one was willing to believe it, or rather, they couldn't believe it. Even the 3 palaces, who were supposed to be excited, couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, as if they were in a dream. The outcome that was already destined was reversed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin alone had reversed the situation. His means were too shocking. So many experts had fallen. Any one of those experts who were on the battlefield wouldn't be a match for them. However, these peerless experts, who stood at the top of the pyramid, couldn't put up any resistance in front of Jiang Qin. The whole scene was as easy as slaughtering dogs. He's a heavenly prodigy. Jiang Qin is indeed a variable. It's a wise choice for us 3 palaces to befriend him. Otherwise, we might be the ones fighting against him in the battlefield. That's right. There are many things in this heaven and earth that are incomprehensible. Some people can't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen's existence is destined to be a miracle. Narong Palace has suffered such a huge loss. Even Desolate Palace has suffered a great loss. But we shouldn't be happy too early. After all, Jiang Qin is only a 7th grade great saint. There are still powerful human immortals behind Desolate Palace. Their level is far beyond our imagination. It's hard to imagine how powerful they will be once they attack. The people of the 3 palaces were sighing, especially those of Bin Palace. Their eyes fell on Bing Changshao with gratitude. If it wasn't for Bing Changshao's decisive decision to ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace's ending would be the same as Narong Palace. The consequences would be unimaginable if they stood on the opposite side of Jiang Qin. At this time, a golden figure rushed out from the interior of Gu Palace. It was De Huang Dog. When Jiang Qin left, De Huang Dog was still in seclusion, refining the energy. Now that he had finished refining, he rushed over immediately. He became incomparably excited when he saw the situation on the battlefield. Ha! This guy is really abnormal. It seems like Desolate Palace is finished. Those tycoons should have been eliminated by Little Chenzi. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. Many of their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. When they saw De Huang Dog's cultivation grade, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. There were too many abnormal geniuses in this world. Needless to say about Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog was even sharper. He had only been out for a day, but his cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 8th grade great saint. Motherfucker, did you take some medicine? How did you advance so quickly? Tyrant said gloomily. You're right. I, Lord Dog, have indeed taken medicine. In fact, I've taken quite a lot. Are you jealous? Do you want Grandpa Dog to poop some out for you? I haven't digested all of it yet. De Huang Dog said shamelessly to Tyrant. Go fuck yourself. Without saying a word, Tyrant slapped the dog's head. The Huang dog's words were asking for a beating. No matter how good one's self-restraint was, they would still be enraged, let alone Tyrant's self-restraint. Arg! Screams were heard from the battlefield once more. After a brief pause, Jiang Qin resumed his frenzied killing mode. He specifically targeted those half-step human immortals. The last few half-step human immortals began to fall one after another. They couldn't open the 5-elemental sphere and couldn't get out of it. They could only confront Jiang Qin head-on. Unfortunately, confronting Jiang Qin head-on would only result in death. Very quickly, the last few half-step human immortals died in Jiang Qin's hands. On the battlefield, there were only a few 9th-grade Great Saints and 8th-grade Great Saints who were struggling to resist the eternal immortal wind. Second Guardian stood in front of Jiang Qin with an ashen face, unable to accept what had happened in front of him. It was over. Everything was over. Everyone was dead. All the half-step human immortals of the 5 major palaces, including the 11 guardians, none of them survived. All of them died in the hands of Jiang Qin. The top of the pyramid seemed to have been forcefully exploited. Jiang Qin was destined to make a name for himself after this battle. This battle would be recorded in the history of Saint Origin World forever. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Too many people had died. Almost all the higher-ups of the 5 major palaces were slaughtered. This was an unimaginably heavy blow to the 5 major palaces. Second Guardian, what else do you have to say? Jiang Qin looked at Second Guardian and asked. Jiang Qin, you will surely die miserably. None of the 3 palaces will be able to live. Your calamity will come soon. You have done such a crazy thing. Your fate will not have any leeway anymore. Jiang Qin said coldly. Second Guardian said while gritting his teeth. He knew that he was going to die today and there wouldn't be any accidents. His heart had sunk to the bottom. He had never seen such a ferocious person like Jiang Qin in his life. You can't decide my fate, but your fate is in my hands. If I want you to die now, you will die immediately. Jiang Qin's tone was incomparably cold. Hong Long. As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, a tyrannical chi suddenly exploded from the direction of Desolate Palace. It was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, tearing the void apart and creating a big hole. Then, a black-robed young man came to the battlefield with boundless chi waves. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above the battlefield. That was an incomparably majestic man. He looked to be in his 30s. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he definitely wasn't bad either. His body was very sturdy, comparable to Heavenly Peking, but his cultivation wasn't something that Heavenly Peking could compare to. His eyes were emitting a strange radiance, his entire body was filled with powerful chi. He looked so young, but his cultivation had already reached the terrifying level of half-step human immortal, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. This was a true genius, a true expert. The moment the black-robed man appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, 3 words appeared in everyone's mind: Great Guardian. Big Brother, save me. Second Guardian yelled as soon as he saw the black-robed man, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, especially when he saw that Great Guardian had successfully advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. That's right. The black-robed man was Great Guardian, the scariest figure of Desolate Palace. In fact, he was indeed excessively powerful. Jiang Qin's eyes turned solemn when he saw Great Guardian. It seemed like his final plan was about to come true. This man is incomparably strong. Unless I advance to the 8th grade Great Saint, I won't be a match for him. His combat strength is far stronger than half of the half-step human immortals, second only to the true human immortals, but there's still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, I can't deal with him. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Great Guardian was indeed very strong, so strong that he could almost fight a human immortal, but a human immortal was still a human immortal after all. He had transcended the mortal world and was a true immortal. Although Great Guardian's cultivation base had been forcibly increased by a large amount of resources, there was still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, Jiang Chen couldn't deal with Great Guardian. If he couldn't advance to the 8th grade Great Saint or even the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be a match for Great Guardian. When Great Guardian saw the battlefield, he sensed the bloody chi on the battlefield and the chi of the souls that had just fallen. His anger soared instantly. What's going on? Great Guardian bellowed. Big brother, everyone is dead. Only you and I are left of the 13 guardians. There are only a few higher-ups of Desolate Palace left. They have all been killed by Jiang Chen. Second Guardian yelled hysterically. He shuddered at the thought of the battle just now. Hong. As soon as these words were spoken, a strong wave of qi surged out of Big Guardian's body. His eyes were locked on Jiang Chen like a poisonous snake. Apart from anger, there was also deep shock in his eyes, because Jiang Chen was only a 7th grade Great Saint. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade Great Saint could do all these, but what he saw was the reality. He had never seen Jiang Chen before, and he had never thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen was so monstrous that he couldn't compare with him. What should we do now? This man is very powerful. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen is no match for him. AI. The foundation of Desolate Palace is just too strong. It's impossible for us to topple Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, we can't provide any help in the face of Big Tycoon. We have to rely on Jiang Chen alone. That's right. I wonder if Jiang Chen can continue to create miracles. The experts of the 3 palaces were worried once again. The experts of Desolate Palace were getting stronger and more terrifying. They couldn't rely on anyone except Jiang Chen. They could only rely on Jiang Chen alone to turn the tide. However, everyone had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. It was as if no matter how powerful the opponents of Desolate Palace were, Jiang Chen would be able to deal with them and create miracles. Damned beast! How dare you kill so many people of Desolate Palace? I will definitely capture you and let you suffer endless pain before dying tragically. Great Guardian was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed at Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure came to Jiang Chen, making it hard for him to breathe. His 5 elemental sphere made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he retracted his 5 elemental sphere. If it was broken, it would affect him greatly. Wah! Wah! Chapter 1040. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to let go of Second Guardian. He wouldn't let any half-step human immortal expert go, especially Second Guardian. Not to mention Big Guardian, even a powerful human immortal old ancestor wouldn't be able to rescue Second Guardian unscathed from Jiang Chen's hands. Before Second Guardian could escape, he was captured by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's giant dragon claw had him firmly trapped. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Jiang Chen, let me go! Second Guardian yelled. Do you think that's possible? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Releasing the enemy had never been his style. You are Jiang Chen, right? You're going to die today. Not only you, but all the people from the 3 palaces will also die tragically. None of them will have a chance to live. If you let second guardian go now, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't have to suffer too much. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Great Guardian spoke with a domineering tone. Although second guardian was captured by Jiang Qin, there wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. There was only the calmness that an expert should have. Desolate Palace has always spoken like this. It's the same in the past. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good ending, and so did you. There's only one ending for going against me, death. Jiang Qin was indifferent. As soon as his voice faded, he crushed second guardian's head with his dragon claw, killing him right in front of Great Guardian. Hong! A monstrous fury gushed out from Big Guardian's body. He was completely enraged. Jiang Chen had killed so many people before because he wasn't present, but now, Jiang Chen had killed second guardian in front of him. This was undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. It was a provocation from a 7th grade great saint. How could a puny 7th grade great saint disrespect him so blatantly? This was a humiliation to him. Great Guardian, Jiang Chen, is a 7th grade great saint. No matter what, he had to kill this Jiang Chen today. Not only to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and himself, but also to avenge those who had died. Good, very good. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. What you have done has completely crossed the bottom line of Desolate Palace. Even if you have 100 lives, you still won't be able to compensate for the loss of Desolate Palace. Today, not only will you die, but everyone from Gu Palace, Demon Palace, Bin Palace will also die. Big Tycoon went berserk. He had never seen such a deranged person. Today, he had just advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. Although he had arrived just in time, he was still a step too late. This had caused immeasurable damage to Desolate Palace. He must make Jiang Chen and the other 3 palaces pay for this loss. Ha! You people of Desolate Palace always talk a lot of nonsense. Let's see what kind of powerful means the legendary Great Guardian has. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His body was filled with monstrous combat intent. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire spread to his surroundings, forming a sea of fire. He, Jiang Chen, had never known the word fear. Even in the face of the powerful Great Guardian, he still didn't care. The faces of the people of the 3 palaces turned unsightly. They had no idea where Jiang Chen got his confidence from to confront Big Tycoon. This Great Guardian is very powerful. I'm afraid that little Chenzi is no match for him. Tyrant was a little worried. Believe in him. I think little Chenzi still has some tricks up his sleeves. Although Han Yan said so, the worry on his face couldn't be concealed. Alright, I'll send you to heaven now. Big Guardian moved. He made a clawing motion at Jiang Chen. His terrifying palm pressed down like a huge palm leaf fan, crushing the void within 100 miles in an instant. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, many of them could still feel the terrifying pressure. Just the pressure from Big Guardian alone was enough to send shivers down their spine. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Chen's facial expression finally changed. He couldn't help but look solemn. Given his 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base, there was indeed a huge gap between him and Big Tycoon. I'd like to see how powerful a half-step human immortal Great Guardian is. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength and turned into a frenzied dragon. The roar of a dragon shook the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen struck out the powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dozens of powerful dragons with different attributes were launched at the same time, rushing at Great Guardian's attack. Hong Long. The shockwaves of the battle were earth-shattering. Colorful lights covered the sky. Under the attack of Great Guardian, all the dragons that Jiang Qin struck out were torn apart in an instant. The strength of a half-step human immortal Great Guardian wasn't something that Jiang Qin could resist. After the combat dragon was destroyed, the power of the powerful palm didn't diminish at all. It continued to press down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had no choice but to use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps once again, colliding heavily with the palm. This time, Jiang Qin was sent flying a dozen miles away. Wah! Jiang Qin suffered a serious injury. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Even the dragon scales on his body were torn. Blood kept gushing out. His qi and blood began to flow unsmoothly. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered, and it had directly affected his combat strength. Luckily, he had the wood element, and with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, his injuries were healing at a rapid pace. Not good. Jiang Qin is no match for him. He's injured. It's over. It seems like we can't help him at all. Damn it. How can this great guardian be so powerful? I hope Jiang Qin can reverse the situation once again. Seeing that Jiang Qin was injured, the faces of the 3 palaces darkened. The great guardian's past life was like a heavy hammer pounding on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. In the sky above the battlefield, Great Guardian's blade-like eyes fell on Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I really didn't expect that a puny little 7th-grade great saint, an ant that I can easily pinch to death, could be so powerful. You are able to withstand my strike without dying. I have to say, Jiang Qin, you are a miracle. If you continue to grow, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die. After killing you, I will personally eliminate all the 3 palaces. Jiang Qin's voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke. Great Guardian spoke. His domineering aura was unparalleled, like a war god that dominated everything. In this place, he was the absolute king, high and mighty. It seems like I have to use my last move. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Then, he moved the Zulong Tower and looked at the sealed corpses of the half-step human immortals in the Zulong Tower. Then, he raised his hand to wipe the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. Madness. Sometimes, a man would go crazy. Dong. At this time, Great Guardian struck again. This time, his attack was even more powerful than before. The entire void was filled with destructive qi. Many people exclaimed. If this attack hit Jiang Qin's body, they were afraid that Jiang Qin would be torn into pieces. The horrifying palm gradually turned blood red. With boundless killing intent, it appeared above Jiang Qin's head. At this time, Jiang Qin seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He didn't care about the palm above him at all. Roar! At this time, a roar was heard from the direction of Gu Palace. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang dog rushing out. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. His speed was extremely fast. There was a golden dragon horn on his glabella that was flickering with lightning. Master Dog will fight you. De Huang dog made his move. He couldn't just watch Jiang Qin die in the hands of Great Guardian. A magnificent totem seal appeared above De Huang dog's head. Under the envelopment of the totem seal, De Huang dog's body began to change. In an instant, he became 100 meters tall. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. His head turned into a dragon's head. This was too mystical. At this time, the Huang dog no longer looked like a dog, but a real ancient dragon horse. De Huang, leave this place. Jiang Chen roared when he saw De Huang dog making his move. This idiot. I didn't ask him to make a move. Naturally, he has his own means to deal with Great Guardian. But it was already too late. Jiang Chen was preparing for his next move. The Huang dog had already reached Great Guardian's palm. Roar! The Huang dog let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from his dragon horn, colliding with Great Guardian's palm. Hong Long! The sky and earth were collapsing. At the last moment, the Huang dog ignited his bloodline, activated his ultimate talent and circulated the totem divine seal to block Great Guardian's powerful attack. Although he was only a peak 8th grade Great Saint, this attack of the Huang dog was enough to destroy Great Guardian's attack on the spot. However, despite blocking Great Guardian's attack, the Huang dog didn't have a good ending. The moment he launched the attack, he closed his eyes. His huge body reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. De Huang! Jiang Chen roared and hastily caught De Huang dog's body. He saw that De Huang dog had already closed his eyes and his chi had become incomparably weak. Fuck you. Who the fuck asked you to do this? Who the fuck asked you to do this? I can deal with this myself. What am I going to do if something bad happens to you? Jiang Chen cursed. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He could feel the weakness of De Huang dog and he knew what kind of price De Huang dog had to pay for that attack. Jiang Chen regretted that he didn't tell De Huang dog his plan in advance. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.